Hey, what is up everybody? Andy here, Residents of Evil. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to this very, very special stream. As you can tell, I'm not an American. That's right, JJ is not here. He is currently enjoying the fruits of Germany at Gamescom, and he has left me in charge of today's Friday stream. So I'm very grateful to JJ for giving us this opportunity. We're going to have an absolute stonker of a stream. We're going all night long, baby, and what a game to play. I suppose we have to address the largest elephant in the room, and that is what you can see above my head, guys. That's right, the Keeper's Diary. A Biohazard story is officially funded in full. Let's go, guys. Come on, let's go. Let me see those hands in the chat. Let me see those hypes in the chat. While you're here, guys, if you're here for the first time, make sure you smash that like button, and of course you are subscribed. Man, it's going to be an awesome stream tonight. We're going to be talking all things Keeper's Diary, and I suppose what's going to be really, really good about this, if this is your opportunity to ask any questions, no matter how uncomfortable it is. You know, we've got the right people in the room today to discuss everything and everything about Keeper's Diary. It could be finance related. It could be creative related. Any questions you have about the Keeper's Diary, I will do my best to facilitate them. So again, thank you all so much. We're just about to hit just over 250 people in the chat. Very grateful for you spending your Friday evening with us. Huge shout out to Jesse Dool, our good friend and resident row member, celebrating 44 months here at the Residents of Evil as an Alpha member. Thank you very much, Jesse. As always, I hope you're having a fantastic night. Beggy's in the chat. Sister, thank you. Milfman, always a pleasure. Zach, Ruby, man, we got all the boys and the girls in the chat, let me tell you. Now, what is interesting about today's stream? I suppose Resident Evil Deadly Silence is a very unique port of Resident Evil 1. I don't think it's the best port of Resident Evil 1, but it is the most unique port. And the reason why that is, and if you're not familiar with this, Resident Evil 1 was repackaged for the Nintendo DS back in 2006, and it had some really, really interesting features. There was a couple of things, obviously the constraints of a portable system back at that point in time. Effectively, it is a PlayStation game running on a Nintendo DS, a portable from 2004 or 2005. So constraints had to be made, but it's got some of the most unique features. And what makes this stream so specific is I've not just got an emulator running on my computer, so we can only use half of the features. We can't use the microphone. We can't use the touchscreen, etc., etc. No, we've gone the 11th mile today, guys. We got this running natively on the Wii U using the official Nintendo DS emulator on the Wii U. And oh, there you go. Sorry, I missed that. On the Wii U, it plays exactly how it was meant to on the DS, except you've got a slightly higher resolution screen, and I can capture it in full HD. So honestly, guys, this is probably, I could have easily just booted up Resident Evil 1 Classic Rebirth and played this for you guys, but today you guys are going to get a unique insight into Resident Evil 1 on the Nintendo DS. There's a lot of things that's going to catch you out when you play this game. Very, very interesting port, as I said. So if we go to new game here, let me just make sure it's coming through. Yeah. Let me just make sure. Oh, sorry, I think I knocked this out. Ah, there we go. Lovely. So obviously the DS has got two screens because of the constraints of how I've got everything set up. I can always show you the other screen at any point. But yeah, so there's two modes to this. You've got the classic mode, which is just your PlayStation 1 mode, and you've got the Rebirth mode, which is what we're going to be playing today. It's going to be extremely special stuff. So yeah, enough bullshitting. Let's jump in. We can actually change the blood colour if we want to. We'll get that changed. We're in a nice, authentic Resident Evil experience. Borgie's in the chat. Thank you. Here we go. Without further ado, we're going to try and do both runs today. We're going to be constricted by time, so we'll see how it goes. So we're going to jump in. Jill Valentine. Almost like the Keeper's Diary. Oh, dude. Dude, let me tell you, it's the real deal, Alan. I'll answer that in just a second. But first, we're going to watch the intro. And this is one of the constraints of the DS port. It's like watching the Sega CD. I will just say that.
We're searching for the helicopter of our compatriots Bravo team.
Man, I haven't played this in a while. Obviously, it's censored.
Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people.
Victims were apparently eaten.
Bravo team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
Look, Chris.
It's fully subtitled as well. I don't think it was like that on the English version. Say on the PlayStation, for example. Amy, thank you. Gruff, Stephen, Robert, Nets. Benson's in the chat. Hope you're doing okay, my friend. Pleasure. Hey, Michelle, thank you.
Nobody was in it. But strangely, most of the equipment was still there. However, we soon discovered why.
Now, this guy, I don't know if you know, but this guy looks really familiar. This guy right here. I'm not sure why, but he looks very familiar.
Hey! Come here!
Hey, thank you, Han. I really appreciate that. Man, it's so weird. I'm so used to seeing the censored version. Let me see if I can turn this up. Is this loud enough for you guys? There you go. Turn up just a tad. Again, this is what's really cool about this, guys. This is running on a DS from like 2005. Insane. Not too bad, thank you, Benson. We are living the dream, my friend. Living the dream. Here we go, guys. Nothing gets you hyped like the Resident Evil cast intro, let me tell you. With Ward Sexton, Charlie fucking Kraslavsky. Oh, here we go, guys.
Chris Redfield.
Oh, it's censored as well.
Jill Valentine. Barry Burton. Rebecca Chambers. Albert
Oh, I hit my microphone. The boy. Thereupon, thank you.
Resident Evil.
Oh. And of course, Ward Sexton will make his return to survival horror in The Keeper's Diary, a biohazard story, let me tell you.
What is this?
Wow. What a mansion.
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Stop it. Don't open that door.
But Chris is...
What is it?
Maybe it's Chris. Now, Jill.
Shout out Pablo Kuntz.
I'm going with you.
I'm actually seeing Pablo in a
Chris is
couple of
our
weeks.
old partner, you know.
Okay, let me handle this. Stay alert.
Angelus, thank you. How are you? Great to have you in the chat. Here we go. Don't worry, Sume. We're going to be doing both scenarios today, so it's all good. Okay, here we are. As you can tell, if you've got this in full screen, the graphics have taken a little bit of a hit to make it work on the DS. I'm not going to say it looks fantastic because, quite frankly, it doesn't. We are just going to read off a couple of super chats and subscriptions here. So TGV Monster with the $2 super chat. Hi, Andy. Good to see you. Congrats. Thank you very much. It is really appreciated. As you can see, we've got a live counter that I have to refresh because Indiegogo doesn't have a feature where it live updates. So I'm going to have to refresh it. As you can see, we are 113% raised on the fan adaptation of The Keeper's Diary. Oh, excuse me, of our fan adaptation of Resident Evil, The Keeper's Diary, a biohazard story. I cannot believe with 9 days left that we are funded as we are. It's unbelievable. Thank you very much, TGV Monster. I'll give you regular updates as we're going. And again, guys, if you're just tuning in and you've got any questions about the Keeper's Diary, and it does not matter how uncomfortable it is, and you feel the need to know, absolutely ask me. I'm here to give you an informed look into the Keeper's Diary. At the end of the day, we're asking for a reasonable amount of money, and we want the most amount of trust out of you guys, that we know what we're doing. We've got the right people in the right places to make the role happen. So thank you very much, TGV Monster. Amy, welcome to the Rose Squad. A brand new member. Thank you. Hope you're doing okay. Appreciate you dropping by. Hubert, member for 3 months as part of the Row Squad Bravo team. Resident Evil DS is the best classic Resident Evil experience. Touching Chris's butt is a nice feature. We'll do that in a little while, I'm sure. Arab Pikachu with the $2 super chat began replaying this version at least 1 month ago. Thank you very much, guys. It is certainly appreciated. Let me catch up on the chat. The chat is blowing past, let me tell you. So, a few key features that's kind of cool about the DS version, and I'm going to try and articulate it as best I can because I appreciate I've only got one screen up here. So, if I press the... Oh, wrong button here. If I press the right trigger, I can actually swap the screens over so you guys can actually see what's going on here. It was... Yeah, top screen focus. So I'm going to swap the screen so you guys can see what's on the top screen. You get the... It's going to look a bit scrambled, but you get a full map. So that's kind of cool. And you get an ammo counter that you can just see. The screen's a little bit scrambled, but you'll get the idea. So the top screen is the map, and the bottom screen is the main gameplay, which I think is absolutely insane. It looks so fantastic. Let me just put this back to normal. This is what the item screen looks like, slightly revised, and it's completely touchable. So I don't know if you guys can see this, but I can touch this at my heart's content. It's going to be quite hard with this green screen, but I can touch it to my heart's content, which is always awesome. Yeah, me and Andrew are good, let me tell you. I'll go into detail on what happened last night because it was absolutely wild.
What?
Seth with the $1 super chat. Thank you very much. That's appreciated.
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues.
I'll be examining this. Oh, this is not Chris's blood. I will. Lovely. So aside from that, everything seems standard. Another really cool feature about DS port, because it's not on disc, you can skip door scenes at any time. That's really cool. But overall, so far, you're probably thinking, oh, it's same. And to be honest, it is same. But then it'll become patently obvious that this is drastically different from other ports of Resident Evil 1. Oh boy. We just had a big drop in the chat here. Netsever with the 5 gifts subscriptions to the Resident Evil in the chat. Thank you very much, Netsever. That's really, really appreciated. Welcome 5 new members to the Row team. Okay. The first zombie is here. Okay, so again, nothing out of the ordinary. A couple of quality of life features that have been included here, so you can actually reload on the go, as I'll demonstrate. Oh no, I haven't got any clips, have I? Let me pick up a clip and then I'll show you. Hey, Evil Hills member for 20 months at Row Squad Recruit. Super excited. Have they got a release date planned? So the current state of play is either Q4 of this year or Q1 of next year. We've got a definite shooting date in late October where we're going to literally do everything in one go. And then obviously we're going to spend the rest of the year editing. So that is the current state of play on the release date. But yeah, sorry, you've got tactical reload, which is always good. You don't have to go into the menu. You also got knife bound. So no longer do you need the knife in the item menu there. And what's good about that, you can play a lot more tactically. Like when you drop an enemy, you don't have to shoot them when they're on the floor. You can use the knife. Apologies. So, Tyler says magazine and he clip loads it. Apologies. I'm pretty sure in the PS1 version they call it clips. It wasn't because of my failed terminology at weaponry. Aiden, how are you? This is not a mod.
What is it?
Watch out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of this.
The boy. Love it.
is it?
Kenneth was killed too. Maybe by this creature. Anyway, let's report this to Wesker.
See, what was really interesting about, especially what happened last night, is I contacted a few friends. I said, listen, we got this Indiegogo for a fan film coming up. Obviously, if you're interested in donating, obviously no obligation or anything like that. And they were quite considerable donations. And all of a sudden, it just started to snowball. And I think there's a psychological thing behind that. It's human nature to not want to constantly put yourself in a risky place. And I think people started to see the snowball and was like, wow, this is actually going to get funded. This is actually going to happen. And I think that's what's happened, is people have finally gone, do you know what? This is going to go and I want to be part of it. For absolute clarity, we always had faith we were going to reach the goal. This is unprecedented. This has never happened before, but we always had faith we was going to meet it. But to get it 9 days early, we did not expect. We got the best part of about $14,000 or $15,000 yesterday. It just would not stop going, and it's still, as you can see, it's still continuing on. It's absolutely unbelievable. I had Andrew calling me. I was calling Andrew. We was calling JJ. It was just absolutely crazy. So again, thank you to everyone who supported our vision. We understand it's a lot of money, and we understand it's a lot to put on the table. There's a lot of personal reputation on the table, from obviously Residents of Evil, Biohazard Declassified, all the key players that are involved. We're all going all in on this to create what we believe is the most accurate fan adaptation of Resident Evil.
What is this all about? I can't figure it out at all.
Beats me too.
Now it's Wesker's time to disappear.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, it can't be helped. Let's search for him separately. I'll check the dining room again.
Okay, I'll try the door on the opposite side.
This
Thank you, Becky.
mansion is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay? And Jill, here's a lockpick. It might
2
be
seconds,
handy
guys.
if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Thanks. Maybe I'll need it.
Apologies.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall.
Well, this time I'll be there.
This time I'll be there.
I'll be there. So yes, you absolutely still can donate toward the project. As it stands right now, we are currently using the additional funds that we get to get next level equipment, next level lighting. Obviously, we had a reasonable budget inside of the existing Keeper's Diary, but this allows us to take that step further. As ever, unforeseen stuff will come up. You know, maybe the price of a previously procured item might have gone up that we may not necessarily account for. Obviously, stuff like if people refund, because naturally it's going to happen, people are going to refund on the project, or you're going to get chargebacks or something like that. Everything's accounted for, is what I'm trying to say. Let's have a look here. Is it Alkanov Zuluf? Member for 53 months. Thank you very much. So I'm curious about something. After the Keeper's Diary is complete, are future projects in the air, or is it just coming up with ideas? I'll answer that question in just a second, but we've just got a special feature here on the DS. Yes, that's right, first-person view, and you got to use your finger to fight them off. It's awesome. I'm not even joking. This port is so underrated, and if you do it no damage, you get a little bit of a treat, as you can see here. I like to compare Rebirth mode to, like, if you guys played arranged mode on the PlayStation 1. It's kind of different. So as you can see in here, you can hear two. Go in here. Here we go. There's two zombies. Oh, you can now headshot with the pistol. That's another feature. And you've still got your fella laying on the floor here, but you can actually just knife him. Oh, he took a few swings. You'll notice as well, they've completely redone the models for Jill, Chris, zombies. They look substantially different, I would suggest, than the original PlayStation. We did get a... Where was it here? Arrow Pikachu with a member for the second month in the row to Roll Squad Alpha Team. Love that. Fun Cat, Domestic Cat is 95% Tiger. Thank you very much. Always appreciate your support, Arrow Pikachu. Brett Sinclair joining Row Squad Recruit. That's appreciated. Welcome to the Residents of Evil. We hope you're going to have a good time. Oh. So this is interesting. Again, dog models are different. You can use your knife. I think it actually takes the sting out of it a little bit. There we go. Oh, sorry, Khalid. Yes, we're using a modified Wii U. We're using the native... Well, it's not really native. That's a bit of an oxymoron. But it's the DS emulator that's built into the Wii U. Really special stuff. You're not going to see another stream like this. I have lost... I do apologise. I've completely lost my train of thought with what we was talking about previously. Let me just scroll up the chat. Give me a mere moment of your time. Yeah, oh, that was it. So it's projects that we're going to move on to past this. So we've got award-winning cinematographers involved. We've got all the key pillars in the community involved with this project. At the moment, our key kind of thing is to get this one out of the way. We want to get this project out of the way, and then, you know, we want to prove what we're worth to you guys. We want to prove what we're worth to each other. Then we're going to move forward with potentially other projects. But the absolute, we're not even thinking about that at the moment. Our absolute train of thought, our trajectory, is to get the Keeper's Diary finished. Yeah, the knife animation is different. This is like director's cut, as you can see. Yeah, the knife quick swap is awesome. I don't think there's anything else to note. This is pretty much the same as it was. I wouldn't normally do this. I'll go a lot quicker, but I just want to show you guys everything because it is unique. Yes, you can. You can tap her front as well. So if you leave it for a certain amount of time, so as you can see here, we're going to leave her. Actually, I'll tell you what, it's a closer camera just out here, I think. So if we go over here, there we go. So we leave her for a moment. It's so unnecessary. But when she starts to get into her like waiting animation, you just literally press on Jill. Why does this exist? Celeste, thank you. And it's the same on the back. It's the most unnecessary addition to this port. I have no words. So again, this is very much director's cut with the 3 zombies in this room. It does happen with Chris, yes. I'm actually going to shut this door. Give me a moment. It's getting a bit loud outside. There we go. Yeah, so Chris actually does the same thing. oh, shit, I put the shotgun down. My bad. How do you think Rookie Cop Leon would have done in a mansion? That man would have been eaten instantly. I mean, look at the state of the Bravo team. They got absolutely destroyed. Yeah. Blood Red Pearl, we will be playing, hopefully, Chris Redfield a bit later. We're going to be joined by the rest of the Row team as well. In some capacity. I'm going to get them up on Discord and they can give you their thoughts about the Keeper's Diary and all that fun stuff.
Hey, what's going on?
Jill? Is that you, Jill? What happened?
Barry, help me, please.
Help me, please!
Stay away from the door, Jill. I'm gonna kick this door down. Hurry! This way!
Yeah, we're going all night. I mean, we're probably going to finish maybe 2 or 3 my time.
Oh, Barry!
That was too close. You were
Sorry,
almost
Alan.
a
I've
chip
seen your question about
sandwich.
5 times
You're
now.
right.
I will answer in just a
Barry,
second.
thanks for saving my life.
Yeah, yeah.
But Barry, didn't you say
Oh,
you
it's
were
too
going
early,
back
my
to the
bad.
dining room to do some research?
Yeah, yeah.
Why on earth are you here?
I just had something I wanted to check. Now, let's get back to searching for the lost captain and Chris, shall we?
Yeah, thank you, Alan. And again, guys,
Thank you,
if I
Barry.
don't answer your question... yeah, yeah. If I don't answer your question, feel free to put it back in. The chat is going super, super quick. So yeah, I'm more than happy to answer it as long as it's not, like, too close to the mark. But, I mean, you don't know where the mark is until you ask it. So, no dramas at all. So, Alan says, what will we be doing with the remaining funds? Well, as it stands now, I did mention it earlier. Obviously, we need to account for stuff like Indiegogo's fee, chargebacks, refunds. Oh, shit. Oh, press the wrong button. Oh, no. It froze my controller for a second. Yeah, we need to account for chargebacks, that sort of thing. But ultimately, what we want to do, there was many different types of equipment that we wanted to utilise, which we had to trim out of the existing budget. It would have still been exceptional. Oh, shit. It would have still been exceptional, but now with the additional budget, we can make it happen. Ultimately, at this stage, we're just looking to deliver on our vision. There we go. Oh. Oh, that was close. I feel like it runs at 60 FPS as well. It's very, like, smooth. But it could be me. It could be me. Yeah. Cameras, well, cameras not necessarily, but the lenses, the lighting, the set design. We might actually be able to, even though what Andrew has produced is absolutely fantastic and will be fantastic, we might be able to approach, depending on what their budget is, we might be able to approach a professional set designer and stuff like that. So we can just, we've got a core vision and we will deliver that vision. But any additional funds thereafter, we can use to perfect and polish this vision beyond what our original budget could have. That's generally how it is. Any update on Arclay, your fan film? So Arclay was made by Sean Liebert. I believe that was kind of a one-off. I don't think that's intended on going any further. The Keeper's Diary series is on hold as far as I'm concerned, if I remember correctly. Oh! Whoa, he's a quick boy. Ah, there you go. You got to find a way to get it to Blu-ray. I mean, in an ideal world, Justin, absolutely. But what we'll how to phrase that? Obviously, it goes without saying, the elephant in the room. Capcom has been in touch with us. They have requested information from us, and we went back to them. I did a big post about a week ago now. About a week ago. And the outcome of that was I went back to them. It's not for profit. We're doing this. It's a pure passion project. Nobody involved is personally going to be commercially benefiting from it. It's purely a passion project. We're crowdfunding it. All of the funds that are made are going to be reinvested back into production. In addition, what I've also said to them, we're going to provide our audited accounts for the project. We're going to be providing receipts, everything. So at the end of the day, like, no matter what we think of the adaptations of Resident Evil, we don't own the license to Capcom. So we do have to be very particular on how we manage certain aspects if we want to create a fan film. And one of those constraints is you're not allowed to make money, which is absolutely right. You have to protect the IP 100%. And I feel like if we did a Blu-ray, we might be starting to tread back onto that for-profit side of the for-profit side of the business, which is not what we want to do. This is purely a passion project. It's something we want to. We want to suitably demonstrate that fans can create an adaptation that all of us want to see. Do you happen to know which insurance group is covering for production? Question from Sister Ray. Thank you very much, Sister Ray. Well, currently we're tendering for it. We're getting. It's one of these. We've got quotes from like 100 different insurance companies. And it's all about selecting the right one. I mean, some of them are really cheap, but they don't allow for everything we need. And some of them are like stupid expensive. And it's like, we're getting out of the context of a short film, you know. And that has been, brutally honest, behind the scenes, that has been the hardest thing to do, is creating a short film with real industry personnel, because they have their rates, which they're absolutely entitled to have, but it falls out the constraints of what a short film is. I mean, you know, we were getting quotes for CGI, for somebody to do some CGI, and it was like $30,000. You know, we need to, in an ideal world, yes, it'd be lovely to have $30,000 to make a for just the CG, but we still need to adequately fund it, and it's just not possible. So this is another unique feature about the DS version. It's got these chests in all of the safe rooms. It's a little puzzle. You just got to match the circles to the outside rings, as you can see. So if we do, actually, is that the right way around? We want to do this, don't we? Yeah, it's a very simple puzzle. It gets more complex as you go on. You've got to match the inside circle to the outside ring, and if you do that adequately, you'll get this naughty thing. It's like different items. It could be herbs, it could be ammo, that sort of thing. It's really cool. I'm going to go through the super chats here because we have just had a bunch come in. Appreciate that. Let me scroll down. God, Lil Han, member for 16 months, Rose Grove Recruit. Thank you. Congrats, Andy, on reaching the goal. That's appreciated. Honestly, guys, we expected to beat the goal by the skin of our teeth. Because again, you got to appreciate, guys, this has never been attempted before. Like, we have raised more money, and I've mentioned this on streams before, we've raised more money with our short film than any other Resident Evil short film combined. This is unprecedented. Every step we take now is unprecedented. Unsoiled territory. So we are currently trend setting. That is why it's so hard to gauge. We've got no data to go off. It's hard to gauge the market, if it's even possible to crowdfund a film. You know, $40,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and people want to see us perform to that. But it's never been attempted before. That's why it's so difficult. So that's why we didn't expect it to just like snowball and then beat it within 9 days. So yeah, huge shout out to everyone who's made that possible. Honestly, your faith in us to get this over the line speaks more than you will ever know. Let me tell you. But thank you very much for that. Brett Sinclair, EX2 Plus with the £2 super chat. God save the king. Lots of love to Ro. Thank you very much. Ara Pikachu with the $5 super chat. Anyone watch Dragon Ball Z will know the Red Ribbon Army manufactured bioorganic weapons way before Umbrella. I'm actually a Dragon Ball Z fan, but I'm sure somebody else will be able to verify. Thank you very much. Arab Pikachu. Hills of Silence with the 11-month Row Squad Bravo team. Hey everyone, hope you're doing good today. 11 months, wow, that time flew by. Man, time flies when you are having fun. And that's what we do here at the Residents of Evil. And Brett Sinclair with another £1 super chat. Thank you very much. Joshy Boy coming in with his first ever super chat. Hello, Andy, mate. Congratulations on reaching the goal. Thank you very much for that $1.99 super chat. It means a lot. Hope you're doing okay. Vicky, thank you. Hope you're doing okay. I'm just going to run through the chat here. It's not so much filming permits. Filming permits ain't a problem. It's yeah. There's a lot that goes into it, and I like to set people's expectations that a $40,000 budget for a short film is actually not that much. And obviously, I don't want it to appear like I'm ungrateful or not. Absolutely not. We have got a project. We've got a game plan. We've got a budget, and that is our budget. End of story. We've asked for it. You guys have delivered, and we're going to deliver. But $40,000 is not a lot in the grand scheme of things. So we have had to be frugal with requirements to make it possible. It's a multinational shoot. There's going to be people coming in from all over the place. Those sorts of things cost money. So all in good time, I'm sure. Matt Sutherland joining the row team for the very first time, Row Squad recruit. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing okay. Again, guys, sorry, I went on an absolute tangent now. I can only apologise. If you guys have got any questions, feel free to get involved with the chat. Feel free to re-ask them, and I'll try my best to answer it to the best of my abilities. Oh, no! Oh! Oh, my word. A backer is somebody who funds the Keeper's Dark, funds a crowdfunding page. So whether that be $8 or $5,000. Yeah, one man with a plan, sister. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let's go, Vicky. Love that. Yeah, agreed. And you know, I've shot short films, and you know, we've had zero budgets, but we've got industry professionals working on this. This isn't. I cannot stress this enough, guys. This isn't me and my friends making you a film. This really isn't. This is like time-served industry professionals, award-winning cinematographers. Andrew Sorlo, who is a fantastic director. He's got a fantastic job where he does this day in, day out. Luke Nuji, RE Challenger, again, works for the UFC, has worked for FIFA, has worked for loads and loads of different clients. He is the real deal time-served cinematographer. That's the real difference here. We're not it's not just me and my friends with an iPhone 10 or whatever, you know, on cinematic mode making you a film. This is going to be the best adaptation, in my opinion, and I'm going to be biased. It's going to be the best adaptation of Resident Evil that is going to be on film. Obviously, it's a fan adaptation. We don't own the rights to Resident Evil, of course. I thought it'd be a YouTube video or something, but a film. Yeah, so it's a short film. So it's going to be about 15 minutes in length, and it's going to air free of charge on the Residents of Evil. Here's something else that's cool, guys, about this port. I'm going to try and show it again to the best of my abilities. Let me go. Can I swap the screens around? Oh, here you go. Look. So I've swapped the screens around, as you can see here. Oh, it's not actually that well done. But top right-hand corner, I'm going to reset the screens in a minute. So when you're on caution, your screen flashes the colour, or whatever condition you are. So danger would be red. And as you can see, I'm starting to build the map around. It's a really, really good tool. I think it's the best way, the best presentation of Resident Evil 1, like, by far. Let me flip this around. Context-wise, we understand it's hard to multitask playing a game while reading the chat, which is not easy, which is why I'm not a live streamer. This is why we do what we do. All I ask is people are a little bit patient. Patient with us, because I want to absolutely facilitate everyone's questions. Everybody's feedback is valuable. What we're attempting has never been done before, so feedback is what is going to get us through this.
Barry!
It's Friday feeling. Let's go.
What's going on? Any clues?
No, but something's wrong with this house.
It certainly has, Deli, let me tell you.
Whoa. This hall is dangerous.
But your part's done. If you've donated to the project, your part is done. It's now up to us to take down Umbrella. You're right. You can skip cutscenes as well. What did Capcom say after you explained everything? Again, it is worth noting, I've made this explicitly clear, Capcom have not given us an endorsement to do this film. They don't approve of the film. This is an independent fan project. I want to make that abundantly clear. Like it's a Black Ridge Media Productions project, which is Andrew's studio, and Ro's going to be the distributor for the product. So it's not an official adaptation. Capcom have not given us any endorsements, but what they have done is they've said they understand that we're not violating their IP, and they are not going to stop us from producing the Keeper's Diary of Biohazard story. So for absolute clarity, it's not an endorsement. They're just saying they're not going to get in our way, which I think is more than what they really should be doing. If they was more difficult, like other publishers and developers, then, and at the end of the day, they are in their right to do it. But they, as it stands right now, they don't have a problem with it, and they are not going to halt production. But let me tell you guys, that was, you know, I've been doing, obviously Residents of Evil, I've been doing this 5 years. I've been doing my things with Biohazard for many, many years. I always wanted to hear from Capcom. I just didn't want to hear from them in that capacity at that time, as you can appreciate. We don't have any concerns about copyrights by Capcom. Again, they've reached out to us. They reached out to us last week. I went back to them and I expressly told them that it is a fan film. There's no profits to be made. It's purely crowdfunded, and all the profits are going to be sinking into production. No money's going to be made on the IP, so therefore no damages can be undertaken to the Resident Evil IP. And they were on board with that so far as is reasonable. So long and the short of it, as long as we don't mess around, which we have no intention of doing, there's a lot of reputation on the line here. Obviously from Residents of Evil, Biohazard Classified, Let's Talk Resident Evil and all that. There's a lot on the line. Last thing we want to do is even think of jeopardising that, let me tell you. Dethip, thank you very much. Appreciate you. I just realised, yeah, Forest. That come from the director's cut. Whoa, what the hell? Oh! Oh my god, did you just see that? That was insane. Oh no! I need to get some health. Hang on. I was going to use my... Well, I've got to be careful here. Alright, I've caught him. And I suppose from Capcom's point of view, where they have kind of said we're not going to stand in their way, and again, I'm not Capcom, I'm not claiming to be Capcom, but I think it would be, if we were being fair and reasonable people, which I hope they are, and I know they've been fair and reasonable with us so far, they have absolutely no reason to be as fair and reasonable as they have. If they turn around and say, if we're looking at this pragmatically, if they turn around and say, right, we're going to shut your project down, after kind of saying we're not going to step in front of it, and but we're still doing it to the agreement that we've got, the precedent that we've set, I think it'd be bad optics on their part. I don't think that would be a good idea. Oh, let's go. As you can tell, a lot of these rooms are completely remixed. Oh no! Oh, that's right. He's a vomit. He's a vomit boy. Oh man, it's so satisfying getting a headshot. Should we reload the crowdfunding campaign to see if we got any more donos? We're at 538 backers. Let's have a look. 538. Oh, this is scary. Oh, we got another like 3. That's fantastic. Thank you very much, guys. I'm not going to dox anyone or anything like that. Do not worry. But thank you very much for your contributions. 113% is mental. Thank you all. And again, the point of this stream is not necessarily like, we're not a charity. Like, I don't want you to feel like we're pushing people to donate. What I want you to do, guys, I want you to read that campaign. I want you to feel how I felt when I wrote that campaign. Have the faith that we are the people for the job, and then donate. Of course, review the fantastic perks that Charlie Kraslavsky has worked with us to put together. Cannot thank Charlie more for all of his efforts on that. Oh, slightly different again. Carried over from the arrange mode. Oh. Oh, so ignore him. Arab Pikachu with a $2 super chat. Imagine Biohazard 1 remake with Arabic subtitles. Mashallah, brother. Thank you. OG Chris is playing the keeper is gold, and kind of ironic in a way, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a unique setup personally. Corgi Whisker, congrats on getting your goals met on movie. I have goals too, but they are limited to catching a ball in fetch and going on walks in the afternoon. Listen, you got to appreciate the small wins where you can. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Well, I'm actually going to use some health because I'm on caution. Sorry, my bloody phone is going crazy. Give me a mere moment of your time. Hi Andy, what is harder, RE3 on Inferno, RE4 remake on Professional, or RE Village on Village of Shadows? I don't think Inferno mode is that difficult. I just think it's the end boss. The end boss is brutal. Oh, hang on, I forgot to open the box. Oh! Aye! Less of that, come on. What I want to know from you guys, though, obviously you guys are asking me a lot of questions. What I want to know from you today is, what do you think of the DS port so far? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Let us know. But if you do like it, make sure you smash that like button. It does absolute wonders in the YouTube algorithm if we absolutely smash that. Beggy, can you let us know what the likes were on at the moment? Because it doesn't actually say on my side, so I'd appreciate if you could drop that in, and then maybe we can set a little impromptu goal. How about that? 366. Okay, 500 likes. Let's go. Our first goal of the day is, out of the many goals that we've apparently had this week, our first goal of the day is 500 likes. Can we get to 500 likes? There's 300 people in this chat. If everybody liked the stream, we've already beaten the goal. Okay, so this is one of those puzzles again, so let's see if we can figure this out. No. I think we've got that. Nah. Oh no, we're one out. I need to get that one. Oh yeah, here you go. Oh no, I've done it again. I need to get this fella over there. Let's see if we can figure this out. Is that colour's not right, is it? Hang on. Hang on. How about 2236 likes? Maybe. Wouldn't that be nice? Man, this is hard with your nail. I need a stylus. Let's try this. Hang on, what if I do... Hang on, that. Oh, yeah, buddy. Oh, I am a genius. Let's go. Arrow with the 29-month Rose Squad recruit. Let's go. Congratulations on the Keeper's Diary. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for Thank you for jumping back in, entering the survival horror with the Residents of Evil again. Thank you. Right. We did it, guys. It's a unique port. It's a very unique port. Let me just catch up in the chat. What about the Keeper's Diary itself? The whole text is part of their IP, is it not? Not trying to be negative. No, I mean, I did say to you guys, you can absolutely ask uncomfortable questions. But it's their IP, but you know how these things when it comes to monetizing something. Well, Endure and Survive, we are not monetizing it, for absolute clarity. We're not monetizing it. So it's not for, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not for profit. It's going to be released free of charge. So it'll be free at the point of delivery. So that is, I think that has been the decider as why as Capcom to date, obviously I can't speak for the future, but to date have basically just said we're not going to halt production. Is that we haven't made it for profit. Oh, accidentally tabbed out of that. Thank you, Talonite. Appreciate that. Roadhouse, let's go. Thank you. There's a fella here. Hey, thank you, Rob. I appreciate your kind words. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dogs in the Matrix. Yeah, exactly, McBrew. And not being funny, we wouldn't be that naive to think if we made a movie for profit that Capcom wouldn't come after us with an iron fist. Because, again, we don't own Resident Evil, so you've got to be fair. Oh, should we go and see the Keeper? This area looks familiar. Fever gone, but itchy. This room looks kind of, I don't know about you guys, this room kind of looks Now, Amy. Now. Oh, there's Charlie Kraslavsky. Oh, F in the chat. I want to see those Fs in the chat for Charlie Kraslavsky. Here we go. The document that has literally changed the lives of me, Andrew Thorlow, Nuji, and JJ. Oh my word, let me tell you. What seemed like an absolute pipe dream. What seemed like, wouldn't it be cool if we all came together and made a Resident Evil fan adaptation? What seemed a pie in the sky theory has come to life, as you see now in front of me right here. The Keeper's Diary has been funded in full. Unbelievable. All because of this little document in Resident Evil. You guys know what it is. If you want to, I'll tell you what, if you want to see a better version of this, tune in quarter four of 2023, quarter one of 2024, and we'll get you it in video form. How about that? Fan adaptation, of course. Hey, Andrew, how are you? Well done, Andy. I'm so excited for the movie. You might have answered this before, but what are your thoughts on the Arkley short, which was supposedly a pilot for a Netflix series? So that was made by Sean Liebert, excuse me. And exceptional stuff. And I think that if Resident Evil was going to flourish as a series, it needs to be something like that. I've always said, this is why I think Carrie a Raccoon City story is so intriguing. It's because it's in the Resident Evil, let's call it the Resiverse. It's in that Resiverse, but it kind of is following some of the original, but it kind of interweaves with some of the key characters and locations from Resident Evil. That's how I think Resident Evil works as a series. And I feel like that was maybe what Paul Anderson was trying to go for with Alice. He wanted an original character to kind of weave between Resident Evil other characters and locations and storylines, and it just didn't work. In the Hood, this is live, yes. The female detective is our main female detective character. She is in the trailer. Which is always nice. Let's go, Kagon. Just popping in to show my support for Ro. Let's go. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And again, guys, thank you so much all for joining us today. We're over 300 viewers today. I'm very grateful. Huge shout out to JJ. He's currently in Germany right now, experiencing the fruits of Gamescom. And he has put me in charge of you guys today. We're going to be talking all about the Keeper's Diary, which I'm a producer on. I wrote the campaign. I worked with Andrew on the budget to come to a real robust, realistic budget that we could crowdfund. And obviously the proof is in the pudding because you guys liked it so much, you actually got it over the edge for us. So thank you very much all. Thank you, Mega Jetty One. I appreciate that. Corey is not, no. This is not the Seamless Edition. No, this is the Deadly Silence Edition. Let's play some Moonlight Sonata. How about that? I suppose we could. I think we can use Moonlight Sonata because it is in the public domain. Exactly, Andrew. How many times, guys? We got to have a frank conversation. How many times have we heard, oh, the Resident Evil films aren't fantastic. Yes, they make a bunch of money, but they're not what we want in a Resident Evil. We want an authentic live-action adaptation of Resident Evil. And the amount of times, as a fellow Resident Evil content creator, and obviously part of the Residents of Evil, the amount of times I hear, I wish somebody out there would just make a Resident Evil live-action media that really knows what they're talking about, that really ultimately really understands Resident Evil. What do I mean by that? What I mean, guys, let me tell you. Sorry, I'm getting too excited here. Let me pull that up a bit. What I mean by that is Resident Evil has things, and I can't explain it, but it has things that make it Resident Evil. And let me give you an understanding of what that is. The eye. Resident Evil is the eye. The music. Resident Evil is the music. The door scenes. The atmosphere. The cutscene, the camera angles, the cutscenes. The Arkley Mansion is not just a location, it's a character. It's a character in itself. It's not knowing what's around at every corner. It's being petrified of hearing a zombie in the distance, hearing the atmospheric music, the thunderstorms. That's what Resident Evil is. And that, my friends, is what is fundamentally missing from the current official live action adaptation. I really believe that is the case. They fundamentally do not understand what Resident Evil is, and I'll take that a step further. Let's compare. And again, I appreciate we're making a fan adaptation. We're not making an official product, but let's take the first Resident Evil film, right? So there was a scene where, you know, where the laser room chops all the people up, and then they come back and all of the bodies have disappeared. Now, that was meant to be a reference to Resident Evil 1 and 2, where you leave a room, come back in, and the enemies have disappeared. That is not Resident Evil. That is not what makes Resident Evil. That's just a hardware limitation. And Paul W.S. Anderson said that was a legitimate Resident Evil reference. How was that a Resident Evil reference? You tell me how that was a Resident Evil reference. I'll tell you what's a Resident Evil reference. The eyes, the doors, the atmospheric music, the Arkley Mansion. That's Resident Evil, man. 100%. Sorry, I'm pumped about this because... Oh, I'm pumped about this because I've forgotten the emblem. Give me a second. The save room music. Being at peace. Getting into that save room and identifying that is a safe space just by the soundtrack. And the thing is, when you've got esteemed creators like JJ, and of course we're going to have an extended amount of support from the rest of the Residents of Evil team, of course, and I'm indebted to everybody in advance because I know the efforts that is going to go into it. You know, esteemed creators, long-time creators. Nuji has been creating Resident Evil content for over 18 years. This man was recording his television with his mini DV camera, because that's what Resident Evil means to him. So if anybody knows what Resident Evil is, it's us. Oh man. The movie will be launching free of charge, Angelus, on the Residents of Evil. There won't be... Obviously, we have to manage constraints and manage expectations. You know, we're dealing with Capcom, we're dealing with you guys. We're just releasing it free of charge as it stands right now on the Residents of Evil. Thank you. John, thank you. How are you? Hope you're doing okay. Is that Spoopy Darkalade? No way. Dropping a 1-month gift subscription in the chat. Thank you very much. Always appreciated. Sinker Susan, new member here at the Residents of Evil, dropping in with a Row Squad recruit. That's really appreciated. I appreciate that. Yes, I agree. I agree, Amy. It was meant to be a B film. A B-movie film. Did you get that vibe from Resident Evil by Paul W.S. Anderson? Did you get the vibe that Paul W.S. Anderson... Let's look at Resident Evil Afterlife. Let's look at Resident Evil Extinction. Let's look at Resident Evil Apocalypse. Did you get the B-movie vibe from that? Because I certainly didn't. I got a big budget vibe from that, let me tell you. Listen, a Blood Red Pearl, any Resident Evil that has Wesker being killed by a door is not a Resident Evil film. It's not even something I want to explore in Resident Evil. How long would the movie be? I was trying to find that info, but it seems it is nowhere. It's very, very clear in our campaign. It's going to be a short film, so it's going to be 15 minutes long. If you want to understand exactly, this is a true beauty of how this is set up. Is everything in that campaign is by design. It's meant to tell a story. And there's a video, if you scroll down the campaign, there is a video called Concept Animatic, which details exactly what we intend to include in the Keeper's Diary. It's almost like a visual storyboard. It shows the entirety of the film. You guys know exactly what you're getting yourself into when you support the Keeper's Diary. There should be no ambiguity. That is what we're doing, but we're just obviously going to translate it to a live action form. The small blue item box is a puzzle box, so it's exclusive to the DS port, and you open it up and you do a little puzzle and it gives you some free items. Let me go and pop this in. Well, this is pie in the sky. This is my... Oh, fuck. Oh, no! I got bitten. I have to use my finger here, as you can see. Damn. The concept looks outstanding, Andy. I can't wait. When do you think Andrew start filming? Well, this is the true beauty. This isn't a concept. This wasn't something like notes on the back of a cigarette packet. Like, this is happening. We already had dates planned for filming. We just needed the funding. We're going to be shooting the last week of October. What's the plan forward now before the shooting? I don't remember. You said a lot of work was done and donations remained. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to let the campaign play out. And obviously we're going to, once all of the net deductions have been taken off, the refunds, the chargebacks, Indiegogo's fee, obviously we'll see what we're left with, and then, you know, on to procuring everything we need, booking the tickets, getting the accommodation sorted, booking absolutely everything that we need to create the Keeper's Diary. Caesar, thank you very much. That's appreciated. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good, MJ1 Media. I think it's the best port, honestly. Well, I think classic Rebirth probably beats it now, but this is the best, most... Do you know what? I would compare this to, like... I would compare this to the N64 version of Resident Evil 2. Where it's like, it's not the best port, but it's like the most obscure and most like neat port, I guess. Yeah, the shooting will take place in Michigan. We have the facilities in place. The location is all good to go. Facilities are all there to go. Everything's groovy, let me tell you. Did you get scared when Capcom reached out? I think I would be lying if I didn't say I was a little bit concerned, because obviously a lot's at stake. But I was happy that they reached out then, because it at least allowed us to prepare our case. It allowed us to continue crowdfunding, and if we were told no, we could quite easily just go, listen guys, the game's up, this has happened, Capcom's been in touch, they are not budging. But we laid out our case as best we could. We've got, not being funny guys, we've got a very clear indicator, very clear disclaimer on the website that says we are not Capcom, we are not purporting to be Capcom, we are creating a Resident Evil fan film out of the passion of our heart, and our extended communities, and it's being crowdfunded. So that's the full extent. But yeah, I mean, scared is probably the wrong term. I was very, very concerned, because I'm trying to lead a campaign of honesty and integrity, and appreciate that we are asking for a reasonable amount of funds, and we know that it's not cheap, so I want to set everybody's expectations. Oh, let's go, first time. Matthew Hendricks coming in with the Rose Squad Bravo for 12 months. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your support today. Thank you for joining us. On Friday, playing some Resident Evil Deadly Silence. Fantastic. Exactly, Blood Red Pearl. That's the vibe I had. Angelus, sorry, you did answer. I'm sure I answered your question, but I'm more than happy to answer it again. Are the backers getting a DVD, Blu-ray, physical version of the movie, or is it just digital? We are just going to release the film on the Residents of Evil free of charge. That's the full extent of it. We can't make physical media for it because, again, we're blurring the lines between non-profit and for-profit. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into that. We've got a really good relationship at the moment, and I don't want to do anything to even nudge it out of place or bend someone out of shape, because obviously it goes without saying, you know, the cards, we don't have all the best cards right now. You know, Resident Evil is an IP that is owned by somebody else. We know this. And we are creating a fan adaptation, not-for-profit, independent fan film. And we do not at any point want to conflate that with we are selling a Resident Evil product, because we're not selling a product. We are doing a not-for-profit production of a fan interpretation of a note found in the first Resident Evil. I know that's a lot to take in, and there's a lot of legal jargon that I'm obviously like sidestepping through. But I just don't want to get people confused. I don't want people to conflate us with Capcom, because we're not. We are extremely ambitious people who believe we have the right formula to create a fan adaptation, and maybe down the line we create this film, you guys love it, the production went brilliantly, we put the film up, as I said, you guys are like, man, this is hype, and maybe Capcom see that and go, wow, like, we've literally got a perfect data pool here. We have people who backed it monetarily, we have an original Resident Evil story that is like Resident Evil. I think maybe we need to start going down the venture of not trying to make things in the Resident Evil universe but not Resident Evil, but actually making it a faithful adaptation. Maybe we can be the change in the world. So many things can spawn out of this, whether it's we continue to do our thing or we push the envelope to make others do our thing. I hope that answers your question. Thunder's production with the $5 Canadian. Congrats, guys. I cannot wait for the movie. Cheers. Appreciate you. Rule Time's in the chat. Thank you very much. Beggy Beg, oh, excuse me. Resident Evil Challengers in the chat. Let's go. Appreciate you dropping by, my friend. We will be going... I forgot to say, Luke, we're going to be having everybody in here later. You're more than welcome to join the Discord to talk about your experiences with the Keeper's Diary so far. Obviously, you're going to be the man. You're going to be the man with the lenses. So your opinion is as invaluable as everyone's. Andrew Grieve coming in with the £50 super chat. Let's go, Andrew. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. A disc version would be cool, Angelus. I would love to be able to tell you, yes, here's a disc version of it, but I do not want to risk any form of litigation from our good friends at Capcom. Can I mention, if not the Keeper's Diary, which other document would you have chosen as the cinematic project? I think the thing about the Keeper's Diary is that it is such... Oh, I don't know why I picked a broken shotgun up. I'm playing on autopilot, sorry. The thing about the Keeper's Diary is it is so interesting. It tells a very heartfelt story of a man succumbing to a virus, and he is petrified. And he doesn't want to succumb to it, but he does. Oh, oh, oh. Right, let me do this. Are you going to do a remake stream soon? I think JJ and Corey have been doing remake streams. I had to do the knife only for the platinum trophy. It was actually a lot easier than I thought. How are we doing for likes, Jesse? Can you give us a cheeky update if you wouldn't mind? Just while we're sorting this out. Herman Turrington with the gifting a 1-month gift subscription to Residents of Evil in the chat. Thank you very much, Herman. Welcome to the survival horror, my friend. And yeah, thank you for contributing kindly in the chat. 461 guys, come on. 51 away. Let's make it happen. No, we're 41 away. God, my math's terrible. No, we're not. It's 39 away. Jesus, what am I on today? I apologise. Thank you very much. Let's see if we can get to 500 today. I'd love to get to 500 likes. Arrow Pikachu with the $2 super chat. Adam Benford is my favourite president. Benford 2012. What are you trying to say, Nuji? What are you trying to say? Oh, I've got to do this. I've got to show you this, guys. Right, so we're going to go see Richard. Let me see if I've seen him in enough time. This is really cool if we can do it, because this works perfectly. I'm going to get back to your question in a minute, Nuji, or your statement you put in the chat there, you naughty boy. Right, so if we go in here and unlock this door. Please be alive. Yes!
Richard, what happened?
There's no serum in this game. You do not get the serum. His breathing has stopped. We got to give this man mouth to mouth is what we got to do. Unbelievable. And the best part about playing this on the Wii U using the DS emulator is the microphone has full support. So we're going to give Richard mouth to mouth on stream. First time ever for Residents of Evil. Stay with me, Richard. Oh, wrong one. Come on, Richard. Oh, no!
Oh, no.
I blew his lungs out. Stay with me. Come on. Yeah! Let's go. Drop a like in the chat for that. I bet you've never seen that before.
Jill, this house is dangerous. There are terrible demons. Ouch!
You're wounded. What kind of demon attacked you?
It was a huge snake, and also poisonous.
I feel like this is redubbed.
Jill, here's my radio. You should keep it. Set the dining room clock to 8:12.
No! Richard!
Jill, be careful.
Set the dining room clock to 8:12. What the hell? No dramas. Again, this is one of the unique... This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think the DS port is the best port of the game, but it's by far the most, like, weirdest, like, most interesting port. So we gotta set the dining room clock to 8:12. Should we do... I'll tell you what we haven't done in a little while, guys. We're going to do a cheeky reset of the Kickstarter. Give me a second. Kickstarter, excuse me. Indiegogo. We're at 541. Let's see if we got any more donations whilst we've been streaming. 542. We got one. Let's go. Thank you very much for your support. What do you make of the Crimson Heads as enemies? I think they're a... The problem is, Nuji, is... I think they're the perfect evolution in Resident Evil zombies. But the problem is they're completely non-canonical. Because Resident Evil 0 didn't have them. Even the modern Resident Evil games didn't have them. So it's like, really cool concepts. They just did not carry it through to, like, any other lore, which is a real shame. Which is a real shame. I wish they would have done something more. Again, guys, if you're just tuning in, Andy here from the Residents of Evil. We're playing some Resident Evil Deadly Silence DS, which is a port of Resident Evil 1 for the DS. It's got some very unique features. We're having a boatload of fun in the chat. If you're enjoying the stream so far, make sure you smash that like button. That'd be appreciated. Oh, and by the way, we got fully funded on our Keeper's Diary fan film. It's Resident Evil inspired fan film. And we've got like a stupid amount of days to go. I cannot believe we are at this position. We expected to beat it. We always expected to beat it because we're ambitious men. We just didn't expect it to snowball like it did. I mean, it really went, and it's still going right now. So I'm so happy everybody's got so much faith in us to make this happen, because that's what we're going to do. Will the Residents of Evil guys be in the movie itself? To be honest, guys, again, we're times like the people involved with the project. Me, Nuji, Andrew, we're all time served media people. So I've always, from the earliest university lectures, I was always told you can only be one. You can either be in front of the camera or you be behind the camera. And I think if we're going to produce something that special, that authentic, we do not want to risk. We don't want to risk not ruining it. I think that's a strong term. We don't want to risk diluting it with something that doesn't need to be in there. Obviously, you know, if we need an extra or something, I'm not going to take that off the table. But it will have to be subtle if it is, because again, we want to create an authentic adaptation that almost transcends the Residents of Evil. It stands on its own 2 feet as the Keeper's Diary, a biohazard story. Yeah, trust me. You ain't wrong, Nuji, let me tell you. And by the way, I don't need to be good with my fingers when I'm good at XL, let me tell you. Yeah, I think you might be right, Punisher Go. 9 likes to go. Let's make it happen, guys. Come on. I think Jesse said he was going to gift a subscription, if I'm not mistaken. So, come on. Let's make it happen. 500 likes. We're nearly there. Okay, right. So, let's see how we're getting on. Right, let's drop a cheeky save here. Oh, I suppose I could just pick them up and not actually use them. Yeah, let's go. Thank you very much for that. That's appreciated. Daniel coming in with the £2. That's appreciated. This should be released for the Switch with 2 and 3. We've been saying it for years. A classic collection. I feel like we might be on the cusp of... getting there, though. Like, we're getting the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection or whatever it's called. Maybe the next step is a Classics Collection for Resident Evil. I'd love to see that. Yeah. 100% Angelus. We just want to... We've got a good product. Oh, I'll tell you what, this is something else that's really cool. Let me hang on. Let me go grab the lighter. I want to show you guys like another cool thing about the DS. Let me go downstairs. It's all good, Angelus, no problem. Again, guys, if you've got any questions, I'm going to be saying this. Right, I mean, we've only been live for an hour and a half, but if you've got any questions about the Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard story, feel free to let us know. Because we want to be open and honest with you guys, no matter how uncomfortable you feel the question may be. It's probably not going to be uncomfortable. You know, all feedback is good feedback, in my opinion. Oh no! Spoonie Gaming, you're right. Let me go set the dining room clock to 8:12. Damn it! Why didn't we do that? Sorry, I've got like a million things I'm thinking about. My bad. I'll sort that out now. Jesse Dool delivering on his promise, gifting a 1-month Residence of Evil subscription. Thank you very much for growing the row as always, Jesse, and thank you for adhering to the like goal. I suppose what would be a fair and reasonable like goal next? Should we go for 750? Is 750 too much? Is that too ambitious? I say, is it too ambitious as we literally raised like $14,000 last night? Are we being too ambitious? Has science gone too far? 750 likes, we can go for it. Cascade, thank you very much, appreciate you. Let's go set the dining room clock to 8:12. Might have answered this, but how did Andrew Sorlo get in touch with Charlie Kraslewski? I believe he detailed it quite thoroughly in his interview he did with him on the Residence of Evil. I believe he contacted him through LinkedIn of all places. But Andrew's really been a catalyst for getting these old voice actors together. It's pretty crazy, actually. This is mental. Look at this. I'm just using my finger here. Set it to 8:12. Give me a beer. Will Andrew and some of the Keeper's Diary team be on later? If Resident Evil Challenge is free, we can definitely get him on. Andrew's going to try and be on a little bit later if he can. He's currently out celebrating the Keeper's Diary, which is always good. Beggy and Tony will be on a bit later. Maybe sort of prime time, US time. What are we doing? Oh, we got the... Did we get the... Oh, yes, there. We did drop a save. Actually, yeah, we'll do that now. Oh, oh, oh. How have I still got this key? Oh, man, this theme keeps playing. Ro made it to the UK a long time ago. You guys just didn't know. Does by the way, guys, can someone tell... I think Angelus is watching behind, if that makes sense. Because, like, he's talking about stuff that happened, like, half an hour ago. Or unless you're... I don't know. Just take a look at this. What's in this corner? Handgun bullets. Oh. Right, so we've got the lighter. Whoa, let's not do that. Yeah, agreed. Agreed, Nuji. Agreed. Oh no! The hell? Man, did I put my shotgun in the box? I'm gonna go get it. Two seconds. Why's it doing that? It's not hot. Can I create a... No, not that one. Feels a bit clunky all of a sudden. Hang on. Create a restore point. Yeah. Two seconds, guys. Let me just... Oops. Let me just sort this out. It's playing around here. Oh. I'm going to show you behind the scenes. Can you imagine if Capcom made an RE game with fixed camera angles with pre-rendered backgrounds and the RE engine? I don't see why they don't. I mean, RE, like fixed camera angle games like Resident Evil 1, etc., 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 they generally like stand the test of time. Two seconds, guys. Oh, look at that little fella. Two seconds, guys. Oh. Sorry about that, babe. Oh, no. Oh, pressed it again. Idiot. I might play Tormented Souls. We'll see. I would like to. I still need to play the first one, actually. I've heard good things, though. Watch me brick my Switch, my Wii U speedrun. Yeah, I remember it being on PS4 or PS5, maybe. I'm not sure. I have to look at it. Actually, while we're doing this, we'll quickly reset the... Oh shit, that sounded horrific. Right. Today, Junior. That's like the default Wii character. Lovely. Do 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 do. Oh, 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 oh. Right, we're here.
Resident Evil DS.
Right, I'm gonna go and grab the. It's this way. 525. Let's go. Well, that's a great question. Thank you, Distant Memories. But think of it like this, right? So, and Andrew Sawlight explained this to me the best. So, for so long, Resident Evil films have been outside the sandbox of Resident Evil. We're trying to make a film inside the sandbox of Resident Evil, and obviously we've chosen The Keeper's Diary, which is a 17-page document. There's only so much you can do with a 17-page document without reaching out of the sandbox. So that's why it's important to recognise that it is going to be what it'll be, because otherwise it's going to end up rolling on and rolling on and rolling on, and it's not going to be reflective of the vision that we want. I hope that makes sense. Where the fuck's my sound gone? There we go. Right, let me try and grab this. Yeah, I'm hoping so. Slinker do, because it is very bizarre. It's very bizarre, actually. Oh yeah, of course not. Idiot. I can't remember what was around here. Let's try it. Beautiful nature. How's it going? Arab Pikachu with the $2 super chat. Thank you. The good news of the funding, Andy. Do you have any other ideas in the works, such as other documents or files that we put into a film? We've got some ideas. But from my point of view, I really want to... Damn it. I can hear that. I really want to get this one out of the way first. I think it's the most sensible thing to do as well. As I've mentioned before, like, a lot of the crew are working together for the first time, so inevitably there's going to be like emergence of creative conflicts and that sort of thing. So I'm still getting that crackling. It's really frustrating me, actually. Hang on. Remember, it's not a Residents of Evil stream without a couple of tech issues. Right. Let's put some of this away. I don't know why it's crackling. It's not been crackling the entire time. Maybe it's just me. Right, should be okay now. What was the driver for the movie? Andrew Sorlo. He wanted to make a Keeper's Diary adaptation, and we all bought into the idea, built a game plan around it, and here we are. Arab Pikachu with the $5 super chat, thank you very much. I'm working on a Resident Evil 1 fan remake with the Unreal Engine. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. I'm sure in time we will. Distant memories. I'm sure in time we will. So this is a really cool thing. So I should have grabbed my shotgun. This is on the Wii U. Nice. Have I been to Michigan before? And if yes, share stories. No, I haven't. In the US, I've been to Las Vegas twice. I went year on year. And I've been to New York once. Oh, man. Fuck. I've forgotten the... What am I like? I've forgotten the lighter. I thought I took it. My bad. What's that me? Take it easy, Amy. Really appreciate you dropping in as always. We'll catch up with you soon. Yeah, I'm super looking forward to it, Beck. Super looking forward to it. Hey! Tyrant Cheeks is in the chat. I've gone the wrong way. Charlie, yes. So I do implore everybody, if you're looking at the perks, Indiegogo only allows a certain amount of characters for the perks. So I couldn't put the word signed in it. But if you actually expand the perk, it details it in full, what that perk is, what the sizes are, if it's signed, if it's not. I implore you to do that, because that's actually like maybe like the 10th time I've been asked that. And it's fine. Obviously, Indiegogo don't make it clear enough that that's just the title and that's the description. So all of the male detective posters are going to be signed. What locations and sets will there be for the film? So there's quite a few, actually. So obviously you've got the Keeper's Room, the hallway, the iconic hallway. You're going to have the B5 lab room. You're going to have an infirmary. You're going to have... we're calling it the poker room for now. Again, if you're familiar with the Keeper's Diary now, you know what I mean. Eric is, as it stands right now, is not going to be in the Keeper's Diary now. Mainly because we haven't really got anything for him. Why am I running on the spot? Oh. Right, so let's bang this on. Ah, nice and bright. I can't remember what was in it. Oh, it's acid rounds. Of course it is. Do you think maybe Andrew Swallow would be up for more after the Keeper's Diary? Yes, Andrew. Well, yeah, it would be nice if we got the $25 million budget. But the thing is, it's like anything. I truly believe, like, in life, there are kind of two people. There's creative and there's financial, I guess. With a $25 million budget, it's very easy to derail yourself. Because obviously you're going to be starstruck. You've been given a $25 million budget. Let's go, King Grogu. Only for today. Only for today. It's just me, Blue Bomber. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I think I've made a catastrophic error. Oh, let's commit now. Let's commit now. Oh no, I don't think we'll make it. Oh, we might be alright. We might be alright. Run! Oh no! Oh, let's go! No damage. Let's go, baby. GG's all round. Let's see the hypes in the chat. Okay, so this is another unique puzzle to the... I was going to say to the Keeper's Diary. To Resident Evil Deadly Silence. So you have to balance these gems on this scale. You just use your finger to kind of put them on there. It's really cool. And you just kind of keep tapping around until you... There we go. Getting balanced. I will be doing more die streams, Luke. Honestly, this last, I'd say, 2 months has been all in on the Keeper's Diary. I do I do anticipate that I will be doing a lot more streams again. But it just absolutely zapped my time. For good reason. You know, we wanted to put out the absolute best product we could, so... Outbreak stream? Oh, we will do one at some point. Maybe we'll do it in person, who knows? Nathan, let's go. How are you? Great to have you in the chat. Kirsten's in the chat. Whoa, we got 2 super chats back to back. Arab Pikachu with the $5 super chat. My United States vice presidential running mate is mandated to play at least one Resident Evil video game. That's amazing. Thank you very much for the contribution. King Grogu for the new Mr. JJ. Kill him dead and do more streams. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Man, feeling the love today. I appreciate it. And again, you know, this is a foreign place to me, shall we say. I'm very grateful everyone's turned up. As ever, guys, if you've got questions about the Keeper's Diary or you've never seen me before, feel free to jump in the chat, get involved, and we'll generate a bit of discussion, and we'll put you at ease on both of those points. Will you guys ever play the board games? My friend, let me tell you, I don't even want to get it out, but I got the alpha pledge for the board game, and it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different boxes. Looks amazing on the wall, but it's going to be an absolute pain in the arse to play. Let me tell you, there's so much to it. Well, I thought Eric would be there as you showed Albert Wesker in the proof of concept. I just thought it'd be cool to have him. Again, that's a great question, Endure and Survive, and I like interesting questions. I suppose from our point of view, we wanted an authentic Resident Evil experience. And it has to be accurate to what we believe Resident Evil to be. Yes, Eric was Wesker back in 1996, but it's no longer 1996, and we want a younger looking... Well, actually, I won't say too much. Albert Wesker's not in the film, but we do have a senior researcher who wears sunglasses. I think if Eric played Wesker, he'd have to play an older Wesker, of course, because it's got to fit around where he is in life right now. I don't think it would be appropriate if he played a version 30 years younger, unless we had like de-aging AI or something. I hope that makes sense. What am I doing now? So I've got 2. I'm missing one. Why am I missing one? Have I left it in the box? I always miss one crest. I've played this game like 1 billion times. Always miss a crest. I didn't take it, put it in here. Oh, wing crest. Yeah, I did. Oh, that was close. I've been carrying these shotgun shells around me, like clutching my pearls. Let me actually... I could just swap to the shotgun moving forward, because we've got enough bullets. Hey Kirsten, thank you very much for your comment. Is there any plans, ideas for future films after The Keeper's Diary? We have ideas. I would suggest that us as a team need to work first. We need to gel together. We need to get this project working, and we need... Oh no, we've got another one of these scenes. Yeah, we need to basically make this a success first before we consider other projects. But it's definitely, I would say it's a possibility. Oh, let's go. Gotcha. Okay, here we go. Picture of a newborn baby. Excuse me. A picture of an infant. A picture of a lively boy. A picture of a young man. Beggy, you will be. It doesn't matter if you're a mod. You will be banned if you use that terminology in here. Curb your enthusiasm. Should we have a check on the Keeper's Diary campaign to see how we're getting on? Let's give a cheeky reset. Oh, I completely forgot to check what that was. I think it has gone up. I think it was on 541 and now it's on 544. We're at 114%. Let's go, everyone. Thank you very much for the support. And it still continues to go up. That's so crazy. Knock 'em dead, kid. Knock 'em dead. Are you bringing any of the RE board games to Insomnia? Oh, I mean... I probably could, but I'd be more worried about losing all the bits, you know, this crack. So many, honestly, Alan, there are so many bits to that board game, I'm not even joking. It'll take you about a year to figure out how to play it. Like, me and my wife were sitting trying to, like, figure it out. We were like, do you know what, we need a bit more time than what I've allocated right now, you know? Oh, let's go. Thank you very much, Jesse, for pushing the Keeper's Diary in the chat. It is appreciated. Long-term esteemed mod here at the Residence of Evil. Thank you. What if Mr. Wesker reads the diary at the end before he puts the book down? Time to get the stars here. I mean, we could, but it has to be authentic. That's where we're at the moment. It has to be. There's going to, obviously, naturally, there'll be an element of kind of fan service in it, but we want it to be an authentic story told inside Resident Evil. We don't want it to just be like, oh, we included this. Oh, we included this. Oh, we included this. Like, it needs to be a story that needs to be told. I mean, I guess so. I can see the Watchman's Diary being that. Oh, shit. Gotcha, bitch. So they're going to start evolving soon, so they can vomit on you. And you have to blow... this, I don't know who thought of this, but you have to blow the vomit back into their face. If I would have told you this on any other occasion, you would think I was lying to you. But I'm genuinely being honest. Apples, pears... and the crazed twins in it. That is racially motivated, that comment. Watch your mouth, sir. Right, let me scroll up here. Will Capcom be against you guys having a physical copy of the film throughout the campaign? Obviously, we can probably make our own physical copy, but we can't mass produce it. I think they would have a massive issue with that. I think there was another comment I wanted to see. Sarah Sizites? Add my name to the list. Can't wait to see what you guys come up with. Nothing better than fan films where you can feel the love. Thank you very much, Sarah. That really means a lot. But again, this is real beauty of how we set this campaign up. Go on the campaign, scroll down the list. There's an animatic in there. It's almost like a video storyboard. It tells you exactly how we're going to shoot the Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard story. So it's not even up to guesswork. You know what to expect. You know what you're funding. And obviously... we're going to take that and we're going to turn it into live action. You get ultimate buy-in of what to expect from the end product, which I think is the most important thing, is being honest and managing requirements and expectations from your backers. Was anybody able to contact the original Jill? We're still working on it. Thank you, Andrew. Marty gifted a 1-month gift subscription in the chat. Thank you very much, guys. Man, we've been really feeling the love today. I'm humbled everybody's turned out. We've been sitting well over 200 viewers today, playing some classic Resident Evil. Really appreciate you all dropping by. Well, if you want to see how we did that King Grogu, again, watch that animatic that we included in the... There we go. That we included in the Kickstarter, and that should set your expectations. Beggy's actually just linked it in the chat, so that might help you out. I'm back, Andy. Had to lay down. Well, I'm glad you're feeling... I started not to feel well, but I'm back. That's the main thing, man. Hope you start to feel a little bit better soon. There would be perfect, James. Oh, hey, Heather's in the chat. Let's go. Man, what's going on with my controls? Okay. Hey, Tyrone's in the chat. Can't wait. Big congrats to all your hard work. Yeah, it's a team effort, man. Like, we're all so excited to demonstrate our capability. How on earth do you stream from a Nintendo Switch? Well, we're playing a Wii U, so there's kind of two components to the Wii U. There's the actual console itself, and there's the, I guess, the touchpad, as you can see here. Now, if you modify it, because Resident Evil was never launched for the virtual console on the Wii U, but what you can do is you can get an existing ROM, and I couldn't even... I might actually do a tutorial on the Residents of Evil 2 YouTube page, it's showing you exactly how I did this. Obviously, I can't link you to the ROMs and everything like that. You're going to have to sort that out yourself, but I'll at least show you the detail on how you get there. But basically, you find an existing ROM that was on the virtual console. So, for example, Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training, that was on there. So you literally take the Brain Training virtual console ROM, take Brain Training out of it, inject Resident Evil into it. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, everybody wins. And it works flawlessly. It does like stutter occasionally on the DS like gamepad, but it's not anything I'm noticing on the screen. Ah! Oh, sorry, it's a crow. Oh, man. Are you going over to Michigan for filming? I will do, yes. Oh, shit. Oh, I told you, you've got to blow sick in his face. Oh, let's go. Oh, yeah, that is a shark at the entrance. I completely forgot about that as well. Man, this game is wild, let me tell you. The DS port is just... it's something, man. I don't know if it's good, but it's something. Hey, Haley, how's it going? Great to have you in the chat. Arab Pikachu. Coming in with the $5 super chat. Imagine Jill Valentine voice acted in the Albanian language. Let me see those eagles in the chat. Would you say it's an improvement? Yes and no. Like, some things in Rebirth are really annoying. But overall, it's a pretty unique port. And again, the skippable door scenes on a native port's really cool. I like that. Really like that. Who's going to sign? Who is going to sign as well in the script? We'll probably get Charlie to sign the script. Charlie and Andrew, the director. What's this mod about? It's not a modification. We're just playing Resident Evil Deadly Silence, which is the DS port of Resident Evil 1. I don't even know how in this world. Oh, thank you, James. Right, how have I not used my armor key? How does that work? Yeah, basically, Jay, yeah, it came out in 2006. It came out for the original Nintendo DS. Actually doing pretty good for... I might start using my bazooka. Actually, do I want to use that? Yeah, because I get flame rounds in a minute. So the chest is locked. Examine it. Let's have a look. Oh, got it 1. There you go. Shotgun shells. We'll take it. Favourite key from Resident Evil? Probably the armor key. Pretty special key, isn't it? So this is, I think this is a little bit different, this room. Oh! Oh! Did you see that shot? She booted up the hallway. Yeah, 2006, yeah, that's right. You want to see my signature, Heather? It's like a different language. Jill out here kicking field goals. I just checked the keeper's diary reached its goal. Yes, it did indeed. We absolutely smashed it. Thank you all so much again for your support in getting that over the line. It really means a lot. We're absolutely humbled. Oh, let's go. That's right, Arrow Pikachu. That's a very good point. So, Resident Evil Deadly Silence was released to celebrate 10 years of Resident Evil at that point.
What the?
Wait, what? What? I don't remember this. What? Hey! What the hell? That's wild. That is wild. Oh. Oh no. Let's go. I like how all these assets are brand new, by the way. This whole first-person view. Oh man, all this is redone. It's so cool. Stab. Again, this port is so weird, so unique. Oh no 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 no! No, we don't need that. I can't remember what was in here actually. I think that's the ink ribbon. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that, no! I've just healed, man. Help me, please! Right. 3, 4, 5. Once I caught fish alive. Dude. There's some health up here, actually. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Bundy. We'll keep that for now. Oh, yeah, of course. Let's go in here. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, they're coming at the same time, man. Oh, no, he threw up on me. Come on, guys. Tell me your honest thoughts. What do you think of this port of Resident Evil 1? I think it's absolutely bananas. Let's grab that. Oh no, the bees are after me. Not the bees! No! Yeah, like they had no, has no business being this good. Absolutely no business. But I don't really need handgun ammo at this point, I'll take. Hey, what the hell? No! There's a spider in here. Was there a spider in here? I don't think there was there? Miss Randy, no idea. What about RE as the Diary of Trevor? So, Unique Corn is doing a adaptation of Trevor. I think that's really cool. Somebody's exploring that story. That story needs to be told just as much as the Keeper's Diary. Like the whole Lisa Trevor arc's really cool. Oh, it's a weird one. These spiders are annoying me though. Hey, 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 hey! Behave yourself. Behave yourself. I don't mind using a bit of buckshot on the bees, let me tell you. A lot of bees in that sentence. Hey! Why is the blood is green? It's only, I think it's only green for the insects. I think that's a better touch, to be honest. Yeah, it's kind of weird electric orange. Looks like a cool... Tried to get a copy forever ago when it released, but couldn't find it anywhere. It's a weird one, man. And the thing... The true beauty of this, guys, is, let's be honest, I could have just booted up Resident Evil Classic Rebirth or similar and just play a bog standard port of Resident Evil 1. But no, we want to bring you different and diverse content here at the Residents of Evil. We want to bring you these weird and wonderful obscure ports of Resident Evil, and I think this one is maybe the most overlooked because it is so hard to stream it. Yes, you can download an emulator, you can download a ROM, but you can't do the touchscreen, you can't do the microphone, or at least from what I remember. This, I think, is the only way outside of getting a capture card for your DS, which is not cheap, by the way. This is the only method, I think, and I think this is the best method of efficiently capturing DS footage. I hope that makes sense. Hey, P-Drum, how's it going? Resident Evil Guidance. Dude, we are gonna have to set a stretch goal in the Keeper's Diary for me to ever play that game. Oh no! Bum, 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 bum. Now this, I think, is the coolest. So, instead of the switches, you've got this. So you turn the switch off. You see that valve handle on the side? This used to annoy me as a kid, man. He turned more English. El Royo Loco. He's speaking the Queen's English, or the King's English, excuse me. He got more handsome, and he got a hell of a lot more charismatic, let me tell you. I'm only joking. I am blessed to be streaming for you guys today. Thank you, JJ, for allowing us to fill those extremely large shoes on the Residents of Evil as we talk about all things Keeper's Diary and play one of my favourite ports of Resident Evil. Right, so what you've got to do here, you've got to turn the valve and you've got to use your finger to do it. I don't know if you can quite see it. I'm going to try and articulate it, but it's fucking hard. So I'm just going to do it because if I don't do it, I die. See the water's building up there? Here we go. Oh no, I'm poisoned. Yes. So again, another unique feature. They've used the DS to its own abilities, and this is the only port that contains that weird and wonderful puzzle. Electrolock panel. Oh man, I remember this being trash. So this is basically like a maths puzzle. So, well, I don't know what the best way of doing this is. So, these three have to equal... Oh, so these two have to add up to 8. So is it... It can't be 4 and 4. Is it 4 and... Oh, no, it can't be 4 and 4, can it? So what about 5 and 3? But this has got to add up to 15. So 9... 1. That, well, that's got to be 1 and 2, logically. That can't be 5. Well, it has to be 5. Unless, hang on, sorry, that might be the other way around. So that is actually... sorry, no, it's the other way. There you go. So that's 4. That can't, no, it can't be right, because that's 4 and 4. And it's not 2 4s, so that's not helpful. So these two have to equal 8, so it's got to be like 5 and fucking 3. Or maybe 3 and 5. This has got to be 2 and 1. That is definitely correct. Hang on. 186. Let me just get all the numbers out first. Right, so these... Well, how is that possible? Those two have to equal 15. So... Do 8 and 7, maybe? Yep. These three... Man, this is tough. 5. This needs to be 6. So this middle one has to be 10. That has to be 5. And that has to be 3. Oh, fuck. Right, yep. No, because I'm running out of numbers here. Yes, that's 8. That's 7. Sorry, that's 7. Everything's in order. 7. Oh man, my fucking battery's dying here. Yeah, it's got to be 7 on the left. This is a really interesting one. I'm just grabbing my charger here. 2 secs. Yeah, I've actually got Zombie U. Zombie U's fun. Resident Evil meets Cooking Mama. That's funny. That's funny. Right, sorry, I'm charging now. Right, so that's not right. But this 459. No, that can't be right. 843. Maybe that has to be 7. But 9 2796. Yeah, buddy. Man, call me fucking Oppenheimer. Jeez Louise, Papa Cheese. Man, that was amazing. I'm the smartest man alive. Arab Pikachu with the $5 super chat. Mega Man 0. Such as ZX. Legacy Collection illustrates that Capcom can remaster the dual screen gameplay of Resident Evil 1 Deadly Silence. I know, dude. I'd really love to see it. I really would, but I just don't think they're in a rush to show us. That's right, I knew you meant Lil Han. Right, so I'm going to go grab the bazooka here. Let's use that. Which blue herb is that? Evil Heels with the 99p super chat. Thank you very much. Do one of them. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, where's the blue one? I think I see swapped it. Backflip Dad with the $3 super chat. Thank you very much, Backflip Dad. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Remember, guys, if you are tuning in for the very first time here, Andy here, Residents of Evil, we're talking all things Keeper's Diary today. So, Keeper's Diary, if you didn't know, is a fan film based on the original Resident Evil note of the same name. It's going to chronicle the story of the Keeper, how he succumbs to the virus. I can proudly announce we are fully funded in our venture. We cannot believe the progress that we've made in it so far. We're very grateful for all donations. There are some fantastic perks that we did put together as part of that project, so I would suggest if you were considering donating to the project, check out the perks. It's not like you're donating to the project and you're getting nothing in return, like just a credit or something like that. You can just get a credit if you want, but we've got posters, we've got t-shirts, we've got scripts, we've got signed games, we've got meetings with Charlie Kraslavsky himself. It's fantastic stuff, honestly. Let me tell you. RE0 item box mod Slinkadoo is maybe the most important mod release of the year. I'm not even joking. It trumps anything Biorand, anything Key 2, anything like that. Resident Evil item box has Resident Evil 0 item box has fundamentally changed how we play Resident Evil 0, and that is a good thing. Resident Evil 0 was desperately missing an item box, and I almost got gaslit on my own page. Like I posted like, oh, I'm going to be playing this tonight, and thing is, there was kind of two camps. There was the first camp which basically said skill issue. I'm like, it's not a skill issue. Like, I like playing 0. I can beat 0. I just don't find it fun when it doesn't have an item box. And the second point was, oh, well, we use the military facilities main hall as a massive item box anyway, so the point of an item box is redundant. Well, if that is anything to go off, I would suggest, if that is anything to go off, then we do need an item box, because of the absurdity of dumping everything in the main hall when they could have neatly tucked it away in an item box. I do not, for the life of me, understand why Resident Evil 0 never had an item box. It was a design change that I am not happy with. It's not even a skill issue. I've been playing Resident Evil for many years. And even so, like, you know, we can just openly not like something and it not be a skill issue. I'm going to keep the acid rounds for the full-blown naughty boy that we're going to see later. But I might get rid of some of these explosives. This is great. How do you broadcast from the DS? So we're running this. We've put an injectable ROM into my jailbroken Wii U. We run it on the Wii U, and it's broadcasted via HDMI as you would normally broadcast any game. So I truly believe, and again, not to pat myself on the back or anything like that, but I truly believe this is the best way of capturing, streaming, and playing Resident Evil DS, because it's on a nice big screen. It's on my screen here. Everything's blown up, nice and clear to see. Daniel Dark Magician with the £5 super chat. When the remake came out, did Enrico say, "What the fuck? I get shot again"? They promised me a bigger part in this remake. I'm imagining so. Thank you very much for the support there, sir. Here we go. Let's go. Do-do-do-do-do. We could do Plant 42, but it's whether I can be asked. I might just ignore it. Just crack on with it. Oh. Even this room's fully 3D. Damn. Slicey, slicey, slicey. Gotcha. Oh, no. Oh, I've forgotten to equip my gun. Oh! What just happened? What just happened? Oh, that was insane. Never forget not to equip your gun. Jeez. Left him for dead. Absolutely. I'm breaking zombies' ankles left, right, and centre. Jordan, how are you? Great to have you in the chat. Geordie. Sorry, I'm used to Geordie. Remember, guys, if you got any questions about the Keeper's Diary, and I've said this the entire way through, it doesn't matter how uncomfortable it is, doesn't matter how inquisitive it is, we are all ears. I am open to answering and facilitating your inquiries today. Let's go. Backflip Dad, member for 5 months, resubscribing at Row Squad. Bravo. Thank you very much. I've always loved the nice screen. My best friend Corey let me borrow his DS and RE DS, and I did nothing that weekend but play it in bed when I was at home. That's actually what I used to do when I was a kid. I used to like be under the covers playing DS, just absolutely like buckets of sweat where I'm under the covers. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh no!
What the hell is this?
Barry!
Jill!
Sean Scorpion, how are you?
Yeah.
yeah.
Close. Thanks, Barry.
Don't mention it. What a monster. I can't believe... What the hell is this place anyway?
I actually love Barry. What the hell is this place anyway? Whoa, this hall is dangerous. Just a moment. It's a weapon. It's really powerful. Especially against living things. Better take it with you. Yeah, Pablo! Where have you been, Baked Bean?
Wesker.
Jill, so you're safe.
Ah, something I have done here. That's what I was going to say.
Where on earth have you been? You
They've
disappeared
actually
from the
dyed his
hall
hair
all of a sudden.
blonde in this.
I'm
They've
sorry,
changed it from the
but I have my reasons.
PS1 original.
Perhaps you guys have met them?
He looks
It was all
very
I could
different in
do
this.
to protect myself against those strange creatures.
You're
Is that
right.
right? Anyway,
You're right.
good to see you're safe.
Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
Yes, you're right.
Where on earth have you been?
Now, there are a lot of rooms in that mansion that we can't get into because they're locked up. I have been looking around for clues.
Okay, I'll go to the other house and see
How
if
do
I
I
can
get
find
this?
any
Get this game? It
clues.
looks
Will you
amazing.
do that? I'm counting
It's
on you.
quite convoluted, but eminently achievable. So I'm playing this on a Wii U. This is using the Nintendo DS Virtual Console emulator. I've injected an existing DS game with Resident Evil Deadly Silence, and I'm displaying it over HDMI. This is maybe the most cost-effective way of playing and streaming Resident Evil Deadly Silence on a modern console. It's a bit arse about face, and there's a lot of bits and pieces involved with getting it working. You do need a jailbroken or a hacked Wii U. We should be right with this, actually. I might take some health, but I might pick it up on the way back. Where on earth have you been? Oh, sorry about that, babe. I thought you were one of them. I ain't got no clue, darling. By the time I noticed something was wrong, the entire city was infested with zombies. Oh, I forgot the fucking helmet key. Thanks, Evil. But don't you worry, girlie. Oh. I got it. We forgot the key. Pixel jiggle butt physics. What? I have to zoom in on that. Yeah, she does have a slightly different run in here. It's more of like a proper flat-footed stamp. Oh, thanks, Peggy. I was just about to reply to that. Oh, shit. We fall. We fall. Is that all, stranger? Oh. Oh boy. Now we got these eels. Yeah, we did it earlier, hand actually. Oh man! No! Oh. Lovely jubbly. Ah. Yeah, Jill ain't got no reason to be that cheeked up. CGs haven't done the test of time. I think, Andrew, you may be referring to our female detective. And yes, it will be the same female detective as the, oh, fuck. Whoa, he got up quick. What the hell? I didn't normally get up that quick in the original. He, like, fucking kipped up like Ric Flair. That was a prime Ric Flair kip up, that was. Stranger, stranger. Now that's a weapon. Damn. I can't pick them both up. Someone remind me I need to grab the mode disc on the way out. Do it later. Yeah, she looks like a fantastic Jill. And actually, where I've been so overcumbered with emotion about the Keeper's Diary crowdfunding campaign, I completely forgot to shed it. Oh! Oh, he jumps up so quick, man. Come on. Yeah, R.I.P. Bray Wyatt, man. That's absolutely tragic. Oh, yeah, Andrew. It's female detective. It's female detective. We do not have a Jill Valentine in our shoot. It is a female detective. Any likenesses or similar is purely coincidental. Man, I've got so much shit on the floor here. Woo! Remember, girls, you'll never be first, but boy, you can be next. Woo! Yeah, man, Terry Funk, Bray Wyatt. I'm actually going, you'll be happy to know, guys. I'm actually going to All In this Sunday. 2 days away. The biggest event in wrestling history. I'll be attending. I cannot wait, let me tell you. Super excited for it. Wrestling. Bazooka. I'm gonna need all this. AEW. Yeah, buddy, I've got a Wembley. I can't wait, honestly. Hey Saul, how's it going? Great to have you in the chat. Let's go back, Flip Dad. I'm a huge fan of wrestling. That's a concept, Andrew. It doesn't reflect the final product. Oh, what? Hey! Hey! Hang on a minute. I don't think I've ever seen that. Has there ever been, in Resident Evil, an area where there is zombies and hunters? I've never seen that before. Damn. Guys, it looks like I finally managed to find the like counter on YouTube. Again, not natively streaming on YouTube. I'm still learning all this. We're up to 592 likes. Remember, our stretch goal is 750 likes. Let's see if we can make that happen today. Yes, perfect. His arms fell off. It's really cool hearing a British voice on the row on a Friday. Yeah, again, like, very interesting how this all came about. Obviously, JJ's he's in Europe, ironically, and yeah, the slot came up, and we passed the Keeper's Diary, and I said, you know, let's make it happen. Let's go live on the row. We need to. I feel like we need to do a form of Friday live stream to at least talk about the Keeper's Diary and just, thank everybody for contributing. It is really appreciated. But ultimately, this is us saying thank you. Your job is done. It's our time to now put our balls on the block and make it happen. We've done the pitching. We've done the hard sell. We've done what we can do, how we can do it, what to expect. Now we've got to prove ourselves. I am from the Kent Essex border, so yeah. Repping the European representation. Is there a rough release date? We're looking at Q4 2023. Potentially, it might fall into January 2024, but we'll see how it goes. Let's go. Love that. Love the English. God save the king. This is another one. So what we got to do is, it's a record player. We've got to spin the record. And we've got to spin it. This one's really frustrating because you've got to spin it at such a tempo that it plays it in full. It's really, really annoying.
Yeah.
How did that work? No way that worked. Done. I love this. This is my all-time favourite part of Resident Evil.
Jill, have you found anything interesting?
Aside from the melting snake next to you, Barry,
Well,
no.
I can't see very well.
How about going down to check by yourself?
I like how
I have a rope here.
it's literally melting
you?
right in
Well, then I'll
frame.
try
And he's
to go
like,
down
have
using
you
the
found
rope."
anything interesting?
Wait.
Nothing too much about RE9 yet. Thank you, Barry.
Hey, what's going on?
Now I've done it. Sorry, Jill. Wait. I'll go
Wait.
get another rope.
Barry? Barry?
Barry? Now I've done it. I was clumsy. I'm so embarrassed. Yeah, we're playing it on the Wii U. It's the only way to adequately stream it without investing a silly amount of money. Because, I mean, I could quite comfortably get a capture card for a DS, but they tend to be made by someone.
Hey,
they're very
there,
expensive.
Jill?
And to be honest, this is the
Grab the
only
rope.
game I play. Like, Deadly Silence, that's it. So. Barry? Barry!
I'm sorry, Jill.
I didn't know that was going to happen.
Sorry. I was really careless.
Are you okay, Barry? Maybe you're getting tired.
No, I'm all right. Don't
I'm not
worry.
sure, Andrew. I mean, from my point of
Jill.
view,
I found something.
I don't know what I want to see because the Ethan Winters storyline has been kind of concluded now. And the remakes are kind of, I guess that they're petering off. We're not going to have any more remakes. Excuse me. I'm not sure. What I am sure of is healing. Oh, he's turned yellow. Hey, why did I do that? Shot 2 bullets instead of 1. Dude, these spiders are so annoying. Nice. Wow, how many... Oh! Spoders everywhere, man. What was we doing? What was we pondering on doing? Oh no! I've got some space. What the fuck? Hang on, hang on. There's like fucking hunters everywhere. Yes! Let's go. What if Dimitrescu came after you? I'd just lay down. Thank you all for the contributions in the chat today, and of course the contributions to the Keeper's Diary. It does mean a lot. Each and every time you guys even tune in and check the streams out, hang about in chat. Ultimately, this is by fans for fans. Ah, what the hell? Orders. I remember that being on the floor. Hang on a minute. Orders. Lure stars. Not the stars team. So I remember this. So instead of like in this room, you'd walk over here and you'd turn the light off, right? But you don't do that. You've got candles in here. What you have to do is you have to blow them out with your mouth, as I will show you. Oh, they're self-lighting candles. There you go. Will the t-shirt picture be revealed? It's kind of blurred. It was kind of by design. Because obviously, you know, I'm not saying the guys in the chat would necessarily do that, but, you know, nefarious people. We did blur these, not because we was, you know, trying to be all mystical and that. It's because obviously if we release these posters, there's very little incentive to obviously subscribe to get a poster. So, because we would have just given you the image free of charge. So the Keeper's Diary t-shirt will probably be revealed closer to the time, so you can see what it is. Hey, Andrew Solo's in the chat. Writer, director, handsome fellow, all-round handsome fella. Doing bits in and around the Keeper's Diary. What on earth is going on with this room? There are so many enemies in here. What in God's name? So we do have a range of ammo, so we should be alright. But don't worry, Kate. It will be announced a lot closer to the date. We'll put a post up and show you what the design is. So, because at least with the posters, you can kind of make out the outline of what it is. So it's not like we're false advertising of what it is going to be. It's just going to be an unblurred version of that. But the Keeper's Diary poster, I appreciate, is not as clear. So, yeah, closer to the time, we'll probably release it It's like an image just so you guys can see it. I don't know about handsome. Sorry, do you know what it was, Andrew? I was looking at myself on my OBS previews. When I said, there's handsome Andrew, I was actually referring to myself. So, apologies, man. So, apologies for the confusion there. Man, there are fellas everywhere. No death so far, Dragoon Dave. Gotcha, bitch. We got 2 bullets, and we got. You ain't got any health on us. Oh no! Oh! Why are there so many? Oh. Give me a bear. Just wanted to say congratulations to the road team. Let's go. Love that. Hey! No. I'm gonna reset those dudes. Oh! Yo, did get obliterated just then, but we're alright. Oh yes, yeah, we'll make sure we grab the mode disc on the way out. Oh, we need to go upstairs, don't we? I'll take that. We'll probably end up using it. I remember seeing a stream of you and another person talking about RE4 Remake. Ooh. Was that? I wonder. Bees? Bees? Ah! Oh no. Oh yeah, it could have been. Yeah, it could have been podcast. I'll probably be streaming for another 3 hours. I want to try and play Chris's campaign, really. But I'm gonna start making the calls to the rest of the road team. Beggy, Tony, and we'll start getting some serious bodies in here. Yeah, very odd, isn't it, Han? Can you blow on the bees? What did she say? Question, do you have anything to do with Resident Evil itself, or you just call yourself Residents of Evil? Reviews or whatever people call their channels for. Obviously, we create a lot of Resident Evil-based content, and Residents of Evil rolls off the tongue. No, it's eminently reasonable what the correlation would be. But again, yeah, it's a complete, you know, fan channel independent of Capcom. Do UK RE games have an English accent? Man, that sentence is racially motivated. 545 back is now. Let's have a look, Daryl. It's been a while since we checked. Let's have a gander. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. 545 indeed. 114 in the bag. We actually just broke 29,000 total visits on the Kickstarter campaign. Excuse me, the Indiegogo. I've got to stop doing that. So I use Do you know what it is? I use Kickstarter as a verb rather than crowdfunding. Yeah, 114% funded. Thank you so much, guys, for making this happen. Honestly, I cannot believe we are like 8 days away from the end of the campaign and we're fully funded. Like, this is what I was saying earlier. What was a pie in the sky? Listen, we've got an idea. We've got industry professionals. We've got kind of key people in the Resident Evil community. We're bringing this all together to make this happen. This pie in the sky theory. What if Resident Evil fans could make an authentic adaptation by fans for fans? Is it possible? Okay, me and Andrew Sorlo talking budgets. Okay, what would be fair and reasonable? Well, there's if obviously in an ideal world, let's set it at 100 grand. Let's see how it goes. No, that's not what we do. We meticulously go through and we say, right, we want that, we don't want that. That's feasible, that's not. That's unrealistic, that's realistic. That's too cheap, that's too expensive. We squash and squash and squash, and we come out at around $40,000. $30,000, I don't think it's enough to make a quality film of this caliber. $50,000, I think we're asking for too much as a base goal. That's where I'm at the moment. So that was where we was at that moment in time. And yeah, push comes to shove. It was trickling along. We had a big donation earlier on. Trickling along. Big donation. And then bang, 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 funded. Unbelievable, honestly. Thank you, Jesse. Like, how are we in a position where we're 8 days away? We're comfortably flying high. Unbelievable. Honestly, someone pinched me. This is just such an unusual feeling that I feel we shouldn't be feeling. But we are. It's a glorious time to be alive. Is there an estimated release date for the Keeper's Diary? So we're looking at Q4 2023 or Q1 2024. So if you see, there's actually a sword sticking out the door. So all we've got to do is give it a little wiggle. As you can see here, I'm just wiggling away, trying to get his sword out the door. Come on, out you come. Out you come. Come on, out you come. I want the sword out the door, please. Oh! Damn. Let's go. Yes, hi Andy. Figured that you were the time for the normal European streaming time. 100% repping the European time zone. You do not have to thank me. Just thank me in pure likes on the stream. Hey, what are you? Oh, fucking hell. Let's get out of here before I cause myself an injury. Damn. What was that a Chimera? Must have missed that. Hey, Maximilian, thank you. Yeah, it is so unique. This is what I mean. This is why, again, I could have just booted up a standard version of Resident Evil, ran through it, but you guys want different. You guys want obscure. You guys want original. And that's what this is. This is a completely different take on what we believe Resident Evil 1 to be. Taking in and utilizing the features of the Nintendo DS, which I think is so special. Here's something else. So you don't get a Modisc here, you get Eric's letter. Eric Pirius, maybe. David, I have a favour to ask. Can you look for a book I misplaced? That's going to be the Doom book. Actually, it appears I lost it somewhere around the guardhouse quarters when I had a little too much to drink. It's very important to me. Please find it. Thank you. Hey! What's he doing? Indeed, Rob, we got it in the bag. Hey! What is going on? They're everywhere now. Give me a beer. Choose that. Oh yeah, we've got the battery, haven't we? But we need to go back to the guardhouse, as previously indicated. I dropped a comment, critical drinkers Resident Evil vid, plug in the Keeper's Diary. Hope that got a few donation for you. Thank you, Harry. I really appreciate that, man. I know Critical Drinker recently commented on Carrier's Raccoon City story. So I'm hoping, you know, it's the same back. That'd be awesome. I appreciate you making that effort for us. I know a fella by the name of James Howe actually reached out to Adam Cole, the AEW wrestler, and said, we've got this Keeper's Diary project. One if you was interested in it. Give me a beer. Spoders. Hey, I don't remember zombies being in here. I thought this was a safer area. What? I don't remember the dogs being in here. What's going on? This is mental. So Rebirth mode, is it DAFIP? Refers to the special DS features that this game uses because it originally released on the DS. Oh, it is sick, to be honest, Andrew. You never know just how happy I was when I viewed your concept video. Yeah, Andrew did an exceptional job on that concept video. Again, it really articulates what the film's going to be about, the direction it's going to go, the narrative. I mean, some of the vibe, but I'm imagining it's going to be a lot darker than that. Obviously, it's devoid of colour, so it's quite hard to tell. But yeah, you, at the end of the day, from a backer's point of view, you know exactly what you're getting yourself in for, which is 100% the right approach to do when you're dealing with crowdfunding and you're dealing with a Kickstarter campaign. Last thing we want you guys to do is contribute, pledge to a product or a project that you're not familiar with and you're a bit unsure of. So that's why we've got stuff like the animatic. That's why we've got stuff like the initial reveal trailer, which, again, the reveal trailer, I'll tell you what, guys, if you do not watch that reveal trailer and you see the female detective in the hallway and that doesn't just give you shivers up your spine, man, let me tell you. Oh yeah, just getting it now, Eric. Cheers. But I remember the first time I watched it, and I just had like the biggest tingle in my spine. I was like, whoa, like, this goes back to what I was talking about earlier. You have people that fundamentally understand what classic Resident Evil is. And when you've got people that understand the source material... Oh, man. Damn, we're getting destroyed here. There you go. Oh, shit. Oh! Oh, sent him to the other side. Oh, no. That's cheeky. Oh, his head bounced for ages. Sharky boy. So he's telling us to go back to the guardhouse, which, again, this wouldn't have been in original Resident Evil. I'm going to try and save some Magnum rounds for later, but we do get some in the lab, so that's not too bad. Give me a bear. I'll tell you what, I'm going to drop a cheeky save, actually. Yeah, this is slightly different, I think, from the other Resident Evil. Could do some... Oh, there's one there. Okay. I'm trying to preserve a bit of cred here, Mardy. Oh, let's not do that. Hey! No! Why are you doing that? Why are there hunters in here? Well, I actually took a shot, but didn't do anything. Oh, boy. Where is it? Oh, where is it? Oh! Oh! Damn! There's another fella up there. We'll leave him to it. Oh, brilliant. Let's see how this goes, eh? So we've got to knife the snake. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh no. I didn't bring any health either. I think. No, I didn't. I think this might be my first death, guys. Oh, damn it. F in the chat. Let's see those Fs. I need... I don't know why I didn't take any health. That's kind of a stupid thing to do. It's a good thing I just saved it, wasn't it?
Resident Evil DS.
Okay, right. Let's actually take some health this time. Glenn, how are you? I've literally got so much health as well, which is the ironic thing. Oh! Man, got to pay attention. Reading the chat. Ow. Here we go, come on. Oh, there you go. Didn't even look. No look kill that was. you just got to time it right. So I'm gonna have a look on here because it's like a little bit millisecond delayed here. See if I can figure it out. Yes. 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 Yeah, let's go. Damn it. Oh, heal, heal, heal. Come on, we can do it. Oh, let's go. Yeah, Charlie, I think Charlie might be on later. Damn, didn't mean to do that. Yes! We can do it, we're so close. Come on. We got it. Come on. Come on. I've done it again. Every time I do that swing. We got to be so close. Oh no. Gotcha, bitch. Oh, that was painful. That was so painful. Let's go, female detective indeed. We love a female detective. Why does he bleed purple? Dude, I don't like to ask questions I don't know the answers for. Right, so we got the Doom book. I'm not sure how helpful that is at this point. We do need the crank, don't we? You! Thank you very much, guys. We just entered our 3rd hour of streaming. I really appreciate you all dropping by, checking the stream out today. It really means a lot. I'll tell you, I'll take the red hurt. Oh, actually, yeah, I could. Man, didn't do it. Oh, what? Oh, that's bullshit. It targeted the shark, which is like the most non-lethal, non-invasive animal right now. I'll make the rules fluffy. Has anybody got any other questions about the Keeper's Diary that you need me to facilitate? Oh, fuck. What a bastard. We're looking at a Q4 2023 release, or potentially a Q1 2024. So back end of the year or the start of next year. The Keeper's Diary, a biohazard story. Why is this sharks up there? How'd they get up there? Again, man, like, I don't fucking know. Resident Evil.
Oh, Jill. What good timing. A moment ago, I heard someone's voice coming from this hole. Let's go together since it's dark and we can't see very well.
How about you, Barry?
Okay, let's go.
Okay, then I'm gonna cover you. Let's hurry. Hey, are you all right?
No,
I can go first
Evil
if you want
Hills. Again, we want to try and preserve that it's... I'm not saying that people in Row can't act, obviously, but... no, it's all right.
Okay, let's go.
I'm not saying
Barry.
people in Row
I'm
can't
depending
act,
on
but,
you.
you know, if we're getting all these industry people involved in the project, I think the last thing we want to do is... I'm not saying, like, as extras, maybe, but not like front and centre actors, because again it just takes away from it, in my opinion. I'm not saying, you know, they'll probably do a good job in their own right, but in my opinion it takes away from what our overall goal and intention is meant to be. Oh mate, this is really unfortunate because now I've got no space, so I brought the Mo disc with me. Yeah, I mean, something non-invasive like the janitor would probably be the extent that we would go. Because again, like, we want it to be authentic, you know.
Yeah?
You're alive.
Wait there. Are you with anybody, Jill?
What? Oh yes.
To be honest, Andrew, that's not something we've
Barry and Jill together.
envisaged.
Are you all right, Enrico?
The stars are doomed. Someone is a traitor. Everything was plotted from the start by Umbrella.
Ah! Umbrella. I can't remember if he has the crank on him. No, I don't think he does. Yeah, let's come back to you on that, Andrew, because I think that's a... I'm just going to burn this first aid spray. Is that voice Enrico's? Umbrella. Yeah. I love how he delivers that line. It makes me chuckle. Yeah. Oh, shit. Another one of these naughty things. There you go. I hope this will open up possible. Oh! The hell are they doing in here? They shouldn't be in here. Hope this will open up possibilities for other future projects. So do I. But we do want to walk before we run. Yeah, Rebirth mode's pretty wild. female detective styles out. Yeah, let us sit on it, because again, the whole point of this shoot is not for profit. If we start selling props, we just need to look at the legalities of that. Because by definition, once the production is finished, all we've got to do is sort out post-production, which we don't envisage outside of the CG hunter scene is going to be that intricate. It's going to be intricate because obviously it's that hunter scene, but it just needs to make sense. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it goes without saying, and I mentioned this earlier, Capcom have reached out to us. They've not endorsed us, and to be absolutely clear and frank, they've not endorsed us. They have basically said, we are not going to be interfering with your production at this time, based on the information you have presented to us. Which I think is fair enough. Not that you can share how, but it's fairly easy. Yeah, man, it really is. Well, if I can do it, you'll be able to do it. Oh, Black Widow. Oh, let's go. I think if we run out and back in. No, literally the extent of it, and the only reason why I could talk about this is because they've not we're not under disclosure or anything like that. All they've said, they reached out. It was a very basic request for information. It was, are you using the characters? What is this story based on? And how are you funding the project? Is it through donations? So obviously it's expressly detailed in the campaign. It's not for profit. It's purely for the enjoyment, free of charge enjoyment of fans. We have no intention of profiting from the work, so therefore no damage can be done. There's no damage to the IP. That was the extent of my letter back to them. And yeah, to be fair, I mean, they said, listen, I can't remember their exact wordage now. It was really good. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Where is it now? Obviously, I don't want to read out the full letter because that's unprofessional. But I'll read you a snippet just to give you an idea. The last line was basically we appreciate your enthusiasm against our games, and we are not willing to restrict your production through this message. We have understood that your project is not for profit and the film does not harm the original Resident Evil. I mean, it's pretty fair and reasonable in my opinion. It's not every day you get reached out to by Capcom, especially for the wrong reasons. So when there is a fairly positive outcome to it, I'm grateful. Do you know what? It was the biggest relief ever. But at the end of the day, because it was so early on when we got it, I'm happy that they chose. I'm going to save it actually. I'm happy that they chose to... Whoa, what the hell? That's a quick boy. But again, that should not be treated, and to be absolutely clear, that should not be treated as an endorsement from Capcom. Capcom are not endorsing this project. This has not been approved by Capcom. This is by fans, for fans, a fan adaptation by an independent group, by an independent conglomerate of creators, let's call it. Yeah, he wasn't messing around, was he? He had the jets on. And I have since gone back to them. And again, just because I'm open and honest with everyone, especially because it's a crowdfunded campaign, I have gone back to them and said, we have fully funded our campaign and we are prepared to provide you a full expense report of the production with receipts and everything like that. So again, it's all right us saying, in my opinion, it's all right us saying that it's not for profit, but we are legitimately not for profit. So if we have to detail every single business transaction, then it will be what it will be. I would rather do that. Oh man, I'm gonna run out of space again. I would rather do that than risk affecting the project. If all I've got to do is a little bit more admin and prove to these guys that we are what we're saying we're doing, and there's no jiggery pokery, there's no naughty things going on, then that'll be what it'll be. Hey Kimberly, great game, more exciting than the original Resident Evil. It's good, it's very good. I appreciate you joining the chat. Can you elaborate if Ward Sexton's involved? Obviously, Ward Sexton is involved as per his title, call voice. So he serves as the obviously the title call voice for the Keeper's Diary. You've heard the sentence. But listen, it's not every day you get contacted by Capcom. It was a very interesting conversation that obviously we weren't naive to accept. We saw it as a bit of a term of endearment, really, that they thought the adaptation was so accurate they actually needed to check that we wasn't Constantine film. Oh man. There you go. JPM, thank you. Oh, I've just put the crank away, haven't I? Oh, this is so annoying. I've got too much stuff on me, to be fair. Right, before we start our next playthrough, I'm hoping to get Beggy and Tony in. I'll just reach out to them momentarily. Just make sure they're alive. I see Beggy's in the chat. Actually, Beggy, you're more than welcome to join in at any time. Do you want me to call you, or are you still working? What's the crack? Right, you're not joining now because you said yes. I'll join when Tony does. Okay, cool. You said you're playing Chris next? Yeah, this is going to be a full playthrough of both of them. Because I wanted to cover kind of English prime time and at least Central time prime time. I don't think I'll cover Pacific time because that'll be like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for me, and I'll be absolutely fucking wrecked. Absolutely roasted and wrecked, so... Forgot the crank again. Damn it. Sorry, guys. See, the true beauty of the Keeper's Diary... I'm just going to put the control down, just have a bit of a break. The Keeper's... What's the true beauty of the Keeper's Diary? Is that it almost... What's the word I'm looking for? It's an ordinary person in an extraordinary situation, which reflects the story of Resident Evil. You had these... You know, this special forces team that come up against a threat that they've never experienced before. And you could mirror that with the Keeper. You know, he was just a random guy, you know, chill dude, just doing his bit for the dogs and Umbrella and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, you know, he starts succumbing to this virus that he didn't expect to get. I think that's so interesting. Oh, excuse me. Hey, Suspect 13. Great to have you in the chat. That is appreciated. I did see Matthew Hendricks dropped $2 Australian. I do apologise, Matthew. I did see that come in. But I talk a lot of bollocks, you see, and what happens then is I start missing super chats. So we are very grateful for your support, my friend, and hopefully you're enjoying the stream so far. Man, we've sat above 250 the entire stream. Thank you all so much. It really is appreciated. Let's see how we're doing for likes. We must be pretty up there now. 655 likes. We are so close to our 750 goal. Let's see if we can make that today, guys. 750 likes in the chat. If everybody liked the stream right now, we'd beat it. So let's make it happen. Is it Friday already? It certainly is. Cannibal Ritual. I've got both books now, so... Oh, man, sorry, I forgot to get the other book. That's what it's all about, Fluffy. Again, guys, really appreciate you guys sticking around. You probably won't normally see me outside of a team stream, so the opportunity here to stream on the Residents of Evil, playing one of my favourite ports of Resident Evil 1, and of course, talking about a project that I'm heavily involved with, is an opportunity that obviously I'm taking with both hands. And I'm honestly so grateful everyone stuck around to talk about the Keeper's Diary, talk about their passion for the Keeper's Diary, and allowing us to lay out our game plan, and all with the fantastic backdrop of playing Resident Evil 1. Which is obviously totally on brand for the Keeper's Diary. Should we give a cheeky refresh? I think we should. $547. I think we had another couple of donations there. Number of that was still sitting at 114%. That's really appreciated, guys. Remember, donations start as low as I think it's like $10 or 8 UK pounds. And then that'll get you literally in the credits for as little as $8. Making history for $8, man. Amazing. Will on One Wheel celebrating the 7th month in a row as a Row Squad recruit. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your support. And welcome in to Resident Evil 1. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Andy, if you guys need any props that are 3D printed, I can help you out with that. I'm pretty good at printing, processing, and painting Resident Evil stuff. Feel free to reach out to us, Brandon. If you use if you could send us your portfolio or store or whatever you have to keepersdiary2236@gmail.com. That's keepersdiary2236@gmail.com. Send your portfolio, shop, works examples over to us, and sure, if your services are of interest, I'll sit down and have a gander, and I'll reach out to you, my friend. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, Mr. Bundy. To be absolutely clear, we obviously have to keep this approach because of outside parties. The project is not for profit, so any funds surplus to the original budget will seek to help us to kind of unwind some of the constraints. Because as you can appreciate, from my point of view, guys, when we set this Keeper's Diary budget up, we need to balance what we want to do with what is realistic to fund. And it's extremely hard to decipher what is realistic to fund when there has been nobody before us. Nobody before us has launched a Kickstarter. Excuse me, I keep saying that. It's Indiegogo, but I use it as a verb. No one has launched an Indiegogo on this scale before. With the budget we have, with the people involved, with the industry professionals we got involved. So it's extremely hard. It was an extremely hard balance to work out what we think is feasible to fund. Because, not being funny, guys, we can create the absolute best movie in the world, but let's set a $200,000 budget then. That's not going to be realistic to fund, is it? You guys are going to be like, well, hang on a minute. Like, you know, you're an independent studio. You should not be asking for $200,000. On the flip side, we don't want to have a budget that is almost too emaciated, excuse me, to the point that we're actually not providing you a quality product. So I feel like $30,000 is too little to provide you the quality that we expect, and $50,000 as a base budget is asking too much as a starting point. So that's where I felt like, with everything in consideration, there was inevitable constraints and cutbacks that we had to do to get to that $40,000 mark. We would have, at the end of the day, had an extremely serviceable Keeper's Diary film for that budget, but the additional surplus funds allow us to hit that next level to maybe unwind what we previously had to... Oh, where is it here? There we go. Unwind some of the constraints that we had to put on ourselves, which is quite nice, actually. Yeah, basically, Mr. Monday. But at the end of the day, if we had just got $40,000, which has always been the plan, we would have made the Keeper's Diary and it would have happened. But now we have additional resources. We can start looking at, right, how can we take this? We're confident in our abilities to take it to a very, very high quality level. How can we take it to the next level? And that's what we're currently doing now. So, you know, additional professional lighting, the provision of more diverse lenses is a thought process has come up. So it's hard to be the first one, and that is the problem. There's no data for us to go off. Like, I'm a numbers guy, I always have been a numbers guy, and I run my life on data. Data is the most important thing, but the problem is when you've got no data, there's risk. And obviously when there's risk, people don't like to get involved in risk. That's why you saw so many people supporting towards the end, because it's a psychological thing. If you know that a project... if you know a project is 95% funded, and you go, oh, well, this is looking like it's going ahead, I'm just going to donate and get it over the line. It's a lot easier doing that than, say, on 5%, because you know it's got a long road. And I don't think that's an unreasonable statement. You are more likely to fund something that is on 95% than on 5%. Exactly, Longtran. A little headroom is always good. Yes, and at the end of the day, Caleb, we are human. So inevitably there will be something that comes up that is unforeseen. Like, for example, you know, we priced all this Keeper's Diary work back in like June. What if the price of timber's gone up? For example, what if the price in timber in Michigan goes up? And that means that the cost of our set design is going to be a little bit more than what it was. Like, it's stuff like that that are like unforeseen changes that now we have the buoyancy and the flexibility to overcome. So yeah. you know, we might find, you know, we priced, I don't know, transportation. We might find that, I don't know, the transportation business we was going to use has gone out of business. So now we have to use a more expensive transportation company. Stuff like that. I'm sure you get what I mean. Indeed, Grandentron, it's gone. It's finished. I can't believe it. Like, we was all sitting on the phone yesterday. It was like, I had a feeling like we had a really big donation, and I was like, I think we're going to do it today, you know? And then it happened. Whoa, what is it with these fast zombies, dude? What the hell? Oh, yes. John A. the Mole. Yeah, that's kind of true. I didn't even think about it like that. How did they get equipment down there? You actually can use this like a proper keyboard. John. Ada. Oh, that does not say Ada. 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 Yeah, exactly that, Caleb. You know, one thing we can't account for in a budget is inflation, obviously. And inflation's at an all-time high, so we can only do what we can, guys. We're only human. There will be inevitabilities where we're like, oh, we, you know, slightly, you know, overcooked that, or we slightly undervalued that. But I'm confident that that 40k would have been eminently reasonable for... Oh, if I just tabbed out of this, didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Mixture of both, Grandentron. Lot of long-term partnerships. But ultimately, it's a psychological thing. I think a lot of people last night almost were like, oh, wow, I can see this going. I can see this happening. And that's where it snowballed, because everyone was like, you know what, let's get this over the line. And I'm very grateful. Yeah, exactly, Sufjan. And not being funny, like, there is a lot of, you know, we have to be frank when we're talking about this. There is a lot of personal reputation on the line here. You know, you've got Residents of Evil involved. You've got Biohazard Classified involved. Resident Evil Challenger, Let's Talk Resident Evil. It's a huge deal. Like, there are a lot of parties here with respectable and esteemed fan bases. Or fan bases, I hate using the term fan bases, but follower bases, let's say. So, absolutely, we have to, if we're going to do this, we have to deliver at all costs. Yeah, and you got to think, this is what blows my mind. That trailer was shot on such a limited budget, with limited equipment, and that still looks fantastic. You wait until you see what's in store; it will be on another level. Thank you, Caleb. I appreciate that. Again, man, the animatic's fantastic. Oh, man, what was this? Like all blue buttons to activate. Red lamps deactive. Blue buttons directly below. Right. I can't remember how to do this. Now, what is this puzzle? The hell is this? Man. I don't get it. Man. Bruv, what is this? Notice the red light sequence. It always takes one down. If I follow it in order, I don't think it... Always takes one down. Like if you follow him directly afterwards, it's done it again. So if you just follow it, what am I meant to do here? That? No. It's very bizarre, isn't it? Holy shit, this is annoying. Always takes one down at the end. It must be something I'm doing. Man, this is tough. Oh, dude. Oh, come on! End on 2. Oh my god. Right. Solve a confusing puzzle. On top of that, the pattern is different between the two. Hit the switches in order. By pressing the switch in the pillar. Well, why is that? So hang on. It's got the strategy here, but I want to know why it's like that. So 4, 3, 1, 5. Yeah, you finish on 2, I guess. That is so bizarre. It's so bizarre. I never want to do that puzzle again. That was a very confusing puzzle. No, I'm playing on this. Give me a beer. How's it going, Ron? Right, I got all 3 Mo discs. Lovely jubbly. I think there's one in here. Oof. Oh, mate. Arab Pikachu with the $5 super chat. Back on my laptop, I should live stream Resident Evil 1 Deadly Science tomorrow. Listen, man, make it happen. You got the wheel of your own fortune right in front of you. Oh, I remember this one. This is gonna be so hard to. Oh, let's go. Let me let's refresh that. Let's refresh that naughty KD. See if we got any more actually. So 547. Oh, 548. The boy coming in clutch. Thank you very much. You picked yourself up a male detective poster. Thank you very much, Andrew. Very appreciated. So this is so weird. It's a dartboard, but it's going to be very hard to articulate because you guys are only going to see like the half of it. So I think what I'll do is I'll swap the screens over so you can see. That's not helpful, actually. Hang on. We need that one. There you go. So I've got to get 3 bullseyes, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Bullseye, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck? Well, so basically, you have to throw arrows with the. You have to throw these darts with your thumb.
Yeah.
With your finger, sorry. It's fucking difficult to grab onto them.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn.
Oh, I've got 2. Bullseye, baby. Hey, Lorenzo, how are you doing? Dude, Caleb, I don't even know what that sounds like, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Bullseye,
Yes.
baby. Yeah. Bullseye, baby.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Bullseye, baby.
Yeah! In the bag. Let's see them hypes in the chat. We got the 3 bullseyes in the bag. I don't even know what it does, but I'm sure we'll find out shortly. Let me swap these screens back over. Jeez. Bullseye, baby. Oh, it's just a document about the T-virus. Anything else of note? Oh, yeah, Daddy. We'll take the Magnum rounds. Bullseye, baby. Yo, why does she sound like an NPC streamer? Ice cream. Yup, yup. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream. Yup, yup. Yum, yum. Oh, shit. Nice. Bullseye, baby. Wait, is that like behind? Oh, wait. I was like, man, why is my previous so far behind? You'll be happy to know, guys, that I think this is... I don't think JJ normally streams on ultra low latency. So this is probably the first ever ROE stream to have ultra low latency on it, which is lovely jubbly, jumping into the future. ROE Squad. But has anyone got any plans for the weekend ahead? I've got a pretty action-packed one, to be honest. I'm watching the... I'm a big boxing fan, so we're watching the Usyk-Dubois fight. That's going to be fun. Super looking forward to that. I think Usyk's got it in the bag. And then Sunday, I'm going up to Wembley Stadium to watch All In. So, super excited. Action-packed weekend. I might have time to get a haircut in the morning, maybe, if I'm lucky, but it's all going to depend on what time I finish the stream today. I'm going to leave that like that. This is what you could have won. Love that. Thank you very much, Daniel, with the £2 super chat. Repping the Great British Pounds. Love that. How did you come up with the idea for the Keeper's Diary? So I didn't come up with the idea. It was our esteemed director, Andrew Sorlow, who wanted to basically, you know, after the events of Welcome to Raccoon City, he kind of was like, you know what? I want to do a faithful adaptation of Resident Evil. What can I do it on? Ah, the Keeper's Diary. It's a unique story, a self-contained story in Resident Evil. It's perfect for a short film adaptation. I think that's right. The Keeper is on such an important part of Resident Evil as well. Itchy Tasty. Just for the fact, I mean, did you guys watch Welcome to Raccoon City where it had Itchy Tasty? And it was just like a woman screaming it? Like, that's not Resident Evil. Some woman screaming, Itchy Tasty, Itchy Tasty. What? That makes no sense. Since it is a self-contained story, there's much less room for errors. Yes, and there's, you know, we plan to make an authentic adaptation. So, on top of that, there's a lot less room for us to try and invent stuff that we think would be appropriate, and then it spirals out of control, and then you become Paul W.S. Anderson. Yeah, that was well cringed, Tyrant Cheeks. I agree. I agree. Yeah, exactly, Long Tran. It's really iconic. Oh, thank you, Seth. I appreciate that. What match are you looking forward to most at All In? Probably Ospreay versus Jericho. I know it sounds weird, but Will Ospreay's, you know, he's been with New Japan. Big stretch. He's been with New Japan Pro Wrestling for a long time, and I think it's time for him to start making his way stateside. And what better stage than in front of 80,000 of his own people? Hopefully Fury stays at home unless he plans on boxing Usyk. I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with him, man. I've got no intention of watching Tyson Fury fight. He's absolutely dull as dishwater to me, to be honest. Just a monumental, sounds like a monumental pain in the arse to work with. Let's go. Closing down our goal. 695, guys. We are 5 away from 700. Remember, we do have a stretch goal target of 750 likes. Let's see if we can hit that today. And we're just coming up to 4 hours streaming. Now, we have been a bit slow because I have been kind of taking it easy, talking with you guys about the Keeper's Diary. So I've not been as prompt as I'd like to normally be. And that's okay. Well, that's the campaign all over, Ryan. Keep it simple. You know, outline to the audience exactly what they're after, make exactly what they're after, and don't overcomplicate it. Because the second people start overcomplicating it, that's where there's issues, that's where projects fail. Oh, beautiful. Did you watch Crawford Spence fight? I caught the highlights of it because normally American fights are like 5 or 6 a.m. my time. Naked Zombarinos. This is cool. Look, this is all redone for the DS. Yes. No damage, just go. Oh, no, maybe not. Yes. Robert Hellenius failed drug test. I did. Is that been confirmed? Can we confirm that? No way. I mean, he got flopped, so it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's just hilarious. Whoa, what? Anyone here from Barcelona? Oh my god, I can't believe it. He stepped in as a late replacement as well. Wait, I need to get this verified. Sorry guys, I know this is slightly outside of the scope of the conversation here. But I need to Google this. What did he fail on? Test positive for banned substance in Ibarra test. Taken the day before he got knocked out. That is hilarious. What is going on, man? So the event gets the event gets nearly cancelled because of. Oh, this is unbelievable. It nearly gets cancelled because of Dillian White and his escapades. And the replacement also fails the drug test. How does this happen? How does this happen? Absolutely absurd. I think I remember this one. And there's another one a bit further down. Man, Chimera is strong as hell in this game. This is where the final mode disc is as well. Hope you guys are enjoying Deadly Silence though. What are your thoughts about it? Would you play this if you had the opportunity, or would you stick with the normal Resident Evil 1? Really love to know your thoughts. I think this is like, it's almost like a perfect hybrid between arrange mode and normal, as well as adding all of the really cool features of the DS. Just check they haven't left the battery down here. No, not. Lovely. Just broke 4 hours, guys. Let's go.
Jill!
Wow, I think I must have missed a... I must have just happened as I looked away or something.
Jill.
Oh, yeah.
You're here too.
Nick Castle coming in with the 20 months Roast Squad recruit subscription. Thank you very much, Nick Castle. Not gonna lie, JJ's looking different. What's up, Andy? I think you mean JJ's looking more handsome. Excellent command of the English language and absolute barrels of charisma. No, obviously it goes without saying I'm extremely grateful that JJ has kindly offered to cover his slot today as he is enjoying the fruits of Gamescom. You know, doing the deals, meeting up with fantastic indie developers, meeting up with Capcom Europe. Man, he's getting out there, making it done, shaking some hands. So whilst he's doing that, you know, laying down the law out there, we're going to be looking after home base and, of course, talking about all things Keeper's Diary, which, as you can see, is fully funded. We did it. It's in the bag, and production commences the second we get paid out. So we've got dates in mind. It's going to be the last week of October. Let me tell you, we're super excited.
Really be the ultimate biological weapon?
Really? Wesker is a crazy man.
Tyrant is not completely developed.
Would you ever do an ultra white collar boxing charity boxing match?
But we can't let him live.
I probably would. I would actually love to do a Misfits card with JJ, but he keeps saying no. I'll definitely do a Misfits card with JJ. Although I did fracture my skull when I was a kid, so I just need to actually find out if I could even pass a medical in boxing. I'm imagining I probably could, but obviously I don't want to, like, you know, get absolutely flopped and then you know, be completely brain injured. So here we go, large boy.
Damn you!
Oh!
It can't control what it does.
Oh boy. 2, 3, 4. Oh no! I need to reload. Jesus. He flops harder on the Deadly Silence version as well. Tyrant Cheeks in the house. Man, those cheeks do be dummy thick.
Barry? Barry?
Nick Castle with the $2 super chat. That's pretty cool, Andy. Gotta say,
You're
I'm
alive.
excited. Let's go, man. Love that. Damn, son.
I'm really embarrassed. I was clumsy.
Let's get going.
Let me see those cheeks in the chat. That's all I want to see is a wall of cheeks. I don't want to see anything else in the chat except cheeks. Anything else would be inappropriate for this current situation.
What happened to Wesker?
Wesker, Jill. Let me see those cheeks. Come on, show me the cheeks. Show me the cheeks.
Wesker must have said it.
I think this is a different soundtrack. Show me the cheeks. Wesker, Jill. What happened to Jill and Wesker? Okay, let's get Chris. Oh! Oh! Took out 3 of them. Man, that could have been interesting. I don't remember the zombies being in this in the original. I like how the door's completely unlocked as well. Nick Castle with the 149 super chat. Thank you.
Oh, Jill!
Oh, Chris! So you're okay?
Yeah, you too. What happened to Wesker?
Wesker, Jill.
Let's talk about it later.
What
Let's
happened
get out
to
of
Jill
here.
and Wesker? Michael, thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. So you'll notice that Chris has also got a different model, which is cool. Like completely different for. Well, actually, we'll see it in depth in a little while. Ooh. Ooh. We gotta go, we gotta go. Ooh. Ooh.
Let's go.
Ooh. That's my best lab zombie impression. Ooh. Ooh. Wesker, Jill. Wait, where's the item box? Where's the ink ribbon box? Where's the... What? What? I'll tell you what we can do. We can do a restore point. Because we're playing on an emulator. Aren't we? We just do this. Create restore point. Yes. Created restore point. That saves us using an ink ribbon. Hurry. I'm with you, Barry. Oh, I can't pick up the fucking... I took the ink ribbon with me, stupidly. Stupidly. There's 33 cheeks left. Come on, guys. We're nearly there. Let's see if we can get 33 likes on the stream before I finish the Tyrant off. I know that's painfully optimistic of me. Have a good one, Caleb. We'll see you soon, my friend. Look at all the Chads coming. This is Brad. Oops.
There is 3 minutes until explosion.
Oh boy. Look at those monsters.
You must be kidding. After you've come all the way here.
Give me a chance to be nice guy.
But Chris,
Give me a chance to play nice.
Give me a chance to play nice guy. What does that even mean? Okay. Yeah, so ironically enough, Andrew, brilliant other Andrew's coming on as well. We're also going to bring on Beggy and Tony as well, Andrew, if that's okay. I'm just going to finish this boss battle and then we'll get onto it. Ironically enough, Andrew, so I've known Luke for for a very, very long time, really. We just didn't know. It was only lockdown that we actually connected. So I've followed Luke since 2007. He used to have a page called he has a page called Resident Evil Challenger, and basically it's completing as many Resident Evil games you can in 24 hours, and he's been doing that since 2006. He's got a full log of every single challenge he's done since 2006. Honestly, a trailblazer for Resident Evil content creation. Just the absolute real deal. I followed him for many years. We connected during lockdown, and yeah, he does an annual meetup of all of his supporters and fans and followers or whatever, and we were sitting around the table, and he just went, like, we was talking about the Keeper's Diary, because I said I was, you know, helping Andrew out with it, and Andrew was also in need of a director of photography, and I was talking to Luke about it, because, you know, he's a Resident Evil fan. I was like, oh man, we're working on this, and I thought, oh my god, why did I just ask fucking Luke? Like, he's right here. He's literally an award-winning fucking cinematographer. Like, what? Why are we not doing this? And then, yeah, that's where the idea spawned. And, yeah, so far so good. And he's got a very diverse portfolio, very diverse client list of, you know, he's worked for UFC. He often goes out and shoots stuff for UFC. He's just been in Japan shooting stuff for a like a karate organization. He was in Rwanda shooting content out there. A very well-traveled man, very used to shooting in complex locations, difficult locations. So absolutely the right man for the job, in my opinion. And a huge Resident Evil fan, which always is helpful. Oh! Here we go. Come on! Oh no! What the fuck is this dude made of? Oh, will we be able to do it no damage is the question. You're Amazon, Jill. I think we might be able to do it. Remember, guys, we will be jumping on with Chris Redfield's Rebirth scenario after this. And we will be getting the rest of the Residents of Evil team that are available today to talk about the Keeper's Diary. So, and of course Andrew Sorlo, who is the director. So, let's do it. No damage in the bag. That's just what Residents of Evil do. This is what you get with an Andy from Residents of Evil stream. You get high quality, no damage gameplay. This is the only time this is going to happen on a Friday night. Let me tell you, with Friday Night Residents of Evil. This is the only time you're going to get a no damage playthrough of Resident Evil 1. Cheers, everyone. Actually, we'll save this for later because we're going to watch the cutscene in a minute anyway. And what was the time? Oh, you can't see it, but we've got 3 hours 47. It's on the little screen, so you can't see it. 3 hours 47. That is fucking terrible. But I've got the special key. Let's go. Okay, right. So I'm going to get this little group chat assembled. Let's see if we can get hold of them. Hey, let's go. Remember, guys, we are going to be jumping on with Chris Redfield scenario in just a second. We're just going to get the rest of the team in here. So just bear with us. Where's Becky? What is your photograph? What are you called on here? You're not called Becky, are you?
Resident Evil DS.
Hello, Andrew.
Hey.
Hey,
What's up?
let me just make sure you're coming through on the Franz. Why are you called Franz? Hang on. Why can't you just be called Borgy Borg? I'll talk about Beggy. She's called something weird on Discord. Give me a
Do
second.
you need my camera?
No, we're just doing audio because where people are jumping in and out, it's going to be easier to manage.
People, 'cause my face is ugly.
And that. I mean, you said it. You said it, bro. You said it. Add friends. Oh, how do I do this? Oh, man,
Hold on, I'll be right back.
I don't. Oh, I've not even got Beggy on Discord. How terrible am I? Just get him in, and then have we heard from Tony? Is Tony alive? Yeah, he's ready. Oh, cool. What's connected? Add friends. And what is Tony called? Oh, is he one big boss on here?
You hear me now?
Unfortunately. What is Tony called on here?
If I leave my headphones off, does that interfere with your audio?
Does it interfere with my audio? I can't hear myself. If that's what you're thinking.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure you're not hearing my computer audio from my microphone.
No, not yet. Tony, what is your Discord? Is it new to retro? Oh, why can't I see him?
No, I think Tony's is one big boss.
That's what I thought. It's just not coming up
Yeah.
on my list. Hang on.
Actually, maybe he changed it back to Tony. Let me see. I'll find him.
Just like four letters. That's it. The only
Yeah.
Tony on Discord.
No, it's one big boss. It totally is.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Why can't I find him? Works.
Give me beer.
Give me a beer.
Give me a beer too. Do you want me to add him? I think I could add him.
Do you know what it is? Because I've got like a billion different biohazard accounts.
I
think
added
this
him.
is. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, just add him.
Hello.
Hey, let me just check you all coming through. This is kind of weird, huh? Who would have thunk it? A JJ-less Friday night Residents of Evil. We will do him proud, I'm sure.
I'm sure too. Yeah, we're doing it.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Do it live.
No, this has been a banger stream though. I think that people are really learning about our project.
Yeah,
been-
yeah.
it's
I mean,
been
there's a
productive.
lot to it, and Andrew's probably going to be best placed to like fill in a lot of gaps as to why you've spent so long putting this together. You could have been doing anything else with your life, but you're choosing to do this.
Yeah, I don't know, because I'm an idiot.
I agree. Tony, how are you doing tonight?
Doing all right.
Good. Can we just get a sound check in the chat? Can everybody hear the crew okay? Before we
Before I came in, it sounds like everybody was way too low.
yeah, I've just whacked it up, but I don't want it to overpower everything else.
Be too loud. Yeah.
Oh man, I've just chose Jill, dickhead. Hang on. Let me see if I can.
You're just putting beers increasing in chat. 1 to 4.
Let me see if I can get out of this. I don't think there's a reset button on this. So the only port of Resident Evil doesn't have reset on it. Oh, annoying. Suppose I could just get eaten quickly. Hang on.
I need beer.
So Andrew, why are you doing to keep us down?
Does he not have reception or whatever?
What is it?
I'm sorry.
Blood. Jill.
Say that
see
again.
if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this.
Oh, have I lost
You guys
it?
hear me?
Oh,
this
there you go. I
is
can hear you
not
now.
Chris's blood.
I think I can hear you. Speak out. Speak now. Forever hold your peace.
Does JJ not have reception? Is that why he can't join?
I'm not sure.
Hmm.
He did
Probably
say he
it's,
was
like,
going to
super
try
late
to.
there, honestly.
Yes, it'll be like 1 because it's an hour after me. So
Oh, gotcha.
I'm actually just going to get myself eaten here. Sorry, guys. I actually chose Jill. Whoa, straight on orange caution after 1 bite. Nice. There we go. Right. Let's never do that again. So yeah, The Keeper's Diary, funded after 20 days of funding. What are your initial thoughts, Andrew?
Man, I don't know. I'm still trying to process it all. Pretty crazy. I know we were all biting our nails there for a minute, and we had some big donors come in yesterday. It seemed like there was a lot of stuff that happened within a 12-hour period. So
Yeah.
that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I almost felt like it was almost like a psychological thing for people. Like I always say, I said it earlier in the stream, you're more likely to contribute to a campaign that's at 95% rather than 5%.
Yeah.
So I think people saw it and were like, wow, I think this is really going to go. This is actually going to happen. And that's where people were just like, do you know what? Go for broke type thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what happened yesterday, if it was that or something else or something, but my phone kept going off like every minute to 5 minutes with, donation emails. So it's pretty crazy.
We should probably check, actually. We're at 548. Let's see if... I'm just going to quickly refresh again. We're at 549. We actually got a donation, within the last 5 minutes. Amazing.
Is that in euro?
Alpha team is flying around the forest.
Oh, what's that, sorry?
Is that euros? 549?
No, 549 number of backers.
Oh, backers.
Yeah. It's easier to see than the 5 numbers, see if they change. If I just look at backers, obviously, if it goes up, the money goes up.
Yeah.
Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City.
We've seen this. But Tony, what are your thoughts from what you've seen happen with, obviously, Andrew piecing bits together and then, me piecing together the campaign? What has your thoughts been? By the way, are you there, Tony? So I'm not like...
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, cool,
Yep.
cool. I was worried you'd gone to the toilet or something, and I was like, But yeah, what are your thoughts? Like, you've seen the campaign go ahead. You've seen the campaign be successful. And obviously, you've seen Andrew's timeline from where he was to where he is now. What are your thoughts of Keeper's Diary now, and where are you hoping it goes? Even if you're being selfish, where do you want the project to go?
I like cheese.
No.
Becky, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh my god, no! I'm really happy. Like it essentially is kind of like an overnight success in many ways, because like we were. I mean, none of us sleep and everything like that. So like we were all there like when it was just like finally like going through like crazy, and then it just kept going. It just like the hype for it just wasn't dying down, and it's like I always say, like when people see these successes starting to happen, they want to get on board and help because they all believe, and I think that a lot of people believe in this in general because it's a project that's never been done before, and it's a project done by fans for fans, and that's like from what people have seen of like just like the trailer so far, we're going nuts for this. And that's exactly like the response I think all of us really want, is for people just to be hyped about something like this, because we haven't had good adaptations for a lot of Resident Evil media throughout the years. So this is really something truly special, I feel, for the fans to get excited about. And if I gotta be honest, like the success of it and where I hope it goes, I mean, I hope it does more. I hope we do more films from this. I hope that it's successful enough and people love it that we just keep getting to do stuff like this. Because I mean, I got ideas for some films. I know Andrew's probably got more, and you yourself. I think everybody probably has something good to add in the future.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, reverting back to Andrew, assuming this all goes okay, it's a runaway success when it launches on the Residents of Evil. What are your intentions after that?
What happened to Jill and Wesker?
Given that crowdfunding was successful here, I talked about it before, but I have a couple ideas next year that I'd like to do, especially diving into Resurrection. I'd like to do like a Dino Crisis short film. I always thought it'd be cool to do the epilogues from Nemesis. So things like that, I think would be very awesome to do. So, yeah.
I mean, if we were being really if we were being really pie in the sky, I would like Capcom to notice it. Like, wouldn't that be cool if they like, no, I'm not even acknowledge it, or even just go, do you know what? These guys have proved that there is a market for accurate adaptations of Resident Evil. Why am I knifing? I've got a gun.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Hollywood or anything of any sort, but yeah, that'd be neat.
Yeah, Hollywood kind of screws up a lot of things that it touches because they're just very, you know, out of touch with what fans really want. And I think that in the future, with how some fans, films that are based off of video games go, they continue to be successful, I think that we'll see a change. But for right now, it's like I always say, fans do it right, honestly. They do it better than Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, from a suits, we was talking about this earlier, and I got really passionate about it because, you know, Hollywood is for profit. So the benefit of us doing it not for profit, obviously we have to expend a lot of our own personal time, which is obviously unrecoverable, but we have ultimate creative control because we're not driven by the profit factor. So that is actually really good for in an art form, because now we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about appeasing producers or obviously outside of the, you know, crowdfunding campaign. Obviously, we're gonna have to.
That's true, and we're also not driven by anything that, you know, they would want us to do that we don't agree with.
Yeah, agreed. So you've got that really pure by fans for fans mindset, which, I mean, if anybody knows Resident Evil, it's the Residents of Evil.
Yeah.
What about, is Becky back yet? Because I see she was.
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Sorry,
cool.
I was just snacking a bit, but now I'm good.
I did. I was hoping to hear the old Minecraft eating sound. You know.
No, I'm gonna mute myself.
What's your thoughts been on the Keeper's Diary? And as somebody who, you know, is kind of obviously it's been in the Residents of Evil, let's call it the Residents of Evil bubble, but now like you're gonna be involved in production in some way. What is that like for you?
Yeah, I'm really thrilled to be involved in any way that I can. I could be of assistance in any way that I can, because as you were saying earlier this stream, you're getting really passionate about it. There's a number of very distinctive elements that actually qualifies a story and a piece of media as a Resident Evil piece of media. And when we see that attempted many, many different times, and this is something that I've distilled down to each individual element that I think actually qualifies a Resident Evil story. Everyone will have their own definition, maybe their own enumeration of what actually qualifies as Resident Evil. And I've actually made that list many, many times. And I've examined things like, say, the Resident Evil Netflix adaptation through that lens, and I've seen certain elements are preserved, but other details, other nuances of this franchise are lost in translation. So, for example, the evolution of viruses that some show writers will try to run with, concepts like that, like zeros that they introduced in the Resident Evil Netflix series. The inclination to liken Resident Evil to any other sort of generic Outbreak series is something that only really longtime fans and true fans that have known Resident Evil from the ground up, from conception to the massive franchise that we have right now, only we can really discern those details, those really, really crucial details, like the eyes in Resident Evil, like the atmosphere, like the dining tables, the knight's armor, all of the atmospheric and aesthetic details that necessarily constitute what people want to see in Resident Evil, and anything with the name Resident Evil on it. And I think just a fundamental understanding of what that is something that I've dedicated literally years of my life to really trying to crystallize and trying to find out what it is. And I've put hours into many different analyses of Resident Evil novels, people, taking it on from a novel perspective, taking it on from a film perspective, and just to see our community and like the best hands that we could actually get together, industry professionals actually get a stab at it. I think that's like really beautiful. And I think that we were able to unite people on a common vision that, is something that seems like, as an idea, it seems like so out of reach. But then when you understand how big the demand for this really is, and how passionate the talent pool for this is from people like Nuji, people like Andrew, people like Charlie, Anthony, yourself, there's so much that we have to work with to actually distill those specific elements in a manner that they are preserved, and they actually teach people that have never seen Resident Evil before in any medium what Resident Evil really is, what we would like them to interpret it as. And I think that's really important. So obviously very thrilling. I've been dabbling in a lot of film projects myself, adapting some short stories, adapting a couple of educational documentaries. So I've seen Andrew work a couple times, and any opportunity to do it again and for like a larger project, a more ambitious project is very welcomed by me. So really, I'm just along for the ride, and it's a privilege to be of assistance wherever I can. That's what I have to say.
We're glad to have you.
Yeah, no, it's going to be, again, like having your mind on board. I mean, obviously the creative is well tied up. We have a game plan that we have to set up, but just having these talented individuals around us, I always feel like if you surround yourself, like, this is outside of the scope of the Keeper's Diary, but this is like a life thing. If you surround yourself with successful people, the likelihood is you will be successful. And if you surround, and on the flip side, if you surround yourself with people that are unambitious and are lethargic and don't want to do anything, or they're very negative, there's always like, the what's the word? What's the phrase that I'm looking for? If someone's in a real bad mood, you have a real bad egg on a team, they will absolutely dilute the entire team. And it's exactly the same on the flip side. So if we have these talented people along with the ride, even if they don't offer that creative energy, it can be outputted elsewhere. There's so much potential here, and even just like living in the moment. Like this is what I said, like, about behind the scenes. Like, it's important for us to document this behind the scenes, because the key players, I guess you could say, or the key people that are kind of running that creative, don't have time to live in the moment. It's it's going to be too many. It's going to be too many numbers in my head. It's going to be too much for Andrew's, like, forward thinking, rather than actually look what we've achieved. We've managed to literally unite some of the largest and most esteemed Resident Evil content creators under one place, with a common shared goal of creating a fan adaptation of our favourite media. And I don't think it will be attempted unless it's not done. If it's not done by us, it's not going to be attempted by anyone else to this scale. It's just not possible. Like, what we've achieved is like it's a 1 in a million. It really is.
It's kind of, the size of the niche, it puts into perspective how much you could really expect from a niche of this size. It's not something that is quite mainstream, but it is something that through other adaptations, film adaptations, has sort of attempted to reach that higher, more, that wider audience and a broader reach. But seeing any project like this spur about, from fans of the franchise rather than some larger corporation, there's not a whole lot of chances, right, that we have. There's not like a whole lot of opportunities that the community at large will really have to go about this outside of, kind of what's going on right now. So I think it's definitely a huge learning experience as well, logistically, like all of these different pools of talent, all of these creatives sort of amalgamating in one space. I think that's definitely going to be a big learning experience, to see how everyone meshes together. Never seen anything like it. The most that I've really gleaned off of interviewing voice actors and other key players, mocap actors in Resident Evil here on the channel, is that, there's always some kind of dynamic, some kind of chemistry going on between the specific group of actors and talent you have on board. And every every new group is a new story, really, of how that works and how that fits together. So, yeah, definitely exciting. Definitely like a big learning opportunity, I think, for everyone.
Yeah, and again, that whole having, and we had the same conversation with Let's Talk Resident Evil. Let's Talk Resident Evil has made short films. He's an indie director. He's an indie filmmaker. He's made his own films, but he wants that experience. He wants that professional industry experience, which we will be able to achieve on this shoot.
Which is awesome. Yeah.
Give me a bear.
Give me a bear.
That's all Andrew wants in this success after. He just wants a beer. He doesn't want recognition. He doesn't want money. He doesn't want anything else. He just wants a beer for all of his hard work.
Yeah, give me a beer.
You know, recently I actually saw the scene that's from, and I understand it now, like in game.
It's me, Chris.
Like,
with Arthur Morgan.
if that's his name, yeah, I saw it in Red Dead. Like, I just typed it in, like Red Dead, give me a beer, and I found it.
Ah,
Give me a beer, will
the
you?
Moonlight Sonata.
Can you
It's like the big reward for you. There's just gonna be like one big mug with some beer in it.
Bear. We were saying that about JJ's cat. Like the cat would just show up and we'd be like, bear.
A cat named Bear.
That's something else as well. Where we are shooting, everybody is there. So the actual, obviously the priority 100% is to get the Keeper's Diary over the line. So that's your 8 to 5. That's your office job, I guess, for the week.
What is that?
And potentially longer, depending on how the cookie crumbles.
Is off a little.
But the amount of like additional content opportunities we have together will be like amazing.
See?
Oh yeah,
just relax
100%.
and play.
I just can't wait to get there and like start taking pictures of everybody working and having fun and shit.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be. I'd love like just, you know, maybe like a time lapse camera put here. You know, maybe someone like delivering little interviews between takes, like, oh, how are you feeling? Maybe like a vlog on the way there. Like we can put all this together in a nice big like comprehensive behind the scenes video. Like, oh, this is the time we decided to make a short film based on Resident Evil. We can look back at it, you know, and be like, whoa, we actually did that.
Make a documentary about it.
Yep. Yeah.
But the dates are in. I mean, to be fair, we agreed the dates. I want to say like 2 months ago or something. We just needed the funding. Like
I think I had the date set before I started working with you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think you're bang on.
Yeah.
Someone was asking this question earlier, and it was to you, Andrew. It was, what exactly made you specifically choose the Keeper's Diary as the sort of target of this project?
Because of how iconic it is and how much it's been burnt into my brain over all these years. It's the one note that sticks out more so than most out of the entire series. It's like that scene from Jaws when Robert Shaw is describing what happened to you, and they don't cut to any footage showing what happened to him during World War II. Just talking about it. It's horrific.
Well, because like that actually happened to him too, or wasn't that true? Like, wasn't that like kind of based on a true story? Like, because I think he was in World War II.
Robert Shaw?
Yeah. Unless I was mistold something years ago.
I've never heard that before. I didn't know Robert Shaw was a World War II vet.
I didn't think he was that old. I mean, when was Jaws? 75 minutes, so obviously 30 years before that would have been.
But just when you watch that scene and he's talking about it, and they don't show you, and his acting and the way he's telling a story is like, you feel like you're there.
Yeah, it was like that was great. It was just pure talent that they focused on. Was just him telling that story and how he was, and it it's like one of the best scenes in the movie, which honestly doesn't really get talked about that much. Obviously, the stuff that gets talked about the most is shark, or it killing people, or like the aftermath of it. But they never really focus on that scene, and it's just really an amazing like scene in cinema that like should get more love, honestly.
Yeah. Nope, I agree. There's a lot of great scenes in that movie, like when they're sitting down at the dinner table and he's just like looking at his son, and it's just like a nice moment in time kind of thing.
Yep.
Just stuff like that, but to me that's kind of it's similar to the Keeper's Diary in that sense, where it has that effect of the way the story is written and the fact that they're not showing you in the game. You're just like, damn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's like
also
they just talk about it, and like the camera's on him for the most part too. They cut back to the chief a couple of times and everything, but like it's just for the most part it's fixed on him, and the way he just delivers it is like a flawless like delivery for like 4 minutes straight or whatever it was. Like it was insane.
and if you consider every Resident Evil entry to date, every single one will have some element, some depiction of a Keeper's Diary. And by depiction, again, I don't mean like visually, but there will be a trail of evidence and notes that will essentially encompass that same feeling and convey the same emotions, the same theme of mental deterioration, whether it's Las Plagas in RE4 and 5, or if it's the mold in 7 and 8, there's some element of mental deterioration succumbing to the pathogen, whatever it may be, that actually is unleashed upon whatever community they exist in. It's kind of like the file that applies to every single entry of Resident Evil that would ever exist, because it necessarily kind of describes the essence of like what Resident Evil story is like this file.
Mm-hmm. Robert Shaw was a U.S. Army Air Force pilot during World War II, credited with shooting down 8 enemy aircraft. I had no idea about him. That's insane. Dude,
Right?
this dude was a bona fide badass in real life.
Yep,
Yeah,
he's just like Christopher Lee.
Yeah, Christopher Lee too, yeah. He was a veteran.
So we had Nick Castle with the $2 super chat. I want to see Tony as a zombie in a fan remake.
Oh,
see, we were gonna do that. We was actually gonna put Tony in the closet in the Keeper's Diary. Have Tony burst out. Well, what we do is we load an actual shell into the Winchester, and yeah, we just see what happens, really.
yeah, but everybody was like, "No, it's a bad idea. We can't do that." And then I called y'all a bunch of fucking wimps.
And then, well, we had to tell the insurance company about that, and they start getting funny about it. So yeah, so that idea never went ahead, I guess.
We tried that.
Thank you for that, Nick. King Grogu Rojas with the $2 super chat. Fallen Stars mini shorts on the Police Diaries RE2. Thank you very much for your contribution. That's certainly appreciated. Sorry, guys. You may carry on.
Fallen Stars mini short on Police Diaries RE2. You see, like that would be tough, but also interesting, because that's the one great, well, not one great thing, but like one of the things I loved about like early Resident Evil games was the fact that there weren't a lot of cutscenes for anything. It was all told throughout the story, so you have your own imagination to see what happened during those. I mean, think about something like like all the stuff that Lisa Trevor went through during her time in the mansion, being kidnapped and all that stuff, or can you imagine doing a short film on like the kids of Sheena Island from Survivor? I know a lot of people didn't play Survivor, but that's like literally like one of the most fucked up stories in all of Resident Evil lore. Like it is fucked 6 ways from Sunday.
Yeah. I actually like that game. I know a lot of people don't, but I enjoyed it.
That's the thing, because I was talking to some friends about it and they didn't like it either, and I was like, and they told me why. I was like, I get it, but it's a spinoff for a reason. Like, it wasn't going to be on the scale of what the previous RE games that came before it were, and It's fun, honestly. It's a good game. It's like just to screw around and have fun with, and it's technically canon to Resident Evil lore. It is a canon story, which is kind of insane, but it's just a fun game, you know. I mean, yeah, granted, it sucks without the gun con because Americans didn't get that option. Everybody else, I think, did. Maybe it was Japan. I think it was, Europe and Japan, I think, got the gun option, which is. I actually do kind of want to buy the like a Japanese PS1 and a Japanese copy of that game to play with the gun. And Andy, I know you got it working on the Wii of all things or something like that, with like a Wii remote or something.
Yeah, so I've got a it's called a Dolphin bar. It's basically a USB Wii sensor bar, but it's got drivers built into it. So your Wii remote, but it's basically like a Bluetooth adapter at the same time. And you can use your Wiimote to control your mouse, and you use an emulator called DuckStation, which uses your mouse as a gun con. So I'm sure you know where we're going with this. Like,
oh yeah,
it then like the idea evolved, and then bam, this is the best way of playing Resident Evil Survivor.
What's that really cool mod that's out there that makes it look like the game you're playing right now?
What's that, sorry?
Well, there's the I can't remember his name, but he's made like a mod of Resident Evil Survivor that plays like the original games.
Oh yeah, that's Aiden Watkins. Yeah, so he's done a third person. He's basically reverse engineered Resident Evil 2, and he's so good. This dude is so clever, right? So he gets Resident Evil Survivor in an emulator. This is how this idea comes about, by the way. So he gets Resident Evil Survivor in an emulator, and he finds a way of turning the heads-up display off. And he's like, oh man, this is kind of cool. And then he just goes, oh, wait a minute. I can photograph every single background in Resident Evil Survivor with no HUD. I can literally make Resident Evil Survivor in third person. And that's how the idea started. Something as simple as that, just finding out how to turn the HUD off, has now turned into the best way of playing Resident Evil Survivor.
Wow.
Huh. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah,
He's
like
a good build.
it's really cool to see it, because like one of the things I always credit Resident Evil Survivor for too. Yeah, it might not be everybody's favorite or a fun game for many, but it is technically the last Resident Evil game we get to be in the PS1 style that we all love. I don't think people put enough thought into that and realize, shit, we really kind of took this game, like gave this game a lot of shit, but it does a lot for us. And I mean, I'm glad that the community, because like JJ's played it, other people in the community have played it too, and it got out there, and people were like, oh, you know what, maybe we were too harsh on this back in the day. And like, there's no way to actually play it without a physical copy. I mean, obviously, there's emulation out there and stuff, but that copy of that game is going for at least like $70 at some places, if not more.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to access, and it is very worth it though. Like, I played it for the first time just this year.
Yep.
And I actually loved it. Like, I thought it was the lore was pretty additive. It was very dark, and
very dark. Yes.
yeah, and even me playing with like the keyboard, with like the controls on like the aiming the mouse over the screen, it was still like pretty enjoyable. It's like pretty fun. Great atmosphere, good music.
Yeah, I think people forget about that actually. That it does have really good like music, like atmospheric music. Dum dum. I actually think it has some of the best Resident Evil music actually.
Yeah, it has some of the worst too, but it also has some of the best.
It does, yeah.
Just weird songs, like songs that sound like they belong in like director's cut of like RE1 or something. Like that kind of.
I think that game came out in 99, right? 2000?
2000.
The same year as Dino Crisis, I thought.
And Code Veronica.
Yeah, Code Veronica. Yeah, it's so weird because like Code Veronica is the one that came out first, and then all of a sudden, like this PS1 Resident Evil title comes out, and everybody's like, "What the fuck? What? I thought we were focusing on like getting ready for PS2 and shit like that. What is this like?" So it's like I said, like I think Resident Evil's one of those games, honestly, that when it has a spin-off, even if it's like a bad spin-off, it's still good in a lot of ways. And I feel that game is like one of them. Like like a lot of people don't like the Chronicle games that much, especially since how bad like Umbrella Chronicles kind of dropped the ball with the storytelling for any characters that really weren't Wesker. But it's still got its charm to it. I mean, Darkside Chronicles is fucking amazing too. But you know, there's just I mean, Operation Raccoon City, it's got its heavy flaws, but there's a lot of great things about it. And then of course, Outbreak is probably the best spin-off of the franchise. Well, maybe next Revelations 2. I'm a little biased. I love Revelations 2 so goddamn much.
Me too.
I actually need to really like sit down and go through that because I just it struggles to like maintain my attention.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why it is. I don't know why. I keep trying every year. Maybe this year I'll make the effort to finally go through and complete it.
Dude, yeah, like I mean, if you're gonna play it on like the Road Twitch or your own channel and stuff, let me know and I'll join you to help keep you going and stuff because it's just such a fun game. Because I mean, you can't do the online. I don't think there's online co-op for it.
Yeah,
I think
like,
you have to
it's
be
like
local
remote
co-op.
play in it, like remote play split screen or something.
Yeah, I
Hey, I'll
think
be
that's
right back.
Oh, dude.
All right. Yeah, that I think that's all there is to it, which kind of sucks, unfortunately. But you know, like I said, I'll be there to help play through it with you and stuff because I love that game. There are parts where it does slow down in a lot of bad ways and stuff, but the game literally I feel is kind of like one big homage to like the past Resident Evil, like, you know, all the games that came before it, and it does very well in those areas. And plus, just getting to play as Barry with his fucking dad jokes is fucking top tier.
And he's very well equipped too. I felt like you just blast through his sections more so than like Claire and Moira's, but I feel like that's a common issue that I see, Andy. Like people don't want to like either try it for the first time or they don't want to beat it. It's like the sales numbers, if you compare them to the core series, they're very low. And I think partially we could attribute that to its episodic structure. It actually released in 4 separate episodes that you had to buy individually, which, you know, kind of deters people from like buying the first one to like get it started, rather than just buying a full game like as it is. So that's like one part of it. But it's extremely worth it in my opinion. It has like some of the best foundation in terms of like the narrative and like the literary connections that I've seen in this entire franchise. It's the reason why like it's the game with like my favorite inspirations from like an author and the best like thematic way woven into the game and the gameplay.
Yeah. I mean, from my point of view, hang on, let me just quickly get this out of the way. Akira Vampire dropping the 8th month in a row. Rose Squad Bravo team, thank you very much. 8 months already. Hello, Andy and Tony. We got the rest of the row guys here as well. Akira, we got Beggy, we got Andrew Solo. And if you're just tuning in, everybody, Andy and the row gang here, we're talking all about the Keeper's Diary, which we've just funded in full. Absolutely fantastic. And yeah, we're having a boatload of fun playing Resident Evil Deadly Silence and talking all things Resident Evil. This is the place to be, let me tell you. But yeah, going back to your point, Beggy, I think the reason why it ended up being episodic is because Resident Evil Revelations 1 was on the 3DS. So the whole idea was, you know, you kind of play it on short car journeys or what have you. And then it's like, you know, previously on Resident Evil Revelations.
Oh,
like,
right, yeah.
It was episodic in that, but when they did it for 2, I don't know why they continued that specific formula out of everything else. Very bizarre.
I actually, well, that was because at the time, games like Telltale's The Walking Dead was extremely fucking popular. So, you know, like that was still going. That was still going, and that's why they did Revelations 1 like that. But you know, Revelations was a whole game where, you know, Rev 2 was completely different. Like they wanted to actually do the episodic thing, and everybody was just like, no, I mean, it's great. You like, I mean, I will say, like, when the game got left at that specific part to be the cliffhanger part for every episode, they did it great. But it was kind of more frustrating because it's like, I just want to fucking play the game all the way through. Like, do not do this to me.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the whole like previously on Resident Evil.
Was that actually funny? Like, what do you call it there? Mike Cosplayed. He actually kind of parodied that in his Star series that he was making and stuff. And what was it? I actually got to do the voice for like one of the, you know, previously. Like he was going through and asking people in the community to be the voice in that. And then me and Sonny Bauer were one of the voices of the Umbrella Squad that like came into like one of the flashback episodes. So I was like, yeah, see, that was cool, like to do that, but in the game, yeah, good idea, just badly executed.
What is going on with cosplay and stars? Is he stopping doing that now, or?
He's not stopping it, but he has to like reevaluate and everything because it wasn't getting like the attention that he wanted it to. And I kept telling him, I was like, dude, just keep going for it, like just keep making the stuff that you love. And he's like, yeah, but I'm putting this money into it, and if it's not, getting anywhere. And I was like, oh, I understand, dude. I do. And I told him, I was like, when you're ready to come back, dude, just let like me and the rest of the road team know, and anybody else you want us to share it, we'll share it for you, dude, because like it was a great idea. It was a nice take because Mike has been a phenomenal. I've been God, oh my Jesus Christ, going back like 10 years now, if not more. I've watched Mike's writing evolve because he was on Maximilian's Assist Me show playing Wesker throughout the series, and he did a lot of the I think he did he wrote for I think season 2 and 3 of the show, and he also did all the costume work too. Like his costume work is absolutely amazing. I'm actually hanging out with him. I'm actually hanging out with him next month.
Yeah, I mean, oh, go on, Begs.
It's crazy because I watched that series when I was learning to play that game, and I had no idea when I actually started to meet people in this community like many, many years later that was him until like you told me that he was like Wesker in like the series, and I was like,
oh yeah,
holy
that's
crap,
right.
like, that was so well like performed, and like the costume was like really stellar. So just everything about his performance was like good in that. It was really funny.
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, and this is we're peeling back the veil a little bit. We had a role that came up in the Keeper's Diary, and it was a senior researcher who wears sunglasses at night. We obviously immediately contacted Mr. Cosblade because that was our intention. He absolutely fit it perfectly, but he just couldn't. I think he's doing a bit of a world tour at the moment, and
yeah, he's going around.
Yeah, US tour, and I don't think the dates matched up for him.
Yeah, I think like when it was, he literally was gonna be there like a week prior or something like that.
I was like, man, is there like anything we can do to like just get you to stay that week? It's like, nah, I'm on like a really tight schedule, which is fair enough.
Yeah, no, because like he's literally spending like I think like day or so or something like that in each area he goes to. He's gonna like go like hang out with like a bunch of Resident Evil cosplayers and stuff, and me, him, and Sonny Bauer are gonna be hanging out in New York, and then he's gonna come around here, and I'm gonna do like photos for him and shit.
Yeah.
So it would have been great though. That would have been like fucking perfect casting.
Yeah, that would have lined up because again, you've got it kind of leans into our ethos of putting the right people in the right places. Like if we'd had him as the senior researcher who wears sunglasses, it would have been perfect. But it's one of them. You got to, you can't. Unfortunately, in life, you can't have absolutely everything your own way. Sometimes you got to make some compromises. So, yeah, we've suitably resourced it.
I'm back.
Hey. Well, I hope he picks up stars again because it was a really interesting concept.
Oh, I still have to watch those. It's fun. I've been reading his I forget the exact genre. It's something horror. It's like suspense horror, like adventure horror. I think it might be adventure horror novel, and he's been putting like excerpts out, and I've been reading those, but I haven't watched his like thing, and I'm like, I totally should because I've heard like so many good things about it.
No, he knows how to write. He does really good work. Like it's only gotten better as the years have gone on. Like he's absolutely like insane with what he does. The guy is like a really good visionary. Like he sets to it. And like I said, like I mean, I get he was a little bit bummed out. Like the numbers weren't there and stuff. Like he was kind of sad. And I was like, yeah, but dude, you got a smaller YouTube channel and everything like that. Like these things take time. Like I mean, you could make this series and then one day it gets seen by a lot of people. It's but I get it. Like, you know, it costs money and stuff like that. But I mean, he was getting a lot of like great people from the community involved and everything. Like my friend got to be Annette Birkin in it, and like that the exchange between those two were absolutely fucking hilarious.
We're actually, and I must admit, I do have to apologise to my good friend Sean of Carrier, because it's been obviously complete balls to the wall with Keeper's Diary, and we've been catching up the last couple of weeks, and we're desperately trying to premiere episode 2.
Yeah.
But I said to him, I was like, I don't want it to get lost, because what he is doing with Carrier is so unique and so special.
Oh hell yeah!
I just don't want that to get lost in the shuffle, because everyone's talking about the Keeper's Diary.
Yeah, I could totally
Dude, he's a
happen.
champ. I was just talking to him the other day. He's freaking awesome.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. And again, like I think we've changed plans like 3 times or something, and he's just like, I said to him, I was like, man, if you want to, like, you know, do it, like, crack on with yourself, and you want to get it out there, and he's like, no, man, I'll wait for you. We're in it, you know, we're all in this together, type thing. So, yeah, we're gonna. I'm desperately trying to get that. It's made it substantially easier now that Keeper's Diary is funded, because it means that I can then give him the attention that he absolutely deserves on it, because he's put a lot of effort into that, and
yeah,
it's very highly anticipated. It's how the cookie crumbles. You just got to roll with the punches sometimes.
Yeah, there's a lot of projects at once. That's really smart too, because like if you put that many weeks or even months into a project, you know, you never want to try to promote multiple things at once and overshadow maybe one project with another. And it's like, if you tell people to watch multiple things at a time, it's like hard to like get them to like invest any time in it. And if it's something new in this day and age, if it's not at least like somewhat derivative, or it has some element of familiarity with the viewer, then it's already hard to get them to watch something. But if it's like promoted with something else on top of it, then it's even more difficult. So it's definitely wise to kind of like really focus on like one release day, and no other projects sort of that are floating around kind of overshadowing this like really big effort. So
yeah, agreed. And that's the basic premise of it. I don't want him to, because all that's going to happen is if we do rush it, it's not going to get the eyes, because again, you're asking people to look at too much and no one knows where to look, so it's just going to get lost in the shuffle, and he's quite rightly going to be demotivated by it, and yeah, it just doesn't really work. It doesn't really work for anyone involved, unfortunately. Arrow Pikachu coming in with a $5 super chat. The Arkley Mountains is the closest I ever got to visiting my mountainous ethnic homeland of Albania. Albania, man, I'd love to go there. That's such a unique place. Where is Arkley Mountains meant to be set, like geographically? Like if you compared it IRL,
it depends.
Where is it meant to be?
If you look at the Perryverse, and it's by Raccoon, that Raccoon City in the Perryverse, it's in Pennsylvania.
Right.
But if you look at other iterations of the lore and different universes of Resident Evil, then it could be set. I believe it's like set elsewhere, and it's kind of like changes. I kind of see it as being around there, like Pennsylvania up north. And Leon's from like the Big Apple, New York, so he like comes to Pennsylvania, and that kind of like makes sense in my head.
Yeah, because it's dry.
Other iterations, yeah, other iterations of the lore may have had it different, though. I'm sure the comics probably had it set somewhere else, because they have all of their own lore that's separate from the games.
So it's interesting. I'm getting loads of different feedback in the chat. So Arab Pikachu says Arkley Mountains is influenced by the Ozark Mountains. So I'll take it. What's that? Missouri, is it? Ozark, Missouri. Where is the Ozarks?
Let me look it up.
I think it's Missouri.
The part of the Appalachians.
It's a physiographic region in the states of Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and the extreme southeastern corner of Kansas.
Damn. Thank
Stretching
God.
over all those. Yeah.
Thank God for the
Literally the
English education system.
Mhm.
Quite literally the Midwest.
Yeah.
Although MJ1 Media says here, I always set Raccoon City in Colorado, southeast of Denver, where Claire attends college.
It certainly looks like Colorado and like the end of 2 and some parts of the mountains in 1 and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Are you sitting? Sorry, Andrew. Are you sitting miles away from your microphone?
No.
Oh, because you're a little bit quiet to me. Hang on. I've literally got you on like 200%.
I think it's just the power adapter I bought for my mic. I don't have a way to adjust it.
Oh, okay.
And I
So
have
I'm
it,
looking
I have
at
it boosted all the way up on my computer too.
Oh, okay.
So I'm looking at like the fandom answer, and it's not a precise answer. It's just like a Midwestern sort of located region for Raccoon City. And then Perry, SD Perry actually assigned more specific locations to both Umbrella HQ and to Raccoon City, because Umbrella HQ is in Austria in the novels, and then Raccoon City is in Pennsylvania.
Right.
But the games are like just kind of vaguely Midwestern, which makes sense too, because like John, Ada's boyfriend, had worked in one center of Umbrella that had been based in Chicago, and then from there she had traveled to. Her cover story was that she was like an art buyer in New York, so she was like around like the upper northeastern corner, kind of like New England area, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and then meeting up in Perry's like location for Raccoon City.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
Here was a
And then
question.
Leon.
Here's a question I had for Andrew actually.
Yeah.
Influences from George A. Romero on Keeper's Diary. Is there any? And if so, what are they?
I wouldn't necessarily say George A. Romero. I'm definitely going more like the Kubrick route with The Shining. I very much view Jack Torrance almost the same as the Keeper, because Jack Torrance loses his mind, cabin fever kind of thing in The Shining, and it kind of plays a similar parallel to what happens to the Keeper. But I mean, in regards to like story or anything like that, I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe, I mean, the zombie makeup effects for sure will be inspired by, work that George Romero used to do. We do have a effects makeup artist who studied directly under Tom Savini, who did zombie makeup in George Romero films. So
Yeah, it's kind of come full circle.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love me some George Romero movies, but I always view parallels and similarities from The Shining with Resident Evil. I mean, obviously it has, bits from George Romero's movie, bits from, all different kinds of horror films. But, yeah.
So your main influence is basically like The Shining, I guess.
Yeah.
I got bitten by the snake. Am I poisoned?
I still can't get over Richard's voice in this version.
Yeah, I don't know why they chose to redub it. Like, why don't they just add the line on the end, that goofy 812 line, that's it? Why did they have to redub the whole thing?
I don't know. Yeah, and the actor sounds like very different too. This is a funny version of Resident Evil that you're playing. I've never seen most aspects of this that are different, actually, before today.
Yeah, I mean, that's really why I wanted to do this, because it's very easy for me to just boot up, I don't know, Resident Evil 1 Classic Rebirth, but it's not, you know, JJ's been playing Resident Evil 1 for the last, what, like 4 weeks or something. There is no value in me going live just playing Resident Evil 1 again, the same vanilla experience. Like, let's throw something different in there. Yes, it is Resident Evil 1, but it is so different.
There's so many enemy location changes. There's like the knifing scene. There's the first person bits. There's like different puzzle and like door placements, it looks like. There's that blue chest. There's like a lot of stuff.
You don't quite get the full experience on my stream because you don't see the second screen. Obviously the second screen's got the map on it.
Yeah.
It's got like it's got the ammo counter, which is like, it's almost like having the, I mean, Tony can probably remember the Dreamcast when it had the health indicator and the ammo indicator on the VMU. Oh, you can't touch Rebecca, by the way. Just trying it now. Try it. Oh no, she does. She goes, oh.
It's so funny. They nerfed Chris's butt after this game. This in remake, he had the fattest booty, for sure.
Those are words I did not expect to hear.
And then in Code Veronica, he got nerfed, and then in 5, he got kind of nerfed, but a little bit better.
Arrow Pikachu with the $4 super chat in total. Thank you very much, Arrow Pikachu. Really appreciate your support as always. Thank you for tuning in, supporting the stream. We actually did end up breaking. Let me actually just check this. We did end up breaking 750 likes. We're at 774 now. Thank you very much. That's really appreciated. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. If you are just checking the stream out for the very first time tonight, Andy and the rest of the row team here, JJ is enjoying the fruits of Gamecom in Germany. So we're taking up the mantle. We're streaming. We're talking all things Keeper's Diary. We've got most of the team here to talk about. So if you've got any questions about the Keeper's Diary that you're itching to ask us about, no matter how uncomfortable or funny or anything like that, we're complete open book when it comes to it. I would say there was something I was going to say, and it's just completely jumped out of my head. What was it? Something really.
Is it not Deadly Silence?
Awesome and handsome and amazing and beautiful I am.
I don't think it was that. I don't think it was that. Damn. I can't think of. Let me just quickly double check the back, see if we've got any more backers. Oh, well, that was it. When is JJ actually back? Do we know? Is he back tomorrow?
I thought it was Sunday, wasn't it?
We've actually had. Man, that's crazy. We've had another. I think I was on 449. Hang on, I can just look at the stream, can't I? We was at 549. We're at 551. So we're closing in on $46,000. That's crazy. Absolutely insane. And we've still got another week or so. This is unprecedented.
Yeah, like 28 hours ago, we were at like 75%, and now we're at 114.
Yeah, that's the same.
Weird.
And do you know what was really kind of wholesome about this? Obviously, I won't go into detail because it's a private conversation, but Charlie wasn't having a fantastic day. He was having a pretty sad day. You know, lot on top of you, that sort of thing. And then this happened, and it's like he said he was like so blown away and so ecstatic. He's like, oh man, I'm so happy that his day was a lot better.
Awesome. Yeah. It's very exhilarating. I was just, I was like, what the heck? Like at a certain hour, it's just like it wouldn't stop increasing when it refreshed. I almost thought like people had synced it, like organized it, and then they like knew each other. But I think it was just like a few different sources. Someone came in here earlier saying that they actually shared our project and our Indiegogo campaign with in a comment section for the Critical Drinker, and then maybe pickups from articles combined with other people just sharing it on social media. It's just and then the psychological aspect that you talked about where we're close, people are
you okay?
seems like infinitely more willing to even contribute to it more. So
It's killing me.
I
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
you will be all
interesting,
right, because I gave you a shot.
Interesting how it all.
Please be careful.
Excuse me, how it all comes about.
You saved my life. I owe you one.
Yeah.
So we gotta get at some point we gotta get because like we've kind of done like a lot of different versions of Resident Evil 1 on this channel. We gotta get the Saturn version on this at some point.
I actually have the Saturn version right behind me.
Oh, you do too?
Yeah. I've got Biohazard.
Oh, you got the Japanese one.
Yeah, which is a weird case actually. Like, it's like the front of the case is just a chain. I don't understand. It's like a rusty chain. Like nothing says Resident Evil like a rusty chain. Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me look this up. Wait, it's just a chain?
Yeah. So if you type Biohazard Sega Saturn, it's like a rusty chain.
Oh yeah, it is.
Weird, isn't it? I'll just call out a couple of super chats here. Nick Castle with the $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Please share with us why Charlie was sad. Obviously, it was a private conversation, so I'm not going to share too much, but I'm imagining it was something to do, your job or something like that. He was basically going for a long walk on a beach. And come back and we'd funded the project he's starring in. So I'm imagining he felt a little bit better and he was ecstatic. We're hoping to have him on. I don't know what he's doing today. He did say he might pop on because he sent me his Discord.
Text him.
Well, I'm looking at that cover right now with a chain on. I'm just trying to think of like what that could possibly refer to in the game. Like, where is there a chain like this?
That's what I mean. It's just like, who is this for?
It's weird. Wow. Maybe it's like purely metaphorical. Like I've described it in some of my analyses of the novels as like the shackles of Umbrella constraining like the STARS members or the people that are bought out by the corporation. I don't think so though. I think it feels like something like really like visual. And it's just it feels like something that was shot in like the live action intro that like wasn't used. Is like kind of what it looks like. Because it has that art style. And the series wasn't even a franchise like that at that point anyway, for it to be like about Umbrella much. As much as the sequels would be.
Here's something funny.
Mm-hmm.
So I texted Ward that we hit the goal, and he goes, "Congrats." And I go, "Yes, sir. Thank you for everything." And he goes, "I didn't do anything. You did." And I go, "No, it was your sweet angelic voice that sold it."
Sexy
Joel,
angelic
we
voice.
need to get him on for a interview. Well, actually, you said you was going to be doing an interview with him soon.
Yeah, I got to chat with him. He said he's moving soon, so I got to get with him about going down to where he is to get some video stuff done.
Oh, nice.
Joe, was hilarious is that Andrew said, "Oh yeah, I think Ward lives in the UK," and I was like, "Oh sweet, I'll show up and see him." And like a couple of days afterwards, I'll say to Andrew, I'm like, Andrew, did you ever find out where Ward lived? He went, oh yeah, he lives in Arizona. So literally the furthest place from the UK that it could be.
Yeah.
Absolutely had me dying, man.
Wow.
Ward just lives out in the middle of nowhere, Arizona. So like people like Andy can't find him. Just sits there, sitting on like a rocking chair on his front porch with a shotgun.
I knew this day would come.
They found me.
You know, this is interesting. Maximilian Ward, unrelated to Ward Sexton, in chat says the only chains are those restraining Lisa Trevor. And this is at the time when the initial release of Resident Evil on the 1996, before the Sega version 1997, actually had Shinji Mikami remove all references to George and Lisa from the game. And those initial files, we have a ROE lore piece that I did. I think it was last year or 2 years ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say you did a piece on that.
Yeah, and it was just a few months before the release of 1996 Resident Evil. To the point, it was close enough where they were actually on the demo disc of Resident Evil 1 1996 on PS1, and you could actually find the files, and they were actually extracted from the disc, and then we analyzed them, and they have like hints as to the actual thematic relevance of a lot of the items. Like, for example, the goddess statue appearing above. And I wonder if there was some bit that was shot in the production about Lisa Trevor that they pulled out as well when they ripped out the game files that actually mention her. And then they put it all back in for the remake. So it might be chains for Lisa.
Yeah. We'll pick up with this in just a second because there's a couple of comments they've just added on the back of that. MJ1 Media
Sure.
with the $2 super chat. Rebecca needs to come back with her Rambo headband. 100%. I really want to see that. Thank you very much for that. Vampire Mummy's Milk with the 2000 South Korean one with My Childhood. Thank you very much for that super chat. So actually, Gerald28 in the chat says, I didn't know Lisa was meant to be in the originals. And neither did I. I actually did not know that.
She was. It was only the leading months leading up to it that she was ripped out. And the other secret Trevor files that actually reveal more about the mansion's items, like the blue book, the medallions, the goddess statue, and more, honestly. If you want to learn about it, you can watch the video. Were taken out, and Lisa was ripped away with them.
I know they wrote a lot more about George Trevor's story in that book that I have, the true story behind Biohazard.
Yep, that's exactly what the videos that I did were about, because that was actually the bonus book that came with the Sega Saturn version.
Yeah.
I believe I actually have that myself too. Because I have the Sega Saturn version, but
any chance Andrew gets to talk about the fucking real story behind Biohazard, whatever the fuck that book's called. That man grabs it. He grabs it with both hands, let me tell you.
Dude, another one I'd like to do.
Yeah, there's some. You saying there was a lot of like interesting information in there.
Oh, there's plenty.
You can find the English transcript online somewhere, but
Yes.
that would be an awesome story to tell. Between the whole Trevor family story and the whole Chris being a detective before the mansion incident started.
Tracking down Billy.
Yep. It'd be a good story to tell.
There were a couple comments on that video, which on YouTube now is called The Untold Story of Chris. It's all about him tracking down Billy in that prequel story, Biohazard the Beginning, that were saying, like, this is great material for, like, a show or, like, a film adaptation. I'm like, yeah, it totally could be, because it's, like, a standalone kind of thing. And it has a lot of callbacks to the original Night of the Living Dead. And it was the first time that Resident Evil actually included the concept and the line, shoot them in the head, it's the only way to kill a zombie, for example.
yeah, and like didn't Sonny Bauer, like, he did like a reading on that, like a lot, like from those pages and stuff of like Chris looking for Billy and everything. He had voiced Chris himself and such, and it was pretty cool.
I think
it's like an audio series he did.
Yeah, I think he, as well as Scorpion, did a reading of it, and then I did like a visual analysis of it.
Scorpion. Oh, that's right. I like his work.
Oh, I always forget that like putting his name together is Scorpion.
Scorpion,
I always
yeah.
say Scorpion. Yeah.
Get over here! No, dude, not you. Stay down.
I've had Scorpion on before. He's a pretty chill guy actually.
He
I
seems
can
like
get
he really
Charlie.
loves the manga and other external lore like I do.
Sorry, Andrew. Did you say so?
Let's get Charlie driving a Shelby Cobra.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be so fucking cool though to like what do you call it there? Just so cool to like do a short story of like, you know, George Trevor's final days in the mansion and shit like that. Like, because that's like a horrifying story. The dude literally finds his own grave in the fucking dark.
Oh,
Like, it don't get much more freakier than that, honestly.
Agreed.
Yeah.
We got Resident Evil Central in the chat, and let me just say actually, Resident Evil Central completely off his own back. We absolutely need to give credit where it is due. Completely off his own back, Resident Evil Central has shared our campaign every single week without fail, being one of the largest Twitter pages, completely without asking, off his own back. I mean, added it into his like workflow, like he does like countdowns and stuff like that of horror content that's coming out. He done all of that off his own back. He was doing like daily updates on how far we was getting. It wasn't just sharing stuff about, you know, about like the content. He was literally like, this is how far they are now, you know, support now. So again, huge shout out to Resident Evil Central. You absolutely didn't have to do that, and we are very humbled and grateful for your support.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, dude. And I tried resharing everything that he was posting too with the updates and stuff. So big thank you.
Yeah,
That emote in chat.
It's great just to have that support from like friends and communities and everything like that, to just meet all these, even if like you haven't met them like personally. That's the great thing about like Twitter and social media, is that you just get to meet all these like-minded people. Everybody loves the same thing, is just passionate about the same thing, you know. And like it's just insane. He shared some of my stuff, and all of a sudden like people start following me, and I'm like, where is everybody coming from? And like the one like we have in common is like Resident Evil Central. I was like, oh man, I gotta thank him, dude. Like shit, man.
Yeah, man. I had the privilege of meeting up with Will well, 2 occasions actually. We met up at WSAD, which was a convention in London, and then we met up again in Insomnia earlier in the year. And we're going to be working on the Horror Game Awards later in the year, so we're super excited for that. So that's going to be a really ambitious event. Man, I'm just involved in too many things now, but it's all about keeping busy. It's all about keeping busy. If you're not busy, you're not doing anything, as far as I'm concerned. But
It's
yeah,
true.
yeah, huge shout out, Will, huge shout out, Horror Game Awards. That's going to be really special. I think
Hell
JJ's actually down as a juror this year again.
I think so. Yeah.
But he doesn't even like horror games. Oh wait, that's me.
That's you.
I love when because I put up I was really excited to see what was it, you know, the Tormented Souls or whatever get a sequel, you know. And like I was excited because like, yeah, more horror content, this is great. And I was like, let's fucking go. I probably should play the first one. And everyone's like, how have you not played it? I'm like, you guys really don't know that I don't play horror games, do you?
Same.
Like, and everyone's like, wait, what? And like just like everyone's like, but you're on like Row and stuff. How are you not? I was like, look, I like Resident Evil games. I play like obscure horror games, like, you know, things like Zombies Ate My Neighbors, you know, like House of the Dead. Well, that's not obscure and stuff, but like I cover a lot of the ones that like aren't like survival horror, because I'm gonna level with you guys. I'm a fucking moron. Like the only reason why I can play Resident Evil games like I do is because I've been playing them since their inception. Like it's just something that like I learned to play as over time. So for me, it's just like I just love that reaction when people are like, man, for a guy who doesn't like horror games, you're really passionate about it. And I was like, yeah, I mean, Resident Evil is my favorite serial, tied with Metal Gear and everything like that, you know. And I try to fit, you know, fighting games into it any way fucking possible just to upset JJ, and it's great. I swear to God, I'm going to give that man a fucking coronary. Like anytime I bring up Street Fighter, he's just like, oh God, here he goes. God damn. That's like a meme I made. where I was talking about Street Fighter 6. Like I put our heads on like I think the Ed, Ed and Eddie characters.
Oh,
or
I
something
remember.
like that. Yeah, and it's like me explaining why Street Fighter 6 is going to be the greatest fighting game of all time, and then it just simply on the panel below was JJ just saying, it was like no, it was like the SpongeBob meme. That's what it was, and he goes, it's like Tony, we talk about Resident Evil here.
Oh my god, you had an Ed, Ed and Eddie one too, and your hand was like that was Ed, and his hand was like flailing or something, and your face was like all pouty.
Is it just me, or do they sound like they're breaking up?
Am I?
No. I think it might be you, mate.
Yeah, you're clear for me.
Maybe. I was gonna say yeah, because I did make that one that one row Ed, Ed and Eddie crossover where it was now Tony, don't shoot this gas can, and it's like because there was a time where I accidentally shot the gas can when we played Outbreak last year, and Kai from Ink Ribbon was with us, and I almost pretty much killed the whole fucking team.
Oh man, that's another that's another guy who's always been extremely supportive of everybody's work in our little corner of the internet.
Kai?
Yeah. I reached out to him obviously about the Keeper's Diary, and he was really supportive. He reshared a lot of stuff. Yeah, again, like it's good. I don't expect everybody to jump on board, you know. But it is nice when sizable content creators who are just as passionate as you are also share your same vision, and it's it was really humbling. So
Oh yeah, I was actually reading about something just like a general informational piece based on some studies on why people will engage or ignore certain social media posts, and there's just a lot of detail that's because there's just a lot of detail that goes into like why someone will engage or not, and like one of the key factors is like, well, are they asking for something? Is there something that they have to weigh into, like intellectually, financially, like however, and then like if for them to be like highly engaging with a campaign that thrives on their contributions, that's kind of like a testament to how well you've designed perks, how well you've kind of led around incentives for contributing. There's just a lot of details that I felt like were in place to make people more willing to engage and to share. And you have like all of these resources. You have the animatic, you have the initial video that we put out on Row with you and Charlie. So there's just a lot of definition that kind of like clears up what the vision is, and I think that makes people like, that was another one of the factors I was reading about that makes people more willing to engage with something despite it being a post that more or less asks for something. So I think just kudos on you for designing that, Andrew, and for you, Andy, for brilliantly writing it and very articulately responding like every step of the way to like Capcom or for the campaign itself.
Yeah, it was interesting. It's been an interesting journey, man. Very interesting. That Capcom letter was a very, I wouldn't say we were frightened or anything, but it was like, oh fuck, like I'm happy they contacted us now.
Yeah. I think we were just like, we were expecting it, and I mean, to be honest, like Capcom has been one of those gaming companies that has been, I will say, they have been fair when it comes to a lot of their things, because when it comes to like these fan-made games that are out there that we cover on Row and all these other, and all the other horror channels cover and everything, they're always super chill with it. Like they don't hate them. Like they love the enthusiasm from fans and stuff. And I was kind of hoping that was going to be the same reaction if we ever did hear from them, was they're going to be like, okay, they're probably going to talk about legal stuff, but then they're also going to be like, cool with it or whatever. And from what you said, Andy, yeah, like they were super chill.
Yeah, they were unbelievable, to be fair. Credit to Capcom. They've left us alone again. Sorry, I had to fly on the microphone. It's not an endorsement or anything from them. I'm not asking for one. I'm happy just doing our independent thing. But the fact that they have acknowledged us, they've gone, listen, we've seen what you're doing. We've identified that it's not affecting the Resident Evil IP. And obviously you're not for profit, so we've got no issue, and we won't be. Their specific words were they're not going to be halting production in any way.
For the time being.
For the time being. Obviously, that is to, I'm imagining, strike fear into us, not to then flip it to a for-profit project and absolutely scare the shit out of them, which we obviously have no intention of doing. And we're happy just doing what we're doing right now. Now, from our point of view, if it comes up again, there's a few ways, because this is the unfortunate reality of doing a fan film. If it does come up again, I would like to think, one, that Capcom wouldn't do that, because it would be incredibly bad optics for them to say, effectively, you're okay, and then say, you're okay, you're not infringing on our licenses. Us follow the exact trajectory that we set out to them, and then they say, oh, actually, we changed our mind. You are an absolute public enemy #1. I don't think they're gonna do that. And that'll be absolutely horrific optics for Capcom if they do that. Because it'd be like, well, why did you didn't give the okay, but why did you... Well, actually, no, you did give the okay, because you said that we weren't infringing on the IP. So, by definition, you have set your own precedent. So I find it very unlikely... This is all a hypothetical situation anyway. But I find it very unlikely that, providing we keep our nose clean and we do not venture down a path which we don't intend on going down anyway.
Oh yeah, if you consider the journalist coverage that this has gotten so far from Games Network, survival horror, game writers all around the globe, you can bet on them actually following up on whatever becomes of that, and that would definitely amplify whatever people are already feeling about any sort of decision that they would come to like that. So
yeah, I mean, like I said, because I remember this was this must have been about I think 5-6 years ago now. There was a Metal Gear movie series happening or something like that called Metal Gear Solid Philanthropy, and it looked really amazing. Like, I couldn't believe that this was a fan film and how beautiful it looked. But the big problem at the end of it was Konami got winded. Like, they saw it was gaining traction, and then they came and asked and told them to shut it down. It's just like, I don't think they were making any money off this. So I think this is all self-funded and stuff. So again, it's really good when companies are super chill and they want to see these things happen, or they give the thumbs up. It's like, hey, we're not shutting you down, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That dude was having meetings with Konami.
Sorry, what was that?
I thought that dude was having meetings with Konami at the time.
Was he?
Thought so.
Because it was if I remember correctly, it was Konami that shut it down. So maybe it was also because they were planning their own Metal Gear movie at the time. Because that thing is still in development right now.
Yeah.
It's been in development for quite a while apparently, but maybe that was the reason. Kind of like the whole the fans making remaking Resident Evil 2 remake back in the day, and then they had to stop, but then they got brought on to work on the actual RE2 remake.
Yeah. But obviously, from our point of view, the precedent has been set. We anticipate, we are going to set out what we have done as proposed in our Indiegogo and as proposed to Capcom. We are going to undertake exactly to the absolute letter that proposal. We're not steering outside of that scope. We're not putting anything that could be conceived as for profit, because I think that is ultimately their biggest hang up. And if obviously we've even offered, and I've said this earlier in the stream, we have also offered to provide all of our financial information, our full logs, our audited books, all of our receipts. We are more than happy provide all of this information at their disposal. I've even asked them, just send over the correct contact, and the second we get funded and everything comes through, we will send things across. But if they then choose to be difficult, I mean, how far do they go? What do Capcom seek to win out of shutting down a project like The Keeper's Diary?
Exactly.
I don't think so much, because you look out there are people that cosplay as Jill Valentine, for example. There are people who cosplay as Claire Redfield, Leon S. Kennedy. The list goes on, and they are doing it for profit. They are doing it for personal gain, and that's fine because it's derivative work. So I don't understand why a not-for-profit fan film would be a problem.
Because
Exactly,
of how much
yeah.
influence it can bring.
So what was that, dude?
What was that, Andrew?
Because of how much influence it could bring.
Yeah, but even then, like Capcom. Excuse me. Capcom sold the rights to Resident Evil 2. Well, not sold them. Did they sell the rights, or was it just an agreement?
It's just a
between...
movie right, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so obviously Constantine Film have got the movie rights. They've got no intention of making, and this isn't like me I'm not being difficult or facetious when I say this. Like, they are obviously trying to make a Resident Evil media, let's call it, appeal to a wider audience, whereas our media does not want to appeal to a wider audience. It wants to appeal to the people who play the games.
Yeah, we're here to take care of the fans of like 25 plus years of a franchise that want to see these classic stories be adapted, like, you know, similarly to how they were back in the day. You know, like it's literally how it is.
Yeah.
You know, we're just very passionate about it because, like, you know, as we said, Hollywood has different ideas on how they want to take the way they take IPs from video games and comics and such, and it's not always in the best interest. And I mean, I get why Hollywood does the things they do because they want to make money. They do. You know, they want to bring in the casual audience and stuff. But some of the ways they've gone about doing said things, it's either they start off good and then drop off heavily. I mean, let's face it. How many times more often than none is a game actually good that's built from a video game into a movie? Like, it mostly isn't from, like, you know, it's very rare.
Yeah, exactly. So, and again, if Capcom are scared of a 15-minute short on a $40,000 budget that's based on their franchise, I think they need to like think about some other things, like the RE4 DLC or something.
God, can we just get that already, please? I want to have a reason to go back and play that game. God damn it!
I showed it to my friend the other day, and I remembered how much I love that and how much I want that to be just like, I don't know. I actually don't. I was gonna say I want it to like be the game of the year, but I don't care. It's still mine, and I think that's all that really matters for me. That's like clearly just like the best single player gaming experience I've had since like 2019. So I love that game.
What was it? Oh, Maximilian. He's like, if production goes well, any ideas of making a hunk mini movie, including some Ashford training facility? Dude, I actually had thought about doing that like long before like we were really doing Keeper's Diary stuff. Like I was thinking about getting people together for that, like here in Boston to do it. But if the team wanted to do something like that in the future, I mean, I'd be down because Hunk is the most mysterious character, and that actually gives you leeway to do things with him that you might not obviously be able to before. So, I mean, I would like to do it, whether it's with a team or solo and stuff, because Hunk is just such an interesting character in that aspect. And my idea is a little different of like what I would have. It's mostly like kind of like how he got to Umbrella in many ways, but and I have like people picked out like who I'd want to be who, like who is who and all that kind of stuff. So the idea is there, but again, it's just filmmaking's expensive.
Yeah, he's definitely like nondescript in the sense that you could add a lot of definition to him through some unique backstory, some creative fill-ins that actually explain the character that he would become later in the series. I think there's a lot of room for that with characters that don't have a lot of definition. Wow, Andy, you just did that.
Yeah, I just did that. Like, honestly, I wasn't even reading the guide or anything. Like, I just fucking banged it out there and then. That was sick. Sorry about that.
No, dude, that's great.
That's cool.
Well, actually, for my version of Hunk, there still wouldn't really be much to him. It would just him being like a badass on a mission. Like we're talking like, cause I'm an action guy, so you know it would be very action oriented and stuff. But I would include some certain things for his character, and you know, be great to have certain people on board for that. But again, it's costs money. It's a dream right now, but maybe one that can be done in the future. But there's just so many interesting stories to tell throughout Resident Evil, like these side games that come out, the pages you find. It's absolutely incredible, the stuff that just, you know, you come across in this universe and what Capcom's done with it. Like, I mean, you can understand why it's so beloved in that aspect.
Of course.
Yeah, Hunk is utilized. Yeah, it's his charm. Oh hell yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean honestly, like I thought about it, and like because like you don't really see Hunk's face, but like I have an idea like who would play Hunk without the mask on for like a quick scene, but you don't see his full face, but it's him, and it's him. I won't say it in case we ever do it. I'll tell the team about this later, but I think everybody would be like, oh fuck yeah, let's go.
Hugh Jackman for Hunk.
You son of a bitch!
That'd be kind of sick.
You just ruined everything.
You never even told me that before. I just blurted it out.
Get out of my mind, man.
No, like
You gotta pick an actor that's like badass, but nobody knows who the actor is, and nobody will ever know who the actor is.
You mean like early years of Resident Evil? Like we're lucky we know the actors that we do now and stuff, where like the world didn't.
Yeah, keep it mysterious.
Exactly.
So like obviously Andrew and our CGI person is working hard on a previs for the Keeper's Diary, and oh my word, like Andrew sent me a snippet of it. It's not publicly available yet, is it, Andrew? Keeping it under wraps for a while.
Yeah, that'll be under wraps for a while.
Okay, cool. Honestly, I saw it, and I was like, like I cannot explain to you if like that will be our intended vision. Obviously, it's a previs. But when I saw it, I was like, oh my word. Like I had a shiver that went up my spine, and I was like, whoa! Like we're onto something real fucking special. Like something, like as I said, like establishing shot, and then like the door opening and what happens in that previs. I was like, whoa! Like
yeah,
this
if you want to check
is Resident
out,
Evil.
His Instagram handle is almost game dev, I think. Let me double check that. His name is Lewis, and he does a bunch of amazing work and has his own YouTube channel that you could check out. I believe it's all his stuff is just called almost game dev, but let me double check.
Will, he goes, allow Tony to film a teaser for his Hunk short and put it at the end of the Keeper's Diary. I mean, like that'd be cool, but I don't think we'd have time for that, unfortunately. But I mean, I do just love the idea of just doing like a small, like mock trailer just for like shits and giggles and like have it, because like it's so much easier just to do like cool short things like that and then just put it into a trailer and stuff. Even if nothing comes from it, I can say, yeah, I did this. This is fun.
Like create a trailer for the sake of the trailer, but not to reference any bigger piece of media even. It's actually kind of, I like that.
We've jumped up to 553 backers. We are, honestly guys, we are closing in on 46k total funded for the Keeper's Diary. We are under $300 away. This is absolutely insane. Thank you everyone.
Bonkers.
I'm putting his link to his YouTube channel in the chat if anybody wants to check out Lewis's work.
Okay.
Yeah, he's really impressive. Do you know what? We
Very
all got
talented individual.
We all got reconnected to Lewis because he was basically doing the original Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, like a remake in Unreal Engine 4, 5, I can't remember which one it was. And it was a really good video.
5, yeah.
And Andrew messaged me and he went, oh, we need to talk to that guy like now. And then that's where like I guess they must have messaged at some point and it was kind of like reconnecting.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Holster TV with the donation. Thank you very much, Holster. Always appreciate your support as ever.
Yo.
Whoa. These assets look so good. I'm watching these little bits of the Resident Evil 3 OG, like Unreal Engine 5, like ammo and such, and they look like beautiful.
Oh, he's on top of that, his cinematic. Honestly, Andrew, can you send Beggy this previs before I fucking shit and come?
Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
Shit.
Oh, let's go. Holster just secured her poster. Thank you so much.
Yeah, buddy.
How you doing?
Let's go. Thank
nice
you.
to see you here.
Listen to it with like headphones on, because like.
Okay.
Yeah.
it just hits you like a fucking like brick. Like, whoa! Like someone's just slapped you in the face, and it feels euphoric.
Where is my channel? There we go.
Like, I
YouTube.
want you to think when you just before you see it, you've seen the
Uh-huh.
animatic where you have like that establishing shot of the Arkley Mountains, then you'll have
Yes.
like an establishing shot of the mansion, and then that's where that I'm imagining that's where that scene's going to come in.
Uh-huh.
Oh my word, just
Awesome.
absolute
I mean,
Martin
it pretty
Scorsese
much-
cinema.
It pretty much follows the storyboard, but it's just 3D and beautiful.
Right. Cool. So, did he help you on the animatic itself as well?
The illustrated one, the black and white one.
The like, yeah, the black and white one, I believe. I don't know
I
if
did
there's
that one
another.
myself.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that was
So
really
use,
well
like,
done,
a-
actually. What did you use for that?
A program called Storyboarder that was free online. I'm gonna have to go in a second, but I'll
Wow.
send you guys. I'll send you the link when I head out the door.
Yeah, it sounds
So-
really useful. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a program called Storyboarder. It was free online. You could make your own shots and angles and upload your own 3D models and stuff. So I played around with that. That's how I got that done. But I gotta head out. I'll probably hop back on when I'm done with dinner.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Appreciate you dropping on.
Yeah, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right,
Okay, see you
have a good
soon.
one.
Bye.
Bye.
His whole channel is pretty dope right now.
She let me. Did he say he was going to send it to you afterwards?
I think so.
Oh, fuck it, I'll just send it to you.
I don't think he could find it now. Oh, okay. Wow. This classic Nemesis in RE3 in Unreal 5 looks like scary. It looks scary good. It's extremely like meshy and fleshy. Thanks, Michael.
Man, it's been how long we've been streaming for? We're coming up to 6 hours streamed. We've had a really productive night today, guys. We got like I can't quite see all of the analytics, but hang on a minute. We've got like 14 new row members, which is awesome. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the team. Bunch of resubscriptions, bunch of people super chatting. It's appreciated, and of course, we're moving ever so closer to. Well, we've already smashed our goal. This is just surplus, so we can provide you guys with the absolute best production we can. Man, I'm so excited. I'm excited to see you guys as well in Michigan because it's been like
Oh, I know.
it's going to be like just under 2 years since we last
just
all saw
under.
each other. Since we all saw each other in person. And again, the
November.
idea, if we can, the idea, what I would like to do. Oh, I've got 2 water fucking things. Hang on. The idea, what I'd like to do is just film, like, get as much. I don't mind doing fucking like 20-hour days or whatever. Just get as much content out of all of us as we can. Like,
Definitely.
we're gonna have this beautiful set up. Like, let's get some interviews. Let's get some podcasts on with this lovely backdrop. Like, let's just
Sure.
do everything. Do everything we can. Take full advantage of where we're at.
Yeah, once we really map down transportation where people are going to be staying, how long like each individual member of like whether they're acting or whatever they're doing for the day is going to be on set. Once we have that mapped out, we could start like additionally planning like when we have time or if we have time afterwards, we can get like this done, or we could do an interview, or we could talk to them about this thing that they had or that they did.
Yeah, 100%.
And I have like really good equipment for making that too. I want to show you like the film stuff that I've been doing, Andy. It's like super like amateur level compared to what Andrew does, but I'm like really excited about it too.
Yeah. For end of the day, you gotta work with what you got, you know.
Oh yeah, you know. And it's like it's so fun to just mess with like a mirrorless and like just try to get cinematic looking shots and exploring that as like a whole new world for creating stuff. Because then you could apply it to any type of content. You could apply it to podcasts, like which is basically what he does, what Andrew has done so well.
Yeah.
You could apply it to all that kind of stuff, like Let's Plays and all. Arab Pikachu, thank you so much. Made a contribution to Keeper's Diary. Thank you.
Oh, it's very kind of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support.
Oh, I can't believe it. Are you okay?
Yeah.
See, that's what we want to try and do, Maximilian, is try and get a GoPro just recording all the time. Like just leave a I'm sure there's a way we can do it. Like just leave a GoPro with a external battery or of some kind. Just leave it there all week. Just shooting content, watching the sets be built, watching the people, you know, everyone do their bit, the crew do their bit, the cast are all doing their bit. I think that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to take a phone call.
That's right.
Yeah, we were just talking about trying to document the process of the shoot during October when everyone comes down, and we were talking about like maybe we can grab a few GoPros and stick them around the location so that we could do like a time lapse like later on. Yeah, we could have like we could use our equipment to like do interviews or podcasts with the actors or the rest of the cast. So yeah, just little plans.
I mean, I got my camera, so I can do interviews and stuff like that, sit people down and all that kind of stuff. Because I've actually been trying to invest in a new mic and stuff. And a friend of mine who does video work and audio work, she was telling me like what I would definitely need. So I can take a break from doing photos and like sit people down and stuff. You know, we got options. We can do stuff.
Adazukan's in the chat. How's it going, my friend? Hope you're doing okay. Thank you for modding the stream as always, man. The absolute backbone of the Residents of Evil.
Hey, Adazukan, the Elder. My first name and paternal name will appear in the special thanks to the Keeper's Diary. That's right. That's right.
We know your name.
No, thank you very much.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, what was it? McBrew was saying GoPro and look into the Volta. I use them for real estate, YouTube video channel and stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It actually seems pretty good for $130, honestly. Huh.
Serious question. Did you film on custom sets or on locations? Is this with particular regard to the Keeper's Diary, the first, the trailer?
Sorry, the what?
Or maybe they just mean like what we're going to be planning to film on.
Oh, like
Yeah,
like what?
could be.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
they're wondering what our cameras are and stuff. I think.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Oh man, I'll answer that in a question. But I literally mentioned Adazukan first. Yeah, called him out. I said, you know what, you do such a good job for the row. And he goes, oh, Biggie said my name. I literally put this man over like Rover.
Rover. Put him Rover. Put him Rover with the crowd, and then he credited me.
Yeah, and he's like, oh man, Biggie said my name. Oh, okay. I guess I'll go fuck myself.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, back to MJ1. So Andrew actually, so there's a time lapse on all of our sorry, Adazuka making me laugh. Andrew had all of these sets purpose built, so you could see them being time lapsed actually on my page, Biohazard Class 5, and on the official Keeper's Diary page. You can see these just fantastic time lapses which show which show absolutely everything, how Andrew built them and all that sort of jazz. It's really interesting shit, how he's put it all together. And I think some of it we can kind of repurpose, but most of it we can't, because it's all like folded up. And he actually, like the keeper's room and the hallway, he repainted the keeper's room to become the hallway, so it's not actually that much. I mean, we could use the bare materials, but we couldn't. Yeah, but we're still going to have to like rebuild the set from scratch. Is basically what I'm saying at this point.
Yeah.
Thank
There's
you,
a lot
Jesse.
of
I'm
custom
amazing.
set building.
Yeah, they're all going to be custom, and again with this with the additional budget, obviously the idea was just create. Andrew had a vision. We're just going to create that on a slightly larger scale, slightly more polished scale, with fantastic lighting, fantastic lenses, the right people, the right places, professional industry people. What we might be able to do with the additional budget is actually approach a set designer who can help us just nail the final touches. Again, this is all subject to like rates and everything like that, because one thing I've learned very, very quickly is I'd never expect people to work for free. Obviously, this is their craft, but a lot of people that we've come across up to now. I mean, we had a CGI guy who was again on a level as the fella we're using. I'm not going to speak openly about the rates we're using for our current guy, but we had a quote for $30,000 for one hunter scene, and it's at that point you think, well, it's a short passion fan film. Like there has to be limits here, because otherwise you're just going to run away. Like imagine if we based our budget on that. Like
Based around that one hunter scene.
Yeah, the budget would have to be like it'd be like $100,000 at least, and it's like at that point you're not in short film territory. You really need to be starting to push to the next level up. But yeah,
closer to a feature film.
Yeah, that is a lot of money for like, a small budget thing that we just can't do and stuff. On we're not backed by a studio or anything of the sort either.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the obviously extremely public executive producers and associate producers, we don't have like large scale funding behind us, investors or anything like that. So it's quite literally, and again, everybody, Beggy, Tony, Andrew, myself, Luke, we're all working like free of charge on this because we want to push this project out. Take it easy, Resident Evil Central. Appreciate you dropping by.
Yeah, have a good night.
Take care, dude. Wait a minute, I'm not getting paid for this?
Just leave.
Just hear like Andy runs away, you just hear.
But yeah, like no one's getting paid for this, so it's already like, man, like we're holding back what we feel we should be paid for our art for the good. And I'm not expecting people to work for me for free, obviously. That's not what I'm saying. But it needs to be fair and reasonable with the requirements and the constraints that we're also under.
Of course.
Like, it's getting to the point where, like, we're having insurance quotes that are like $7,000, but then one's like 200 quid. And it's like, well, hang on a minute. Like, man, this is all over the place. Like, we have a bit of consistency here. And then you get almost the game dev who comes along. And he is absolutely like, man, just unbelievable talent. And he's the sort of person that you really want to work with. What other crazy stuff have we had?
Yeah, like there's a lot of people that are just passionate and that will work for free because they believe in the project. And like, I work on a series called Power Rangers Unworthy, and it's the same thing. Like on our team, like we just have people that offered to help like fight choreography and make props and do all this stuff because they just love what we do. And we're like, oh no, we can't expect you to do that. No. And they're like, no, we want to do this for free. Like we don't care. Like we want to be a part of this. And it's just so like incredible that people are like that at times, Like, it's really special when like people just want to come together and help for the sake of helping.
Yeah, and I get, but sometimes like people, and again, I don't want to talk down to people or be rude or anything like that. But sometimes people don't read the room. Like it's almost like, yes, okay, well we've got a budget for CGI. It's like X amount, and then he's like, oh yeah, that's really cool. I'd love to help out on this CGI film that like everyone in the community is involved with. But I can only do it for $10,000. And I'm like, man, like, obviously I don't want to talk down on people, but like, I'm doing the numbers in my head, and I'm like, but it's one scene. Like, I'm a numbers guy. I deal with men every day. I deal with labour costs every day. I'm not expecting people to work for free, but on short films, it's got to be balanced and fair and reasonable requirements.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like, it's how it works. I mean, for me personally, like, I mean, I've done photo shoots for free and everything like that because I was passionate about the idea. Like when I worked a couple years ago with Nick Apostolidis, like, you know, we did his photos and stuff like that. I didn't ask him for money and stuff. I was just happy to do the shoot for him because I had such a vision on what to do and everything. And same with Charlie. I didn't ask him for a dime or anything when I did his the stuff for his RE Village Chris outfit that we shot. Hats off to that man for looking like a badass in that outfit and rocking sandals at the same time, by the way.
True.
Just absolute chill Redfield at it.
Chill red.
You know, what was it? Like you said, like Charlie's got like I think you wrote it on like your Twitter, Andy. You're like, this man's got drip like nobody's business or something.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie did it dang. Because he did.
Like, you know, like I said, like I do photography for a living, and I need to pay the bills. But honestly, sometimes you just see a project and you're like, fuck it, I want to be a part of that. I don't care what it's gonna cost. Like I want to be there for that.
That's what a lot of fan projects inevitably, you know, they kind of warrant that energy within the people involved. It's like we can't guarantee everything in terms of compensation for someone's time and effort. At a certain point, it is going to be a balance of like your love is like kind of the reward you get for your effort, and there's going to be a balance of that and what we have with the limited confines of the budget for a project. So it's almost like at a certain point the creatives and the talent that we get involved need an element of that for them to like effectively contribute to like a fan project like this.
Yeah, like I ain't gonna lie to you guys, like the Keeper's Diary is happening and absolutely just not a great time for me. Like, not in an emotional way or anything. Like, I'm sorting, like buying a house out and all that sort of thing. So we're already going to have like a severely reduced income. Like, I'm a consultant, so like I'm my limited company. I'm not like a fully employed person that gets like PTO or anything. Dude, I'm losing my ass on Keeper's Diary, but that's okay because like I want to fucking do this, and like the residual benefit afterwards, once we were like, man, look what we've put together, is going to trump like any the money will always return is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And it's amazing that you and Andrew can see that far ahead, because there are always issues that some creatives have with starting a project this ambitious. They're like, can I really put something in right now? You know, is it convenient for me? Is it the time for me to actually delve this far into some great passion project that I have? But it's like, you may never ever get a time that is convenient or that is actually complementary to you fulfilling that goal. So if there is like a united time of fulfilling that vision amongst you and other people, maybe that's really like the time rather than any sort of personal convenient time that it may be. So it's really admirable for you guys to do that.
Yeah, true. And my wife's pregnant as well. She gives birth in like January. So like,
there's another thing.
Yeah, like she's gonna be like 30 weeks when she's gonna be like 30 weeks when I go away, and it's like, man, I have to leave my pregnant wife to come shoot a film for you guys.
Wow, yeah.
Like, get out of here! See you, babe. This is why I would make the worst husband slash father.
Oh no!
Oh no! You died, didn't you?
Oh no! Oh, I think I fucked it, guys. Oh,
you ran into that pack of zombies, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't even see him coming.
somehow got like in between all of them, despite not.
with you.
That was awful. How the hell did I do that? I can't remember when I saved.
It was like harder to get killed by that than to not.
What's the time? Oh, actually, that was only. Oh, yes,
Oh.
I am smarter than I appear. I saved just before the snakes, so literally like 5 minutes ago.
Let's go.
Oh, there you go. You're good.
I thought I saved in the guardhouse for a. Oh.
Yeah, that was a really big sort of hurdle that I realized that I had to deal with, that I've seen so many people deal with before, of like, if I can't do this project the exact way that I want to do it, during the exact time in my life where it feels correct to do it, maybe morally, or if I feel financially supported to do something, then stepping over that hurdle it seems like insurmountable. It's like, how can I really even get started if it's not going to be something that I want it to be? And it could be crippling sometimes. So to see people just really go for it with limited resources, I think it's wonderful to see something like that come out of a community like this. It's really inspiring.
I think there's never like it's like, I suppose, like having children in a way. There's never like a perfect time to have children.
Yeah.
It just like happens. That's the same with like projects. Like
That's why I don't have children.
Like sometimes
Well, that
you
I
just
know
got-
of.
Yeah, of course. But you just got to go for it. Like a project is never necessarily going to be on good time. You've got to create the opportunities.
Yeah.
Of course. And there's those fears I could relate to, not knowing every last detail that I need to know of knowledge to write something, to plan something. Like, oh, I need to read another book on this because it's like not enough what I know. Oh, I need to like take in another documentary on this because it's like what I know, I'm not like prepared. And that feeling of like, oh, I'm not prepared to do this right now because I don't have that skill or that knowledge. It's like, will you ever really have that skill or that knowledge? Or is this sort of an artificial thing that you're amplifying with your mind of feeling inadequate and unready for something that you want to take on, but you just don't feel like you're equipped to. And that can, people live in that zone forever sometimes. So to see someone finally like put their forward and be like, no, I'm starting this today. It's going to be done this many months from now. It's like, it's beautiful. I love to see it happen.
Yeah, agreed. To be fair, Andrew has been a catalyst for a lot of this because he spent a ridiculous amount of money flying Charlie out and the rest of the gang. Obviously, building the initial Keeper's Diary set, making that initial trailer. I think he floated a figure around like $15,000 or something he paid for all of it.
Wow. Yeah.
And again, like that's completely non-recoverable. Like it's not for profit.
It's really just,
pure
that
passion.
kind of passion is what fuels the quality that got this project over, that got this campaign over. With a trailer like that, and with the ROE video that we put out, with the vision being articulated by both of them, I think that's like really in essence like what drove it over more than anything else. And that's like one hell of an investment to make initially. So it's a leap of faith.
Yeah. And he just like, it's the same with all of his other projects he's done. He's just so chill about it. It's just like, yeah, I had to do what I had to do. And, it's kind of, it's kind of paying dividends now, like he's finally funded and, we're entering the next phase and we're just playing it very smart. We're not going to be silly. We're going to take it easy. We're not going to get starstruck by it. We just got to knuckle down and make it happen. It's like any other client.
Oh yeah, he just and I never see him outside of that. He's always composed that way. He always has the plan.
Yeah.
And he's never like a really like super emotional or reactive, responsive person. He just sort of just takes things as they come, and that's where it's got him.
Yeah. Again, Adazukan brings up a fantastic point. The storyboard, animatic.
There you go. You need to clip this? Feel free.
No clipping. Think we can leave no evidence.
Hmm.
Oh, Arab Pikachu with the $5 super chat there.
Go.
Thanks for that, dude. Resident Evil video games give us more reason to delay marriage and children, especially me.
Wow.
Well, as long as I keep making video games, I won't get married, and I won't be having kids because I do not want kids. I already have a short term. Like I don't have the patience for it. Like literally, like an empty water bottle falls over, and I'm like,
Just 0 to 100.
damn it all.
It's the end of the world.
I completely forgot on my previous run to talk about this, but this is maybe the best use of the Nintendo DS port of Resident Evil. And basically, it's got George Trevor's like headstone, and you've got to do the old like hand with the knife.
Knife trick, yeah.
Yeah, it's so
cool.
And you actually do take damage if you hurt yourself.
Take up the sword and be brave.
I would have I was always bummed out that this game's multiplayer didn't have an online multiplayer. You had to be in the room with people in order for this to work.
Oh, it's like a Wi-Fi.
Yeah, like kind of like what like the PlayStation Portable did for games like Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker and shit like that. You had to be in the room, which was weird because at the time I think like what was it? I think like Pokemon Heart, Soul, and Pokemon Gold and Silver, the remakes were already out, and they could do Wi-Fi, but this game couldn't. I know it's not that great, like it's not even that great of modes to play, but it still would have been nice to at least try it out.
Headshot like free.
Yeah, that was a lot.
God damn, getting your dome split multiple times.
Oh man, like what Chris Redfield, when you got Chris Redfield's run animation, then you got Chris Redfield's walk animations, which is like why I oughta
Andy, touch his butt. Touch his butt.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah, can you please?
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You can touch Chris's butt.
I got it.
I'm getting as close as possible.
He touched the butt.
Huh?
I'm finding Nemo.
It's like you can't touch the.
Can't touch this. Da-na-na-na. Can't touch
No, you
this.
can't. It doesn't let you do anything. It's just a butt. Just the.
We
Just
should
had
touch
enough.
the crotch.
Just the absolute. wagon. he's
Yeah, like
towing.
this game really did do a lot back in the day. I feel like it went underappreciated because it was on a handheld, and Resident Evil and handhelds, man, like they can never catch a break. I think like Revelations was like their only like one that people really truly loved the most. Because I think Rev 2 on the PS Vita was pretty bad, if I remember correctly.
Never tried that version.
Pinch those cheeks. But yeah, like this is like, I mean, like this version and the Sega Saturn version are my favorite versions to play.
Yeah, Sat version's pretty special.
Of course, nobody can ever really play it because one, you can't emulate Sega Saturn games easily, and two, like, if you want a fucking English version of the Saturn game, be prepared to shell out $400 at this point. I was lucky enough to get it for $60 when I did about 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, it's really big collectible now.
Oh yeah, it's actually one of my most expensive games that I own. Like it's right up there with Haunting Ground and the Mega Man X4 version for Sega Saturn.
I love that.
Oh wait, I have I forgot, I have Resident Evil 2 and 3 on the Dreamcast as well. Those are pretty pricey.
This is like the most unnecessary sequence. Like
You're just wiggling it up.
There's not even a key item behind this. It's like an ink ribbon on the table, but it's just a weird thing to see.
It was just them like trying to like just utilize the touchscreen menu at the time, really.
Yeah.
Like, I love the sword
Maximize.
flies out, and I'm like, this has got to be a callback to Devil May Cry 1, where like Dante first gets like impaled by his own damn sword.
Man,
Yeah,
that's
the
such
Elaster.
that's such an iconic scene. Like I remember playing the so I don't know if it was like it in the US, but in the UK, Resident Evil Code Veronica shipped with a demo of Devil May Cry, and that is like that was the scene I remember most, is picking up the Alistair and and like picking up the Alistair and like he almost like climbs through it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, he like just he like elevates his upper body up from like a lying position just with like without his arms. He just floats up out of it.
Yeah, but and even like the handle, like the sharp handles of the sword, like he like it's so weird. Like it just
that doesn't stop him either. Just he goes through the whole thing.
He literally gets impaled in every single game. Like there's not one Devil May Cry game he doesn't get impaled by a sword.
Hey Jesse. Man, Jesse and Adazukan putting in an absolute shift in the chat tonight.
True.
They even had to like get up early because I was on European prime time. So thank you, gentlemen. That's appreciated.
They're always putting in work. Yeah, on Twitch, YouTube, just always.
Yeah,
serving.
dude. They're spider here making it happen. There's a spider in here.
So apparently JJ's dead.
Hey?
he just messaged saying, "Hey guys, tried to join the stream a few times, but my service is shit and won't load any media aside from text. Our train also broke down and we got stranded for a few hours. But I hope everything is going well, and tell everyone I said thank you. Congrats, and we did." He's literally living a Resident Evil 0 scenario right now.
Yeah.
Tell brother to stay away from the windows.
Express.
And what I would say is, do not approach a gentleman on the second floor, and if his head falls off, definitely run away.
Oh my gosh. You see some false men.
I'm still blown away on the RE0 train. That just like the leech thing kind of makes sense, but all of a sudden it's like just when you don't expect it, Scorpion boss. What? How did you? Where has he been? Like, did they have him on the train?
I know, that was so jarring.
Like
how did he get in? It's too big to fit in the door.
Oh, this is like the super zombie, I think.
That's like the reason why like I don't spend a lot of time on 0 and 1. I love the games, but the bioweapons are all just like a spider but bigger, a scorpion but it's bigger, a shark but it's big. You know, it's like all that. And
a leech man that dick whips you, like it's just.
Oh yeah, it has a. Is it a centipede or is it a millipede? I can't remember, but I think it's a centipede actually.
Oh, the Centurion millipede, I believe.
Yeah,
it's a
millipede. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
and I will
exactly
say,
the same premise. But
yeah,
bigger.
it's bigger.
Well, the fucking what do you call it there? Those I can't remember their names, but the freaking monkeys.
Eliminators.
Oh, yeah, they're fucking dicks, man.
Yeah, they're hard.
I don't know who thought
I don't
know who thought they were a good idea. They're just a pain in the ass.
They're also not bigger. They're just apes.
Yeah, they're just fast and small.
I don't. They're just so tanky. You're like, what is going on? I've hit this guy with like 5 shotgun shells.
Yeah, they did. They do take a lot. Like I mean, even like the original hunters, like they take some time to die from a shotgun blast. Oh, no, not shotgun blast, like handgun. Like I think you have to empty a whole mag into a hunter before they actually die. Like 15 shots.
It's a pain.
What up, Tom? How's good things going with the Keeper's Diary? Will you be happy to know we are fully funded? That's it. It's done. The campaign is raised.
Everybody.
We
Yes,
That's all, folks.
But yeah, the campaign's still the campaign's still going on. We're still taking perks because I know there's the perks that we've got. People are generally quite interested in them. Like there's signed Charlie Kraslavsky merchandise and that sort of thing. So yeah, you're more than welcome.
The perks are awesome, and Andy, you should take a deep breath and you should refresh the web source for that Indiegogo.
Oh, let's go. 46k. Thank you very much, guys. 115% raised. Awesome. Thank you.
That is wild. 560 backers. That's
That's
560. Like a huge portion of which of those 560 are going to have their names right in the special thanks to the credits. That's a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. By definition, everybody who's backed is in the credits. Like, you're part of like a huge movement now. Like, you're stuck with us for life. Like, nothing. Can't get out of it now. Man, we're nearly at this information isn't public, but nearly 30,000 people have like seen this campaign, have clicked on the campaign.
Yeah, that is
Which is
wow.
just absurd.
Craziness.
Oh, fuck me. Hang on, let me. I'm just getting absolutely roasted. Let me create a restore point.
Good old save states.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe this is. I can't believe this is on the Wii U. I don't think that was a. Obviously, it must be a feature of Virtual Console or something.
Yeah, like the Wii U had that for like all the Virtual Console games. You could do save states and load states. It's like Nintendo hates emulation, but it's just like but you're taking from them. You're allowing save states.
Yeah, they're.
Although I do think the rewind feature on the PS5 Premium is the GOAT.
Yep, that's pretty cool. That Nintendo was doing that. They do that as well for their stuff. They like their NES and Super Nintendo, and I think the N64 has it too. Like you can rewind like bad shit and everything.
Oh, what's the difference between that and like save state?
Well, save state is just like you save where you are, and if your system's gonna die or you're gonna go to sleep, you just save there, and then call it a day. Rewind option is like, say like you're at a boss and you die, and you don't want to keep going back and do the same thing. You just can rewind to your mistake and then fix the mistake.
You could rewind to wherever you want to stop rewinding.
Well, for a certain amount of time,
Like
you can't go back like
you're
an
in,
hour.
I suppose say like you're in Assassin's Creed or something, and like you jump off a fucking tall building because you're an idiot. Like you can quickly rewind and see back on it.
Okay. That's pretty sick then. That's like save states without having to create the save state.
Oh, these fucking
in a sense.
candles, man. Do you know, it's just like when fucking when you get a birthday cake and someone puts them like self-igniting candles on that never blow out.
Trick candles, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just...
Oh no, well, Deadly Silence wasn't on the Wii U per se.
No, it's not.
That was the weird thing. Like, it was so weird that they never did that though. They never put DS games on the Wii U. It was so weird that they never did.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that.
It was a very weird stage with the Wii and the Wii U, honestly.
Have they put DS games on? Sorry, have they put DS games on the Switch?
Not yet. Which again blows my freaking mind that they haven't. The Switch is approaching 7 years old at this point, and it's like wait a minute, we're 7 years old and we don't have DS games yet. Because Nintendo, unfortunately, like people have to understand something. Nintendo doesn't care that much about their retro games because when they first had the NES and the Super Nintendo on the console, they released games monthly for it, which was great. You'd get 2 to 3 games a month, which was great. If you're gonna charge us all this money to have this service, you might as well. Well, at one point they just stopped. They weren't doing it anymore. Like they just kind of like, we're gonna give you games whenever the hell we feel like it. Like they just announced that Excite Bike 64 is coming to the N64 Switch area, and I'm like, just one game, really? Really? So Nintendo's kind of like, it's like a lot of companies. They don't like their retro games. They want you to focus on their new games and drop the $70 on like, Breath of the Wild and whatever else comes out, which people will, but people also want to play the classics. And it's honestly, if you put the classics out there, that's how people discover a lot of games, is through the classics. Because let's face it, not everybody's got $70 to drop on a new game from that franchise.
It's true, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, for anybody that might can be able to figure this out for me. Is Dino Crisis really available for the PlayStation 5 in Italy?
What?
Well, I remember a while back someone was saying that Dino Crisis came out for the PlayStation 5's PS1 Classics, but it's only available in Italy or something like that. So if anybody knows, please let me know, because I mean that's easy to fix. Like that's easy to get. You just set your region to Italy or whatever.
Big if true.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
going along the lines of what you were talking about too with exploring older titles, there was some alarming statistic, and I don't remember it exactly. It was something like 90 to 95%.
87% of retro games are unavailable in the US.
There you go.
I did a video on that.
That is outrageous.
Yeah, think about that. 87% of video games are not available in this day and age. And we're not even just talking about like no-name games and stuff. We're talking like best example. Look at Resident Evil 2 and 3. It's the last time they were re-released properly was the PlayStation 3, and that system's been out for like 16, 17, 18 years now, if not longer. I think, oh my god, I think it has been like 18 years since PS3 first arrived. But yeah, like that's fucking insane. Like these companies have them. Like I don't know why they're like. I mean, I don't want that either. I don't want companies to start making their own, streaming service for their games, right? I don't want to see that, because then we're all going to be paying out the ass for streaming services like we already are for the TV ones.
That's true.
But it's really sad that, a lot of these companies can't see the value in these older games. I mean, Microsoft was doing a great job at first. They would allow people to like put their discs into like their Xbox One and Xbox Series X and all that stuff. They were doing it, and they upscaled them. Like Red Dead Redemption, if you play the original Red Dead Redemption from the 360 on an Xbox One or a Series X, it looks like a next-gen game.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
So, but like then they stopped because they were like, oh, it's hard to do that. Really? You're a multi-billion-dollar company and you're saying it's too hard and you don't. I was like, there's people who literally sit at home on their computer and update these games to look better than they originally did. Like, you can't use that excuse.
Oh yeah, it's and a lot of times it when the game is like accessible through like a PS4 store or like transfers over to like PS5 store, then it's like, yeah, we have some way to access it, but if it was strictly on PS3, then so much of that content is gone. So for example, like RE2 and 3 original, like that's why like we can't really access that.
Well, it's the same as like all the WiiWare games that are on Wii. They're all like gone now. Like it's why I'm not a big fan of digital distribution necessarily, but I'm a huge proponent of abandonware. I think if you can't go out and buy a brand new copy of Resident Evil 2 on the place, and again, I appreciate this is my view. I'm not expecting anybody to share my view, but if you can't go out and readily buy something brand new, not secondhand, because secondhand by definition doesn't benefit developers. If you can't go out and buy a game brand new, like physically or what have you, then why shouldn't you be able to download it?
Exactly. Like there's game stores that are reselling retro games, left and fucking right and shit, and it's like, well, if they can do it and make a profit, what's the big deal about having ROMs out there and people just want to preserve stuff? Well, that's the big question right there, is that because the thing is, a lot of people are like, oh, well, emulation is great. I was like, yes, it's great, but it's not perfect. Like OG Xbox games are really hard to emulate, and Sega Saturn, oh boy, that's a whole other fucking can of worms.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got a
Nero coming. Thank you very much, Nero Redwood, with a $20 super chat. Hey, what's up, everyone? I've been busy, so I've missed the stream for a while. How is everyone? Also about to play some Metroid Prime for the first time. Also, has anyone played Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? It's so good. There's an 8-part question in there. We appreciate your support, my friend. Yeah, I suppose initially we're doing really well. Listen, we've funded the Keeper's Diary in full via the fantastic people in our community, so thank you very much. We're doing exceptional. Metroid. I've actually never played Metroid Prime. Like,
really?
No, I've heard good things about it. And I know, didn't it get like a re-release Switch.
Yeah, they got like an HD remaster, and it blew everybody's mind that like they actually did it. And the other, it looks like Prime 2 and Prime 3 are happening as well. But it's definitely a very interesting. It's a very interesting take on the Metroid series because it was never a first-person game at all. It was always like the side-scrolling stuff. And honestly, I enjoyed it. I sucked at it and everything. I actually. My data got corrupted on my GameCube years ago for that game, so I never actually went back and completed it. But I really did enjoy it for the hours I did put in. 'Cause it's a tough game. Like it really was a tough game to beat. A lot of fun though. It's a great game. And Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Yeah, that's the that's like a spiritual successor to the Jet Set Radio games that came out from Sega. And since they're not making a new one for whatever reason, these people came together and made one that's just like it, and everybody went nuts for it. It's getting like great reviews across the board.
Nice.
Yeah, like I said, like I mean, if you guys have seen my streams, you see what's behind me or any of my photos and stuff like that. You see my wall of games and shit. Like I'm a big believer in video game preservation and that it needs to be taken more seriously. And a lot of companies, because like people have to understand too, companies can lose the code for a lot of these games. I mean, like remember like what was it? Like I can't remember which companies got affected by it, but when Japan had that like tsunami or whatever it was, a lot of game companies actually lost the original source codes for games and such.
Well, or like Silent Hill. Actually, yes. Resident Evil suffered from this because the remakes. Well, no, it was the remake, the Resident Evil remake that they brought out on PlayStation 3. Like, the textures look arse because they, I guess, didn't future-proof their games enough. Like, they didn't think, 20 years later there was going to be remastering it, so they had no reason after they made the retail release of the game to go back and save the master files. I was like, yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just fucking throw it in the bin.
Yeah, it's so crazy because like a lot of games these days are just so overpriced. Like, I mean, I'm glad GameStop has been starting to sell retro games again because I just picked up another copy of Dino Crisis because I think it's like my third copy of it. But I picked it up for like $35-40, and I was just like, holy shit, that's great. Like, online, those things are selling for like $70 and higher. Because again, like Capcom has not re-released Dino Crisis in any form since the PlayStation 3.
Yeah, another really hard to access game.
Yep.
Onimusha as well. Like the sequels, which are like 10 billion times better than 1, have not been re-released.
2 and 3, yep.
Yeah, they're
Blade
so
Warriors.
much better than 1.
Dude, we're never getting Blade Warriors, I feel like, on anything. That's a game that they're gonna like leave by the wayside, unfortunately.
Oh, I don't mind that one being left by the wayside, but
you shut your mouth. That is a great game.
No,
I love that game. It's okay, it's not great because it's trying to be like Super Smash Brothers in many ways, but it's still fun.
It's not even like that. It's like more mindless than that. It's
I like mindless,
simpler
damn it.
than that. I do sometimes, but this one's just bad.
Dino Crisis on Dreamcast. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think I got a copy of that on Dreamcast myself.
Oh shit.
There's a fucking console I'm glad that emulates well because I had a friend that wanted to start collecting Dreamcast games because she lost all of hers like years ago. Like she let people borrow them, stole them, all that jazz. And I was like, dude, prepare to shelve out money. And she's like, what are you talking about? And I was like, all those games are incredibly overpriced right now for Dreamcast titles. Even like games like Sonic Adventure. I mean, like fucking any Capcom game is getting up there. Like Power Stone 1 and 2 is stupidly overpriced. God, I love fucking Power Stone, man. I love that game so much. But yeah, like it's just so crazy, like the state that games are in, and it sucks because again, like a lot of Resident Evil games are kind of lost to time because even things like Denaim, it's stuck to the PS2. That's the only time you can ever play that.
Oh yeah, true. I just played that this year as well, and that one was awesome. I like that game.
I like Denaim.
Denaim's fun. I will admit, like it's a challenging game because everywhere on the ship looks the same.
Yeah, yeah. You have to.
I actually think it's slightly exacerbated on the ship a bit later.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like all that weird facility you're in.
And like the circular rooms that like have multiple floors, and you have to like look at where you might have stepped into or not, and you're being chased by Morpheus during that, and it's like, how do I like not die when it's like so hard to figure out where to go, and I will die in like 3 hits.
Right?
That part's really hard. It's definitely challenging, yeah. I'm surprised I didn't die more like the first time I played it. Thinking back to it.
Yeah, sorry, Cascade. It's this fucking microphone. It's not detachable, so I've just got to kind of like tuck it behind here. But when I take the headphones off, I forget to put it back. So
Well, I actually had that exact thought. Like you had like some kind of like bruise
Black
around
eye.
your eye. Yeah.
Bullet hole in his head.
Excuse me. I've just been in absolute scraps with everyone.
We got another $10 super chat from Nero Redwood.
Let's go.
The Metroid Prime Remastered is beautiful. You can tell they actually updated the game. We also need more game preservation. It's why I like emulation and backwards compatibility. That's for sure.
Oh,
and something
100%.
Been slacking on a bit, definitely.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, like they did. Like they actually went back and they upgraded a lot of like the doors and the textures and stuff in the game, which again they didn't have to do that. And you know, it was just really cool that they did. And you know, like Metroid fans are eating great because like they're I mean, we had Metroid Dread remastered came out and everything. They re-released Metroid Fusion on the Nintendo Switch for the Game Boy Advance stuff. So, and then you know, Metroid Prime 4 exists out there somewhere in the ether. We don't know if it's ever going to be a thing at this point, but because I think
Snakefart.
I think that got announced that was announced the same day as I think Bayonetta 3, and we finally got Bayo 3, but we still don't have anything about like fucking Metroid Prime 4. So
Thank you, Evil Hills, for the. I take it you mean the Keeper's Diary. See if that's come through on our side. So 560 backers.
Yeah.
Yeah, 561. There we go. Thank you, sir.
Hell yeah.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. And we're just killing it. Thank you all for your support. Here we go, Luke.
Wow.
Let's see if we can beat the snake with the knife. Because this is a weird thing. I'm not sure if.
Yeah,
sure
you know,
I'll
I
make
saw.
that mistake. This,
I watched you do this with Jill, and I'm like, it required so many from you to like not miss it. What did you like hit like 12 times or something? It's almost like the critical takes as much as like you just fighting with a knife normally. Which in the remake isn't that bad. Like in the remake you could go to the snake's tail and just keep following its tail and keep poking it in the tail and eventually it'll die, but this is like harder than that.
That's true, you can. The Dreamcast games are expensive. Yeah, well, because you live in Japan, that's why they're not expensive. But even like certain games in Japan and stuff like that, like I've noticed it. Like they're like Sega Saturn Japanese games are actually jumping in price heavily. That's kind of scary right there. I've actually just like thought about like talking to Jared from Avalanche Reviews. So I was like, dude, I got money. Can you go and get me some games to ship them? He'd probably do it. He's a good enough dude.
Yeah, it's a way to save some money.
Why isn't RE3 OG on PS Store or Metal Gear Solid 1? Well, again, like the problem is I don't know the exact reason, but I feel that the real reason for it is, or at least my theory, is the fact that it's a licensing thing. Because they're going to be on different platforms, I think they actually have to get the license from the companies again.
Let's go.
So
nice.
And he's down.
Yeah,
that was a lot.
So Tom, we're with Beggy and Tony of the Team Residents of Evil, Row Team, Row Squad, all that fun stuff, Row Alliance. Yeah, so if you've got any questions, feel free to ask. Biscuit Dude 01 coming in with the 10 glorious Great British pounds. You've made me look at my small collection of PS1 games and reminisce. Have any of you guys played Fear Effect 2? the more obscure games I have is Dragon Valor and Skull Monkeys. I remember Fear Effect having like, is that the one that has like pre-rendered backgrounds?
It was more like, yeah, it was kind of like comic booky in many ways. I never played any of them, but we actually years ago in the infancy of the row, we interviewed a lot of the actors for Fear Effect. So yeah, like it was it. I'm trying to think, because I never really played much of it. Yeah, I think it had like the pre-rendered backgrounds to it. If anything, like the characters kind of looked like some PSP games, which is funny because that's way ahead of its time and stuff. But it was Eidos Montreal that made that game back in the day, if I remember right. Dragon Valor. I know of Skull Monkeys, but Dragon Valor is new to me. I don't remember that one.
Have you ever played Cold Fear, Beggy?
I have not. No, I've heard it related to RE4 before. I've never tried it.
It's like the most weirdest. It's a really good game, actually. It's all about this dude. Hang on. This dude. He's like a coast guard. It's such an interesting story. But just before I do that, Nero Redwood coming in with the $5 super chat. MGS probably isn't on the RE in the PS Store because the remaster's coming out soon. Also, I'm surprised Persona 3 is getting a remake. That's an interesting point, actually. I think they're using the integral port of MGS1 for the Master Collection, which is really, really disappointing. I was hoping for a 60 frames a second, at least widescreen port of Metal Gear Solid 1, but I guess we can't even be afforded that recently. But yeah, you're in Cold Fear, you're a Coast Guard, and you get sent to this like ship that you guess is like a bit abandoned, but then it turns out it's like fucking like zombie type creatures on it, and it's like, the creatures are like a mix between like zombies and like those necromorphs from Dead Space. That's the closest thing I've
Oh, that's cool.
But what's cool is obviously the people that made it are massive Resident Evil fans,
right?
And they gave you the option of choosing your camera angle between fixed camera angles, or like like the dynamic camera angle that's in Code Veronica, where it's a quote unquote fixed camera. It's a quote unquote. It's in Dino Crisis as well. It's a quote unquote fixed camera angle, but it's not really because it follows you.
Right. Yeah.
You can
So you're
choose-
moving through fixed backgrounds, but it still like adapts to where your character is. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. But you can either play it like that, or you can play it in over the shoulder Resident Evil 4 style. It's really cool, really cool concept, and I think JJ played it last year or earlier this year. It's so honestly really underrated game.
I think he played it for the Retro Evil series. I think.
Yeah, that's it.
You want to talk about like obscure horror games? I don't know if anybody remembers this one, but it was a game called Carrier for the Dreamcast. It was literally like what was it? It was made by Jalico. I don't know if anybody remembers them. I do, but it was their answer to Resident Evil. It literally was like it took place on a aircraft carrier, and it was pre-rendered backgrounds. It was very Resident Evil like, and the place was taken over by like plant zombie creatures and shit like that. It's crazy, It's actually like a really interesting aspect. It's not the greatest, unfortunately, and it's a pretty tough game, but I still say people should try it out if they want that Resident Evil experience on a Dreamcast, despite Code Veronica 2 and 3 being on
Is this the one where you've got limited oxygen? Or am I thinking of a different game?
I think that's a different one. You get a gun that's got unlimited ammo. It's like an electric gun that you fire and everything, but and it recharges itself, but it's not like super powerful. But yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, okay. Question from Tom. Can you ask Becky? I always get Becky. And she was going to read Resident Evil Nemesis on an audiobook. She did really good in City of the Dead. Thank you. That was like my favorite one to do. Definitely. I'm actually working on another one right now that is after City of the Dead, but it is not Nemesis, because in between those two, there is Underworld, which is an exclusive story that is like an original tale set in the Resident Evil universe. and
One's
then
okay.
probably after that, yeah, that one very generic. I had a lot of criticisms in that. I did like an hour-long essay with like a lot of exclusive art for that book specifically because I felt strongly about it, about how like there's a lot of lack of deviation in that entry. It's very much like one central structure. It's a laboratory. Sure, it has like the ability to mimic other environments, and that was really cool. I thought the bioweapon design was very unique and otherworldly in Underworld for sure. But I think that it was very cliche, and there wasn't a strong draw or a sort of emotional like roller coaster the way that Caliban Cove offered to you, because the
Oh, hell
villain
yeah.
really toyed with you much more in Caliban Cove than Reston does in Underworld, because Reston is just a dude in a suit and that's it. Yeah, but that one I'm actually more than halfway done with recording that, so I've actually been on that like lately, so I think probably like September you'll probably see it.
Oh, and there we got Nero the Hero Redwood there with the $5 super chat. Thanks a lot, dude. If you want an obscure game, remember Deep Fear on the Saturn? I watched the series on it, and it's pretty good. Set in an underwater naval facility.
Oh, I think that's the one I was talking about.
With the oxygen?
Yeah, with the limited oxygen. Just in like a deep
Okay.
sea base. It appears that we might be able to get Charlie Kraslavsky on for sort of 10-20 minutes as we round off the stream. I'm just gonna see if I've got him. Hang on.
We have Nero Redwood and we have Nero the Hero Redwood.
That's the same person. Yeah, we
Oh,
called
okay.
him Nero the Hero and everything.
All right, like two different accounts.
No. It's just that's what he calls him.
No, I mean I'm seeing two different accounts.
Wait, is there two different accounts? Wait, Nero, do you have two?
I mean it's fine. I'm just mentioning it.
Damn, how do I think he sent me his Discord
Okay.
in the most Charlie Kraslavsky way. It's a screenshot. I'm trying to. The chat is just going round and round. Hang on. So get over here. Get up on my phone.
Thank you, Tom. You did an awesome job as it helps sleep at night. Yeah, I figured like a lot of people listen to it then. Are you going to be doing all of them? Probably. It looks that way.
I'll let you guess what Charlie's
Discord name?
is.
Just his first and last name.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's literally just Charlie Kraslavsky. Bro has like the most like unique name to have ever been.
It is, yeah. It's the opposite of me. I have this like really like fat, sweaty man from Street Fighter 6 with the name Franz, and he has like just himself as his own name. Beggy Kraslavsky, yes. I'm secretly Charlie's daughter, as well as JJ's daughter at this point.
Canonically.
Everyone's just my dad.
Beggy Kraslavsky. Right, let's see if we can get the boy in.
Good boy.
Invite friend to DM. Oh, gotta wait for him to add me. I'm gonna. I do want to get him on. I do really want to get him on. Like last 10 minutes if we can.
Yeah.
Oh, here you go, Charlie.
Miss, what you think of the poor janitor in Underworld? I think that he serves his purpose, but that's really all he does. Oh, I think Charlie's here.
Yeah, Charlie, you there?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey.
What do I do here? Let's see.
Oh no, you're good. We hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you in my headphones though.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
It's not cooperating. I think my phone froze. What the hell is going on? Oh, that maybe. All right. Okay, I got you in my headphones. All right. Now,
Yeah. How are you, sir?
swipe. I'm good. Doing good.
Oh, there you are.
There we are.
Was it a day off today, or was it a chill one?
Yeah, no, yesterday was my day off.
Oh.
So I just got back from work and it was pretty darn hot out there. But kind of a slow day, so I got caught up on some other stuff, which is always good.
Oh, that's cool. Just for everybody who's just tuning in, we've got Charlie Kraslavsky here, obviously main character of the Keeper, the Keeper's Diary. Charlie, we are finally fully funded. I cannot believe it. How quick! It was 20 days. It was 20 days and it's done.
I know, it's just came out of left field.
Like, we expected it was going to be... Like, we expected we was always going to fund it. Like, I always had hope that we was going to fund it because I'm just an ambitious person, but
Yeah.
I didn't expect that.
So, is this an audio only? Because all I see is like some logos.
Yeah, it's audio only.
Yeah.
Audio.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Turn my camera off. All right. So who else is here?
So we've got Tony and we got Beggy.
Yes.
All right.
Hello,
Nice
good
to be
sir.
with you.
And you're live and in
How's you
living
guys been?
colour on the Residence of Evil.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure.
Hell yeah. No, doing good. Just working on photos and hanging out here, talking about Keeper's Diary and planning and getting people hyped up for it, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same, honestly.
I was getting a little nervous there for a while. We were just like stuck forever at 60%. And I was like, if we reached some kind of saturation point, and then it just all came flooding in. And like I went to the beach yesterday because this was like, I need to unplug, I need to decompress, and as soon as I'm like pulling up to the beach, my phone blows up and it's Andy and Andrew, and they're like, "Where you been?" And I was like, "What?"
Wow, what a moment.
In the span of like 12 hours, I think, all of a sudden we had pretty much just made it already.
Yeah, it was honestly, like, we had a couple of large like producer donations, and then all of a sudden, like, it was like the floodgates opened, and it was just like bang, 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 over and over again. And
yeah, and it's still going. It was like at 46 last time I checked.
Yes, it's still going through the roof. But if this is the best position we could be in, the best case scenario, we've got a reasonable contingency behind us, which is always fantastic, especially when you're doing a multinational shoot. Need to make sure all bases are covered, and that ultimately we can deliver once the gates are shut and the budget is final. We don't want to all of a sudden be in a position where it's like, oh no, wish we could have done this, wish we could have done that. So yeah, we're in a incredible position.
Did we tell everybody already that it's a stop motion film?
Oh my gosh, imagine. That would be wow.
Yeah, actually,
like the the opening of what was it, Team America?
Oh, that'd be great.
Epic film.
Oh, that Lego thing, that Lego movie.
They're like marionettes in the first scene, and you feel like that's going to be the whole movie, but then they pan out and it's just a joke. But they still are, like,
yeah, that was some
bigger marionettes, basically.
That was some like weird fourth wall stuff, because like you think it's going to be like that, and then it pans out, and then they are puppets, so it's like, what?
Yeah.
What is this film? that was just an absolute fever dream, that movie.
That's the one with
Yeah.
like the Matt Damon,
Yeah,
like that
yeah.
one. That's it.
The Film Actors Guild.
Yeah. Yeah, they even had him like naked and having sex and stuff. It was just kind of over the top. Those those guys are pretty funny.
Isn't it the,
Yeah,
isn't it
because
the South Park?
they're the guys that made South Park. Yeah, they made South Park.
Yeah. Matt, and I forget the other guy's name.
Trey. Matt and Trey. Yeah, Matt Stone and Trey
yeah,
Parker.
Yeah, they're hilarious.
Oh god, like there's stuff that they do on South Park and the things they like do and get away with. It kind of reminds me of like, you know, because like the things they say, a lot of people would try to like be like, oh, you can't say that, but it's just like it's kind of like All in the Family in many ways. Like this generation's All in the Family. They say a lot of like these horrible things and get away with it because there's a comedy element to it.
Right. I know. It's rare these days to find it. So yeah.
I just love like like if I'm ever working on photos and stuff like that, I'll just throw like South Park on like one of the streaming services and just go through that while working, and it's just like you can't help but stop and just laugh at like some of the like things that they say and do, and just like the physical comedy of it too that happens in that show is just hilarious.
Yeah, and they always produce it so that they're up to the times. Like, you know, if something happens, they can just and just change it. So
It's yeah, I mean, like it's like I remember when like the last big election like that happened or whatever it was, one of the elections that happened, like they had something completely planned because they thought whoever was going to win. They called it wrong. Then they had to go back and like redo everything in like the span of like, you know, like less than a week or something. And it literally said that it like broke them to do that.
Oh, that's awesome. I wonder if they ever showed the other version.
As far as I know, I don't think they did.
That'd be gold to see that, right?
That would be.
Yeah, they should release it. Special release.
Well, we're not too.
But yeah, I like that. I like that kind of humor a lot.
Yeah, what, they kind of push the envelope type humor.
Like for me, like when I was young, it was like Benny Hill. You know.
Yep.
You're probably not the right generation to remember Benny Hill very well, but yeah, I just I love it. You know, it's just so fun.
Oh, and the guy that you were showing me that like taps his cigarette and makes a little.
And you know, it was okay to make fun of everybody as long as you were equal opportunity making fun of people back then. So
oh yeah.
They probably couldn't air a lot of what he did. You know, it was very racist. A lot of it, like against Chinese people for one, and you know, all kinds of stuff like that. But,
yeah, some I think some streaming services they had like that disclaimer at the above where they're like, look, this was made like 30 to 50 years ago. Times were different. We just want you to know that it reflects in that time, and we don't think like that now.
Yeah,
which is how they get away with showing that stuff. Because I mean, like I grew up with like, you know, like dark comedy humor stuff, and like I mean the biggest influence for me is, you know, the Three Stooges and stuff. So like I grew up with the boys and such. So
yeah, and what was I gonna say?
I think comedy's in trouble though. I think comedy's in real trouble.
I think it's been in trouble for a long time.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I always say to myself, it's just like, just remember to have like just laugh. And if it makes you uncomfortable, then that's comedy doing its job. Like I said, there's a way to do it, and then there's the wrong way to do it. Like you can't just say certain things and expect people to laugh when it's outright terrible. But you got to find like the joke to it, like that road that goes to it and connect it to make it funny. You know, like you go to a lot of these comedians and stuff that do that stuff still, and everybody's there, everybody's getting made fun of, and it's all like in good taste. And you know, I love that. I love the fact that like people can just like sit back and laugh, because let's face it, the world's a crappy place for the most part, and sometimes sitting back and just being able to laugh is great.
Yeah, around the same time, I also watched a lot of Monty Python. You know, and then all the Monty Python movies. I loved those. You know, it's like they don't make comedies like that anymore. You know,
oh god,
they're
no.
just kind of like over the top, and we're like Austin Powers was kind of in similar vein, but you know,
another level funny.
Yeah, Michael in chat was just talking about that earlier. I feel like Andy would be like a really good Black Knight, just like getting delimbed, but he's still like jumping at you and trying to like fight you and.
Right, the knights that say The Knights that say knee.
Knee.
Yeah, knee.
I
Fluff,
actually
how's it going?
So it's actually funny. Speaking of like Holy Grail stuff, my cat, she's a freaking murderer. She kills a lot of rabbits and everything, and leaves the corpses in the backyard for me to find. And so lately, as I've been going out late at night to like take the trash out at night or whatever, I open the door, and every night there's more and more rabbits showing up, and I'm just like. I'm just like, someone get me a holy hand grenade. This sucks. Like, I'm just waiting for these things to start rebelling. And I'm like, hey, you're beast with my cat, not with me.
Are they creepy rabbits?
They kind of don't move. They just like, I don't know if it's like one of those things like where they're afraid or they just want to stare at me. So
yeah. Are they like the white ones with the red eyes? They're just like.
Oh no, thank God, because then I wouldn't be leaving my house at all.
Right.
Those are frightening.
Yeah, are those like albino ones? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, no, the ones I see, they're like brown and black and white and stuff. So I don't get too scared. But when it's the ones with the creepy eyes and stuff, that's like when I'm just like, all right, not going outside for a while.
Yeah.
If I was a rabbit, I would just stare at you.
Yeah. If you speak in a French accent, maybe they would think you're going to try and eat them, and they'll run away.
I can never eat I don't think I'd want to eat a rabbit.
No, rabbiting is quite common in the UK. So I could eat a rabbit. I could eat rabbit. Have you had rabbit before, Charlie?
I've had rabbit once in England. Yeah, it was okay.
Of course.
You know. I suppose there was maybe a more interesting way it could have been prepared or something. I mean, it was a little bit like tough chicken, sort of.
What's the most like?
I mean, I guess it's
meat you've eaten.
I guess it's gamier. The weirdest meat I've eaten. Gosh, I barely know you. The weirdest meat I've eaten. God, I don't know. I guess like venison, maybe.
I want to try that too.
Yeah, again.
I mean, I'm not saying it's weird, but you know, I guess uncommon. Like we would go to this, you know, Swedish like smorgasbord, you know, buffet, sometimes like a fancy one at Trader Joe's, or not. I mean Trader Vic's in Tokyo, and so it was. It was kind of a novelty, I guess. Oh, I guess it's not meat, and I probably shouldn't even admit to this, but I had to eat some whale meat once. It was like at a Japanese business dinner, so I couldn't say no. I know all the people are going to be like, "Oh, you shouldn't have eaten it," but you know, it was really fatty.
I might be culturally like ignorant here, but why can't you eat whale meat? Am I missing something?
Oh yeah, especially like here in California, people will crucify you if you said you ate whale meat. I mean, you know, they're like really intelligent, endangered species.
Well, I mean,
and Japanese, it's just part of, you know, it's just part of their culture. Japanese, you know, whaling has been a big part of their culture, and they kind of take an affront to the West telling them what to do about it. And they also, like, you know, I guess they slaughter dolphins and things like that. So there's some pretty horrific things that people don't like about the Japanese, and you know, mostly people just don't talk about it.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because like whales are endangered and all that stuff, so you know, like they don't want to see them like get wiped out for like meat and stuff. I've never actually eaten whale meat or anything like that.
What's that? Was it just rubber?
All right, well, I had it as sashimi, and it was not rubbery, but it was really fatty. It was like as fatty a fish as you could eat. It was just like half of it was fat. Blubbery stuff, you know.
Chubby.
I'm just a burger guy myself. Just love myself a good cheeseburger.
Right. In another business dinner, they made me eat candied crickets. So
I've eaten crickets.
Another thing I didn't want to do. I mean, it basically just, you know, it tastes like you're just eating a big, huge like rock of candy, but there's a cricket inside it. And you know, Japanese people often love to try and make the Western guy do the weird, stuff. Can I say shit?
That's probably amusing, actually. Yeah, I had crickets, like, they were, like, really well spiced, and it was, like, sriracha flavored and, like,
Right.
not in the candy, but it was, like, a sort of savory form, and they were very high in protein. The company
Yeah.
really knew how to season them, and they were, like, pretty tasty. Like, I would buy from them again and eat more crickets, honestly.
Yeah. I thought I would just have to eat one, and then they made me eat another and another. Just having a good old time. And then I can't remember if it was the same dinner or another one. They served me. It was like a raw fish sperm.
Oh.
Wow.
No.
And I guess it's kind of, it's like a delicacy, and it kind of goes along the same lines as like bull's balls.
Right.
Bull's balls are supposed to be like really, good for masculinity or whatever, like hormones or whatever it is. And it looks like vitality, I guess.
Right, yeah. See, I wonder how much of that is.
They were like, eat this, so I ate it, and then they told me what it was. Ha ha ha, you just ate fish sperm.
Okay.
I'd laugh at that, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, never go to Japan. I'll get tricked easily.
But they also, in that same restaurant, they gave me like fresh squid, like sashimi, where it was like still moving, like it was in a fish tank. It was in a fish tank, and then it was on a plate, within seconds.
Oh, so you actually saw your meal before it got cooked?
Yeah, and it dances on your tongue, like it, if you eat it quickly, it's still moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Max in the chat. This is actually one of my products. I won't advertise it because I'm streaming on right at the moment. But
Your timer is done.
Sorry, I have to tell Alexa to stop. Alexa, stop.
Alexa, stop listening and reporting me to the government.
All right. Hopefully, I didn't turn off someone else's life support system just now.
My gosh.
That's the future. Someone's life support's gonna be hooked up by Alexa. Alexa, DNR on. Yeah, Max. Sorry. Yeah, I won't advertise it because I'm on the road. But this is part of my own merch. Oh, mate, Charlie, you kicked off my Alexa now. Alexa, stop.
I knew that was gonna happen.
But yeah, this is from my own collection. I won't put links on or anything. But yeah, it's literally just a biohazard shirt. My wife's gonna be fuming in a minute. She's gonna kick up. Right, let me swap the screens over.
Alexa, make my wife not mad. I cannot do that as I am not programmed to do such things that are impossible tasks.
Right.
Oh, thanks, Cute Fluff. Appreciate that.
I always thought it was funny because a friend of mine, his dad's like one of those big conspiracy buffs and everything, and doesn't doesn't believe in government and all that stuff, and all that stuff like fluoride and the toothpaste kind of stuff. And I'm like, I remember one day I went over to their house to because I hadn't seen them for a while. I went over and I see that there's an Alexa in the kitchen, and I'm like, why do you have that? Like, if you believe that the government's really watching you, they're literally doing it. And he's like, you got to keep your enemies close, Tony. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
We're feeding them misinformation, yeah.
The crow flies at midnight.
Yeah. Yeah. Do they wear silver hats to keep the aliens from reading their thoughts too, or?
I don't think they're that crazy. I don't think he's that crazy, but
not there. Okay.
We're not there yet.
There are levels to crazy.
Yeah, he hasn't built a bunker yet or anything like that. He just likes his guns and hates his government.
I mean, I'm on board for that, to be fair.
Yeah, except you're not allowed to have guns.
Yeah, true.
But then there's me and JJ, and we got our guns.
Although saying that, what was the Japanese gun laws like, Charlie?
Oh yeah,
what's that like?
Japanese Yeah, Japanese gun laws are extremely strict. And I think it's changed over the years, but like when I lived there, I think there was only 200 licenses for the whole country, like for hunters.
Right.
Wow.
And I think now it's changed and it's getting a little bit easier to own a gun in Japan than before, but it's still, like compared to most other countries, extremely restricted. So I didn't shoot a gun actually until I was in England. Funny enough, we did a clay pigeon shooting thing. It was like a bachelor weekend, and that was one of the things we did together. We did shooting clay targets with shotguns, and that was really fun.
I did the same.
And then we went, and then we also went to Dublin and had a whole weekend there. That was fun. We handcuffed the groom to a light pole with a blow-up sheep doll and pulled his pants down until a bobby walked by and he was like, "What's going on here?" A bobby is a police officer.
Police officer.
Yeah, and we just explained to him what was going on, and he was like, "Okay, just put his put his pads back on," and then he just went on his way, and that was a great weekend. We did karting, indoor karting, and then we went to, it was like at the time there was this big disco that the guys from U2 owned, and that was a place to go, so we went there.
Really?
That was a fun time. Yeah, it was like a really cool bachelor weekend. So it's what a lot of people that live in London will do. It's like, okay, we'll go to Dublin. We'll go we'll go be asses in Dublin and then come home and no one will know.
I believe that's called starting an international incident.
Yeah. Have you ever had a bachelor weekend in Dublin, Andy?
No, but I did have my bachelor weekend was, I did exactly the same thing. Went clay pigeon shooting, but I went to Oxford. And
it's what you do, yeah.
Yeah. Like it's I mean,
that's so funny that we both did that.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. I don't know why, but it's just how it ends up, isn't it? It's fun though. I'd love to do more clay pigeon shooting. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, even if you miss, you still kind of hit it.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's just easy. It's something everyone can do, and it's all safe.
That was actually one of my favorite video games when I was about God, what would I have been? I was like maybe 10 or 11 or 12 years old, probably like 10 or 11 years old, and there's a video game clay pigeon shooting thing, and I could hit it like perfectly every time. It was like my favorite game. You had to like hit 13 targets, and I got so good at it I could do it like every time.
Wait, was it like was it on like the original Nintendo?
This was like a game, like it was like a arcade game.
Oh, okay.
And it was at like the skating rink near where I lived, and it was kind of an upright game, and then I think the guns were fixed, like it was fixed to the game, and then you just looked at the screen, and it was whatever gigabyte, just really pixelated, but it was still like really fun.
Yeah, because I was thinking, because I know back in the day, like the original Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt were packaged together on the NES, and there was like a clay skeet shooting game that was on. That's what I thought you were talking about. Played that all the time with my cousins in the 90s. I'm
talking about probably like 1976 or 77.
Wow.
Jeez.
Arcade game. Yeah.
They even have arcade games back. I thought I don't know what they did back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had arcades. I'm trying to think, how old was I? Like, I was probably born before they existed. So when would they have been around? But they were like on every street corner in Tokyo. Oh, all our allowance went to video games. It was just crazy.
That sounds so fun.
So here's an interesting question, right? So what is that game called? It's in Japan, and it's with like these steel balls, and like people make them after games, like actual video games now.
Oh, pachinko.
Pachinko, yeah. Like.
Oh, pachinko. Yeah, that's like some kind of weird.
Yeah, it's almost like
weird subculture. Yeah,
it's almost like it's gambling, but like they find a way of justifying it's not gambling.
Yeah, it's like gambling light, and it's just like an obsession. Yeah, there's not a lot of gambling allowed in Japan, but that's one of the legal ones. Just a very strict society.
Honestly, I've always loved the way the Japanese
in a lot of
think,
ways.
but I don't gamble. But like, what was it? Yeah, because yeah, like arcade games started coming around like the early '90s, if I remember correctly. So I'll have to. Let's see. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Early 1970s arcade. Let's see if there was. Internet. I think it's literally called. Yeah, it's literally called Clay Shoot. I think. 1979. Clay
Yeah,
Shoot.
that's probably it. Is there like a photo that shows if it's like an upright arcade game?
Yeah, it looks like a red. Oh wait, no, that this looks like an older one. Oh no, not that era. Oh, yep. I got it right here. It looks like it's yeah, it's an upright one. It's got like orange stripes on it. It's mainly white. Yeah, it looks like it's got the skeet shooting guns. Like there's two of them.
Ding, 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 ding! You win nothing. Sorry.
Oh. No, I'm sad.
But you've got some quick fingers there, Tony.
Nick Castle coming in with the gifted 1 month subscription to the Residents of Evil. Thank you very much. You gifted it to Jacob in the chat. Thank you. I appreciate you growing the road for us.
I'm gonna just start calling Tony Fingers from now on, or maybe Tony Fingers.
That sounds saucy.
Tony Fingers. Tony Fingers. No, it's kind of like mafioso.
Yeah, that's definitely mafioso.
I've been called worse.
Tony Fingers. Tony Fingers. Because I'm really good with my fingers.
So here's a really interesting question, and completely like fucking out of left field, as I often ask these random pop culture questions, I guess. But who, in your opinion, bearing in mind you probably would have seen Western media and Japanese media, who is more scary, the Yakuza or the Mafia, the Italian Mafia?
Oh, the Yakuza do some really funky stuff, like cutting off fingers when they make a mistake and shit like that. And they usually start off as like what they call chimpira. So chimpira would be, like you're just kind of a street punk, and then those get recruited eventually into becoming like a Yakuza, and I guess you gotta like probably pledge some kind of allegiance, and almost in like a cult-like way, I guess. But I think there have probably been some bad times where the Yakuza were having wars with each other in Japan, but generally speaking, they're pretty much under the radar, and they just kind of are in bed with the police, and they, control the prostitution and all that and keep it pretty safe in Japan, I think, the Yakuza. And they also, have legitimate businesses, just like any mafia does. Lots of legitimate businesses are owned by them. And it's really just the same thing as the Italian mafia, but, who's more brutal? I don't know, like the Japanese Yakuzas, they're more brutal on themselves, cutting off their own fingers just for making a mistake. But the Italians, I don't know, they seem like they'll just, put a bullet in you as soon as look at you, and then just throw you in a trunk and put you, in a body of water somewhere. So I don't know who's scarier.
I think honestly the Yakuza might be scarier because, like I said, like they hurt themselves, like when they screw up or anything, like there's.
Well, they'd be better in a knife. They'd be better in a knife fight, but the Italians are just gonna bring. They're just gonna bring the guns. So
this is true. This is very true. I mean, because I've played the Yakuza games for years before they became popular, because like they weren't localized properly very well back in the day on the PS2 and PS3 era. So America didn't really get people didn't get on board with them as much. And then I guess like from what I've understood from the games, like because the first game Kiwami takes place, oh no, sorry, Yakuza 0 takes place in the early to mid 80s, and it's very much of that time because all the there's no guns in the game. Like all the the main character, all the Yakuza mob guys he comes up against, whether it's the thugs or the head of the clans and stuff, none of them have guns. It's very like there's like a few scenes where there's like guns in the game when like they're running and like it's like a highway chase and shit. But the game seems pretty accurate to life of that era, which is what I've always loved about those games is like, you know, like with the technology and things that were happening in that time. So if anybody in the chat has not played the Yakuza games, please go do that. They are absolutely amazing. If you love like story-driven games and craziness and great combat, great games.
Right, but you'll run out of fingers while you're playing if you don't, you know, you got to get to the next level or you got to cut off a finger.
They can't call me Fingers no more. They took my fingers.
Right.
I'm just Tony Thumbs now.
Tony Stubs.
Tony No Fingers.
You like that?
Yeah.
That
How do you like me now? Now you have Tony No Fingers.
You like that Joe Pesci meme where he's like, "What the fuck is this shit?"
We haven't had a stream without talking about that meme, like somewhere. We always do this.
He just feels like your favorite uncle, doesn't he? Like it just feels like you know Joe Pesci. It's just like,
yeah.
That crazy uncle that we all wish we had.
I remember the old George Carlin skit, like where he's like, I don't believe in God, but I'll tell you who I believe in. I believe in Joe fucking Pesci. He's a guy that can get something done, let me tell you.
Oh, I love George Carlin.
Yeah, I love the frisbee on the roof thing.
Yep.
My favorite George Carlin thing, yeah.
I think
He's
you were
talking
all
about
diseased.
dying. But yeah, he was something. He was a force of nature.
Oh, yeah, unstoppable. Banned in like guys like him and Red Fox, like Richard Pryor, they were banned in so many places.
Yeah, I loved Richard Pryor too. He was amazing. And big Mel Brooks fan, so like all the Blazing Saddles movies.
Blazing Saddles,
like
what
all
film?
that stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I would love to recite some lines, but I don't think there would be.
Yeah. Young.
Totally appropriate.
Yeah. Young Frankenstein, I think, is my all-time favorite, but Blazing Saddles is close.
Blazing Saddles, Rock Ridge.
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to Hedley Lamar.
I know. Yeah, God, that you know, that was the best part of the movie was Hedley. Like, he was so good.
That's Hedley.
Yeah. I forget the name of that actor, but he's just so funny in that movie.
Oh man.
Evil Hills says, Tony sounded more like the main guy from Sopranos. Oh yeah, talk like Tony Soprano there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got some gabagool.
I remember there was a comedian that talked about this where James Gandolfino, Tony Soprano, he was actually on an episode of Sesame Street, and he's like, and all I could picture was like, okay, kids, today we're gonna talk about the letter F and U. And I was just like, oh my god, why can I see Tony Soprano just whacking Muppets now? Like,
right.
Oh my god. Did Tony Soprano get
So,
whacked?
Andy, what about gangsters in England? Are they brutal?
Oh yeah.
I mean, don't really hear of. Obviously, we have more of a. I suppose they call it a postcode war in the UK, and it's more like low level crimes. But I mean, London is quite literally the stab capital of the world now. Which is
yes, it is.
Oh, really?
Which is absolutely wild.
Wow.
It's just because I think there's just a generation of children that are just lost, just absolutely lost, and the only thing that is, I suppose, getting them out and giving them some sort of direction is just meaningless violence. And you know, you're seeing like 12-year-olds like committing murders and stuff. It's crazy.
Damn.
Wow.
Proxy. Oh God, Proxy. The Beans Gang.
Beans
Jesus
gang.
Christ.
That's a racially motivated statement.
You're a banned Proxy. Ban yourself.
Oh, Charlie, do you have baked beans on? Would you have baked beans on breakfast?
Would I have? Yeah, I mean, I've had English breakfast before.
Yeah.
If that's what you mean. Like,
Why do Americans find
I've
it
even
so
had-
strange?
I would have that for breakfast.
I guess it's just a cultural thing. But I'm adventurous with food. You know, grew up in Japan, and my father was very international, and we would go to all kinds of different restaurants. It was like really fun growing up in Tokyo. The food's so good there. But yeah, I don't know. What were we talking about again?
Beans on breakfast.
Beans, right? Yeah. So. Yeah, I've even had, what is it you have at Christmas? Like, is it kippers or something?
Kippers?
Some kind of fish that you have at Christmas.
Never had a Christmas fish. I must admit. Let me have a look.
What the hell was it then? I thought it was like something very British. No, oh well.
Andy's not really British. He doesn't know his own culture. He's not real.
English.
I haven't had my Christmas fish this year.
Yeah, and what's up with the like jellied eels when you go to a horse racing event?
Jellied eels?
It's weird. Yeah, they had jellied eels. I went to see the horse race somewhere in England. Everyone, you know, that wants to dresses up with their fancy hats and whatnot. And as you come in, yeah, there were stalls selling jellied eels. I was like, that sounds disgusting.
Yeah, like what a mix of taste that is. Like, why would you want that? Then again, you know, I can say that about a lot of things, but they're actually good.
I've had eel, you know, going back to strange meat, I've had eel in Japan, which is delicious, you know. They have, you know, freshwater eel and sea eel, and you can have it prepared many different ways. And it's, you know, fatty and juicy and delicious. I would recommend it. Almost tastes, you know, like barbecue a little bit.
I'm back.
Oh, wow. Oh, hey.
Yo,
how were the chicken? We were just talking about food. How were your chicken strips?
Delicious.
Delicious. Was it what sort of dipping sauce did you have?
Barbecue and ranch.
How did I know that?
Because I'm Americanized.
Extremely consistent.
But I didn't
Did he have?
All right. Well,
did he have a beer?
now that you're back, give me a beer. And
when early Chris Lasky asked for a beer, he gets a beer.
Right.
Oh yeah. By the way,
while you're at it, get yourself a beer.
Yeah.
By the way,
congratulations.
When we go to Michigan, it's basically the law that, and it's actually part of my religious practices, that you have to have a full English breakfast with beans. So
awesome.
I know Charlie.
We'll make sure the catering company gets that for you.
What about the blood pudding?
Oh yeah, the black. I'll have the black pudding for sure.
Yeah.
I thought that was like primarily a Scottish thing.
Nice.
And like haggis.
I think it's no haggis is Scottish, but yeah, no black pudding I think is all over.
Pudding,
I think
bubbling
it's
squeak.
Scottish.
Sounds awful.
It's English. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Like we literally took seasoning out of food.
Yeah, you. I mean, you think that's bad? Look at you know like my half ancestry, like the Italians. Then you look at the Irish. The Irish put everything in a pot and boil it for 17.5 hours. Like.
Yeah.
My word.
I always loved my grandmother's cooking, but you know, like because she actually added flavor to it and stuff. But yeah, it was essentially just boil everything.
Yeah. Well, Italian cuisine is essentially like the very first fusion cuisine because they got pasta from China. That's where it came from.
No, we invented it. Italians invented it.
You
We
invented it. Oh, okay.
I know my history. We worked out a deal. That's what it was.
Whoa. Hang on. Cute Fluff in the chat. Just absolutely throwing out racial statements here. I've had deep fried toast in an army unit in the UK, the worst. Fried bread? Fried bread's the fucking greatest. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, fried bread tastes good. Sure.
Interesting.
So it's like super crunchy toast. It's like oil infused, so it's fucking fantastic.
Yeah. The weirdest thing I've ever seen, I saw it on TV, was that Andrew Zimmerman guy that eats all the weird food on TV. I don't know if you guys all get that, but there was some kind of cheese that had maggots in it, and it could only be sold locally where they made it. And I was like, why? Why? It's just like, and you know, he's just like one of these guys that eats weird stuff on TV kind of a guy. But
gross.
But
Who's
yeah,
that
I think
guy?
I would say no, thank you.
It's just cheese wrapped in cow dung. No big deal.
No, the French eat some weird shit. Actually, saying that, what was the Indian? When you went to India, Beggy, what was the cuisine like there?
It's delicious. Like, I missed it a lot, actually. I mean, I could have a sliver of it here, like an imitation of it. And when I go to my mom's place, I could have like the real thing, because she's like an amazing cook, and she grew up like in the villages. My dad's family did as well. And
What time should I be there?
you should. They make a lot of like chicken, fish, mutton stuff. Various like peanut and like vegetable curries, rice, different breads. Like they're all like.
Stop it.
No, they're all like kind of like tortillas.
Killing me. Oh, that just sounds amazing.
Yeah,
Honestly,
it is really
Indian
good.
cuisine. But I don't think Indian
I love
takeout
it.
is
Yeah, I
as
love
common in
Indian
the US as it is in the UK. Like the UK is everywhere. I absolutely love Indian cuisine. It's just
Really? So there are a lot of like Indian restaurants by you?
Oh, there's that whole, what is it? What's that area where they're all at? East something, right? East, what is it? Andy, where's all the Indian restaurants in London?
Andy's
Yeah,
not
there's
British.
like a
Remember,
whole.
We've established this.
like a whole
That's true.
like district.
Yeah, what's it called? Having a senior moment.
But yeah, I was.
Yeah, like I lived there and I can't remember. Oh well.
Dude, what time is it there for you right now?
It's just coming up to 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
right. Well, I mean, we're
Hey.
nearly at the end of the game, so we're wrapping up shortly. I'm just trying to find out what that's called. What, Beckenham? Is it? That was where you were from. isn't it?
No,
Beckenham? You lived in Beckenham.
That's funny that you said that. Yeah, no, I lived in Beckenham when I lived there, but oh my God, yeah, it's just like a whole district where there's just like one Indian restaurant after the other in London. I feel like it's East something, but I can't remember.
But yeah, it's super common. Obviously, because we had naturally an influx from that region, like in the 50s, 60s, 70s.
Yeah.
There's just tons of great, like long-standing Indian restaurants, takeaways. It's fantastic. Honestly, Indian cuisine is just ridiculous. And like when I went to the US, that's one thing I really missed. It's like, man, I want to go for an Indian. But
There's some
if my wife goes out, I mean, I don't. My wife cooks everything. I don't cook shit. If my wife goes out, I'm ordering an Indian, like straight up.
And Indian. Like, you'll order me to come over, and you'll just like devour me. Is what that sounded like?
Well, no, but that's how it is in the UK.
I looked it up.
Oh, that's
It's
how
called
you say
Brick Lane. Brick Lane in London. That's
Yeah,
where
okay.
it's like they're all there.
Oh, a designated.
Yeah, it says this part of the city experienced an influx of Bangladeshi migrant workers in the 70s, and by the end of the decade, Brick Lane had become home to numerous Indian and Bangladeshi and Indian and Bangladeshi and Indian. That's redundant. Sorry. Gotta question the source here. But yeah, I went down Brick Lane for Indian cuisine a few times, and it's like a whole experience. It's not just, it's like the whole neighborhood is just like so cool.
Yeah, there are a couple streets here like that actually like are themed around like you could shop for Indian and Pakistani foods, and you could like eat at one of the good restaurants, and some of them even like carry over rarely, but like a couple of them, like there's a place called Devon Street around Chicago, and some of them actually carry over a few of the traditions. Like they give you like a little a bowl with like limes in it to like rinse your hands after. So a few small things like that, but pretty good food.
In New York, you go to the East Village to have Indian. It's like the same kind of thing where there's just one Indian restaurant after the other down the whole street on one of those streets in the East Village in New York, and I worked near there, so I would go there a lot. And a lot of those restaurants, you could carry in your own, beers and stuff because they didn't have liquor licenses.
All right.
And it was like a cool scene. But I have to say, the food in Brick Lane was 10 times better than the East Village Indian restaurants. Those were just kind of okay.
Now I kind of want to try it in the UK.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've never seen that before.
In New York?
No. Sorry, like the tyrant in the game, his claw just like got bigger, and I don't think it does that in the regular version. I think this is a exclusive to this game.
Oh, yeah. Look, he did like a wind-up motion.
No, like his claw was like Wolverine's, and it got bigger. Chat, am I insane or?
No, it did.
Yeah, see now it's.
Well,
super
yes,
short.
you are. Yes, you are insane, Tony. But that's besides the point.
That's what the doctors say. Yes.
Tony, no fingers at it again.
Yeah.
This game has a lot of differences from the original.
Yeah, I'm
That's why
learning
I'm
a lot
playing
from
it, man. It's this is a version that is super unique, and it's been really fun. Man, God, it's 8 hours straight. Jesus, things I do for the residents of Evil. And saying that, we did.
You've been on here for 8 hours?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, you play both scenarios.
Dude, when is JJ gonna let me stream on a Friday again? We have to. I'm like a leech. We got to take these opportunities where we can.
I don't know. I've never been able to do it by myself, but then again, like, I'd probably screw it up, and there'd be a lot of fire.
You got no fingers. Are you gonna stream
who's that
with no
guy?
fingers? Stephen Farris
Oh,
with the
that guy!
£5. Thank you. $5.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Happy Friday, everyone. Super excited. The Keeper's Diary goal was reached. Keep the love growing. Well, actually, let's do a final refreshment wrap up.
Look at that handsome young man right there.
Oh. Are we wrapping up?
Yeah.
All right. Well, is it all right to give Sean a shout out?
Yeah, give Sean a shout out.
Yeah, Sean, Carrier, Raccoon.
Oh yeah, Sean. Yeah, of course.
Thanks for your patience, buddy. I know we've been hogging the bandwidth, and I'm stoked for episode 2.
Oh hell yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well, because Charlie. For those who don't know in the chat, why don't you say what your little involvement is in Raccoon City stories?
Oh yeah, I'm Mayor Warren.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get my mug.
Oh.
I'm gonna go get my mug shot taken now.
No, Carrie's been extremely patient. He's basically waiting on me at this point. But I just said to him, listen, all of us are dedicating so much energy into Keeper's Diary. You are just gonna slip through into the back of the sofa, and I don't want that to happen to you because your project is so good. But everyone's just
it's amazing.
Yeah.
So everyone that's listening, please check him out.
Yeah, we're targeting sort of next Friday or next Thursday, Friday. to get episode 2 launch out there. But yeah, I'll update all you guys next week on that.
Awesome.
Damn, this has been a long ass stream.
Yeah.
Long ass stream. We've been
We've
we've
been
played
at it.
both sides of Resident Evil today. But at the end of the day, you know, you got to pick these opportunities where you can. Obviously, JJ's been out of town, and we didn't want Residents of Evil not to be active and doing something, especially when like the Keeper's Diary is literally happening. Like imagine if we wasn't funded and no one's, you know, actively promoting it. It's, you know, it's a bit of a recipe. But we're in an extremely privileged position right now, where we're fully funded, and yeah, we're almost counting it down. I suppose I better start looking at British Airways flights. We need to decide whether to fly into Green Bay, fly to Chicago, and jump in the back of Beggy's car.
Yeah, we could take a road trip. Like
First
how I
class,
did
baby. First class ticket.
I'm not sure about that.
Hey, check if the Concorde is available.
If only. Oh my god. I did you ever fly on a Concorde?
No, I haven't. But maybe one of your maybe one of your high flying buddies that's donating all this money to us. Maybe they have a private jet. Just give one of them a call.
Yeah, I've got them on speed dial. So
I've actually taken a British Airways like a few times.
yeah, British Airways is okay.
It's kind of nice, yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I had it. I've only been on British Airways once, and it was such a short flight. It was like, no, don't land. Because like they were just giving us like the champagne and like the nice meal, and yeah, because it was like London to Paris, and we were there before we knew it.
Do you know? I think that's what Americans fundamentally don't understand. Like, how small Europe is. Like, it takes me 45 minutes to fly to Amsterdam, and an hour to fly to Paris.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so like you can
pretty cool.
In less than an hour, you're talking a different culture, different language, different upbringing. Whereas, you know, in the US, it might take you 4 hours to fly, and you're still in the state or what have you.
Yeah, you guys are like driving through the
Andy,
states for us.
Andy, do you ride a motorcycle?
I do not know.
No? Can you learn? No? Why not?
To be fair, our licensing is so arse about face. It's
don't worry about a license. Just learn how to ride.
Why is this?
And no, this is what I want to do. I wanted to like you and me, like that you and McGregor thing, and we'll just go across Europe on motorcycles together.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down for that.
Right? You don't need a license. Come on.
No,
it's Europe.
Yeah,
no problem.
I don't care.
There's not like a border every 5 miles or something.
Oh my god, yeah, it's absolutely tragic. Yeah, you have like people like one of the guys I work with. He last week drove to Spain. Like just straight up drove to Spain. It's like a 20-hour drive. Like, just why not? Why not drive to Spain?
That's not bad. I would do that.
Just because he wanted some paella, or like what?
I guess so.
It was like his wife was giving birth. Like, what was the reason he drove straight 20 hours?
Bro, I was like, dude, it's a 2-hour flight. Like, well, just fly. He's like, no, wanting to drive there.
Yeah.
I guess he was so keen on not renting a car out there. But like, for example, where we're flying into, like, say if we fly into Green Bay or whatever, and it takes 3 hours to get to where we need to get to for the Keepers shoot. Like, if I go 3 hours anywhere in the UK, I'll run out of land.
He's in the ocean.
Yeah, like
hey, Andrew, let's just shoot it in Paris, so it's a shorter commute for Andy.
Okay.
Like Becky's talking about, oh yeah, we're just gonna go on a 5-hour drive. Like, dude, I've never been on a 5-hour drive ever. I don't know what that looks like.
To see what it's like. You should come to Chicago.
It's honestly not that bad of a drive. Like, I've already done it like twice with them and stuff, and it's like when you've got everybody in the car and stuff, and everybody just have good conversations, time goes by a lot quicker than you think.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except, you know, Beggy speaking and getting pulled over by the police, you know.
Hey, Benson's in the chat.
No.
Let's go, Benson.
No,
How's it going?
Benson.
Tell Charlie you can sell green, red, and blue herbs to finance the travel in Europe.
Oh, Jesus.
Nice.
It sounds like a Charlie business.
You know what
I would buy.
You know what I like about our drives when we do that?
But
We have an official poop stop.
oh yeah, that one place that we coincidentally, like among hundreds of miles, we coincidentally stopped at that place
It's the
like
poop
twice.
station.
Yeah, like we didn't
You're
mean
on
to.
you're on a very regular rhythm, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be a wild trip. We are gonna obviously we're going there to absolutely smash the Keeper's Diary, but
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, talk about living in the moment. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah. Excited.
We're gonna have
So
fucking.
does it ever snow? Does it ever snow there in October?
Oh,
It could
sometimes.
be in so far north. It's
Yeah.
possibility.
Oh god,
It has
we're gonna.
before. It's usually November and December, but sometimes it snows in October, and if it does, it's very little.
So what you're gonna say? What you're saying is,
How-
I'm gonna touch down in fucking Green Bay or whatever, and it's gonna be like Burning Heart in Rocky 4. Like Rocky gets off, Rocky gets off in Russia.
Oh yeah.
Survivors playing in the background.
You want to go running?
I just walk up. I just walk up to Andy and just be like, "I must break you."
Man, that's a great. That recently just had a director's cut actually.
Oh, I saw
Isn't it?
that.
I need
Very
to.
good.
I still need to watch that. Rocky 4.
I
is a
actually
dope film.
I watched the director's cut before I watched the original.
What?
And now I like the director's cut better because I watched all of the Rocky movies like last year, so or like in
Oh.
2021. I
Great
believe they went.
movies.
What was your favorite Rocky movie?
I think it was 4 actually.
Rocky- it's gotta be Rocky
I like
4.
2 a lot, but I liked 4. I think the
What
best.
about you, Charlie? What's your favorite Rocky film?
Oh yeah, the original.
You probably watched that in the theaters, didn't you?
Probably. Yeah, it was around that time.
Yeah, because what was that?
and-
Mid 70s, maybe.
74.
75, I think.
Damn.
Yeah.
What about you,
We
Andrew?
probably saw that.
What's your
Yeah.
favorite Rocky film?
The original, and then I'd say 4 is a close
Man,
second.
man, Rocky 4 is just perfect. It's just got a perfect soundtrack. You know,
Yeah.
fucking Apollo Creed dies.
Mhm.
What's funny
No.
is I always picture that Family Guy training montage. where they're
Oh
making
yeah,
dinner.
I'm gonna get my friend back.
Yeah.
I think for me, like my favorite Rocky movie is kind of a tie. I actually like Rocky and Rocky Balboa because Balboa
Ooh.
kind of like recaptures the spirit of the first movie in a lot of ways. Not like the same of the first movie, but it has that heart that the first movie really had. And it was great to see where Rocky was in his life at that point and like what had changed. Because like, you know, a lot of those movies, like the hero gets the glory and everything's all great for the rest of their life, but they show that life goes on. You know, he lost his wife, he was estranged from his son. He didn't really have that much left, and he had this like one thing he wanted to do, and it's literally like a perfect like way for his character to go out, which it did. I mean, he appeared in the Creed movies and everything like that, but you know, it was a really great way to send it off, and I just felt that energy matched what the original one did way back in '76.
No, nothing beats like Rocky 4.
Questionable.
Nothing beats. Oh, go on.
I almost always only like the original film. You know, in any series, almost always. And the close one for me is Road Warrior and Mad Max 2. Like, there's so many things I love about Road Warrior, and it was just an indie film on a tiny budget. And then when they got the huge budget and made Mad Max 2 with like all the stunts and everything, and that was fucking kick ass. And like, that's a hard one for me, but I almost always like the originals, and especially if they're like an indie film and it's based on the writing and its story, you know. And when it just gets too big and too, you know, like spun too many times, I usually just don't like it.
Yeah, they lose what was important like in the originals and stuff. And
Unless
Rocky,
it's planned in advance, like Lord of the Rings, you shoot
Yes.
3 movies at the same time, fine. I can, you know, that's an amazing thing to do, and studios don't usually take that risk on projects, you know. But I think that's a really smart way. If you already know the arc of the story, it's the same with like TV shows. If they plan exactly how many seasons they're going to have in the story arc in advance, they can make something amazing. But they always keep wanting to just hang on and make one more season, and then the
Yeah.
story
And then just
degrades.
abrupt ending, like
Yeah,
Dexter. Like
yeah.
Dexter was a perfect example of like
Oh my
banger.
gosh.
Prison Break's the same. Banger, banger, banger. Terrible ending.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Favorite Van Damme film. Before we wrap up.
All of them. All of them.
It's got to be Double Impact. Double Impact's just another level.
I don't know.
What's the one where he's? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I have to go with Bloodsport. Like, he's made a lot of great films, but Bloodsport was really friggin' just. So I just watched that recently, and I'm like, God, I fucking love the '80s, man. Like, it just the shit that was.
Is
in
that the
movie.
one? Is that the one where they have like the glass, like in their hands with the tape on their hands and the glass inside their hand?
I always get mixed
No,
up. That's Kickboxer, isn't it? I always get them
That's
two mixed up.
Kickboxer, yeah, where
Oh,
his
okay.
brother gets paralyzed,
That
and then he
was-
learns how to train.
That was badass. I thought.
yeah.
But I don't know. That's the one that's
Mine-
memorable to me.
Mine would have. I got 4 of them. I like JCVD because it shows the serious side of acting.
That was a good one.
Universal Soldier Regeneration because the action scenes in that movie were impeccable. And then obviously Bloodsport and Kickboxer.
What about you, Beggy?
I've only seen like Lionheart, so I need to watch more of them.
Get educated, Beggy.
You don't have to watch them if you don't want to.
Oh, she does.
Don't feel pressured.
It's a prerequisite for being
All
on
right.
set.
Okay, I'm imagining Beggy sitting in a chair, and you guys making her watch Van Damme movies, and you've like pegged her eyes open like in Clockwork Orange.
I knew that's where you were going with
And
that.
you're just like,
It's spooky.
forcing her to watch it.
Holding her eyes
She's
open
like-
like Bird Box.
She's like, no.
This
mean,
is
whatever
exactly something
works,
Andy
you know?
would do.
Whatever,
No.
whatever works. I mean, I've done that for people with Die Hard. So
Yeah,
You
that's
guys-
just
you
a
guys-
Sunday night with Tony Fingers.
Oh my gosh, it really is. Don't remind me.
You guys see the joke I told Benson in the chat by chance?
no,
Is that-
what was
No, what?
I'm reading him these dad joke cards that Charlie got me.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
are you? I can't see the chat. I don't know if I'm just in the wrong. Like, I'm in the Discord app. Should I be somewhere else?
Oh yeah, it's on. Yeah, it's
Oh,
on,
sorry.
on
Okay, it's here.
YouTube.
I gotta find another good one. Oh wait, I got it. Benson. How do snails fight?
Oh,
Want to see what he says? He's probably so
Oh,
pissed at me
okay.
right now.
Now I'm on YouTube and I can actually see you. Okay, that was like weird for me this whole time.
Oh. Yeah, we've been
Oh,
looking at Andy.
Oh shit!
while
Now
he's
there's
been-
an echo.
Oh, you can mute it and then you can mute YouTube.
I have to type in the chat.
wait, what was the punchline to your joke?
I want to wait and see what he said.
Okay, now.
Oh, he's got it close. He said they snitch each other. It's they slug each other.
Yeah. Oh my God. It is that's like a Charlie joke.
That's
For
a
sure.
Charlie joke.
my brain was telling me it's just like how to fight snails fight each other, and I'm like, very slowly, like.
Basically.
Have you got another card for us, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm
Just
trying to find
long.
some good ones.
They're all good ones.
Some of these are.
Yeah, that was my Christmas present to Andrew. I think it was $5.49 at Ross.
I like how you remembered the value.
All right,
I'm
Charlie-
such a cheapskate.
Charlie
I'm sorry.
Frugal.
I'll get you a real Christmas present next year.
Charlie Frugal Kraslav.
All right, Benson. Benson, what is the most musical part of a chicken?
Almost what?
Oh
The most
no.
musical part of a chicken.
Oh my god.
Drums.
Maybe.
What did you say?
The drumstick?
I said the drumstick.
Yeah.
Ah.
That was straight from the Kraslavsky bank.
Oh, and Therapunk, thank you for
There
the
you go.
5 gifted Rose Squad memberships right there. Thank
There
you,
you
dude. And Andrew,
Thank
you actually
you.
you got gifted membership.
All right.
Yeah, maybe sub to it yourself, you fucking cheapskate.
Look at Benson's answer.
Benson says his meat.
What does that mean?
He's bringing out the meat jokes. I'm imagining right now, like Andy Cox has got toothpicks in his eyes to keep his eyes open. I'm so sorry, Andy. What time is it for you?
I'm like that. It's like that scene in Tom and Jerry where he's like taped his eyes back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, here's a good one. How do you?
I don't mind.
How do you find Will Smith in the snow?
Oh my god!
Oh gosh.
Are we allowed to read this out on air?
It's not. It's not a racy joke.
How do you find Will Smith in a what?
In the snow.
In the snow.
In the snow. I don't know. You call his cell phone or something. I don't know.
You use a snowblower? I don't know.
You follow the Fresh Prince.
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm fucking done.
That dumb. That dumb.
Benson's just on the other side. Is like, my God, these people, man, they're crazy. And Benson, the day we finally get to meet, dude, we're throwing kicks together. It's gonna happen. We're gonna break bricks together, and we're gonna be throwing roundhouse kicks. It's happening.
Just an average,
Yeah.
average Tony Two Fingers night.
He says,
Tony,
"Hey,
yeah, I
Will
taught him everything. I taught him everything he knows.
He said, "Hey,
Oh,
we'll
100%.
smith you up." Talk about his wife, and he will slap you.
Oh,
True.
You gotta keep.
I
your
didn't
wife
know you
safe,
were
buddy.
married, Benson.
No,
No.
it's Will Smith.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like that whole slap
Oh,
thing, like Chris Rock made
Sorry,
fun of.
I got
like, fun of his wife.
confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's late. I think we're all confused. I mean, I live in confusion, so.
Glenn died.
Only 8
Another
o'clock for me.
5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much.
Oh, let's go!
Glenn!
Cheers, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Big
Make it
5.
happen. We just had 10 gift subs in the space of like 5 minutes just then. We're up to 25 new members today. Thank you, everyone. It's amazing. We've outdone yourselves today. Let me tell you, outdone yourselves.
Why can't you trust the king of the jungle?
Ah, the king of the
Mm.
jungle. Why can't you trust the king of the... Because he's
the
lying.
Because he's lying. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
That's straight from the Charlie playbook. That is.
When it's so late at night,
I
and you're
would
all on
win
the
this.
same wavelength.
Yeah. I would win this competition hands down. I'm
True.
the most daddest. I'm
Yeah,
the
you
most
have-
daddest guy here.
You wrote the book.
You have all the dad knowledge.
Why did the
Ancestral
barber win the
truths.
race?
Dad's right.
Oh my gosh.
Why
They're
did
getting
the barber?
worse.
Why'd the barber win the race?
Because he was
Because
cut up
Dad's
on the
always right.
Because he was a cut above the rest, you say?
Yep.
There you go.
I like that one.
He took a shortcut.
Oh.
All right, I'm done with dad jokes.
Aw.
You got out-dadded, and now you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Benson.
yeah.
I can't wait.
Tell
I
me a
can't wait
joke.
to meet your dad and your mom. That's gonna be fun.
Oh, it'll be fun, all right.
The Sorlos.
It'll be interesting.
Wait a minute, is Benson coming out to hang with
Benson,
us?
you trying to join the call?
Yeah, bring
Last few
Benson
minutes.
on. Can you come on?
Yeah, I don't have his Discord, but I can bring him on if you want.
I'm actually.
Andy's like, I'm already in bed. What are you doing? Don't bring more people on.
Let me message him.
Actually, yeah, you're
Hold
probably right. I probably do need to wrap up fairly shortly, but it's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you. Thanks,
been
Charlie
great.
and Andrew and Lions and Tigers and Bears.
Yeah,
for
sorry.
jumping on.
Yeah. Sorry I couldn't join until now. Just was at work.
That's right. It's not about a journey. It's about a destination.
Exactly.
And speaking of destinations, again, we would like to reiterate we have finally reached our goal for the Keeper's Diary of Biohazard story. We've absolutely smashed it to pieces. To be fair, we've got what I want to say 8 days left, but it might be 7 now.
I think it's about that.
It's absolutely insane. All we're saying is we're gonna have to get Charlie a lot of Sharpies over the next couple of months. And his right hand's going to be extremely worn out, but not for the obvious reasons.
Yeah. I originally had this fantasy like we were just going to really knock it like to the moon to like $100,000. But maybe that was unrealistic. But if you're listening and you just won the lottery and you want to make our day, why not?
Why are you here? Why are you here?
There you go.
While you're, pondering in the stream, you've noticed you're extremely charismatic.
Okay. All right. So no, let's honestly, before we tune out here, let's all give our estimate of what we're going to be at on the last day. A number, and whoever wins, I'm sorry, you get nothing.
You get the satisfaction of winning.
Yeah.
You get the saddest faction of nothing.
So that's a mom joke. That's not even a dad joke. That's a mom joke.
Okay, because I made it. I think it's still a dad joke.
Okay.
Okay, so realistically, I think we're probably going to end up. Well, it has been going really well, but I do think it is going to start petering off potentially within the next couple of days. So I'm going to go 48 to be.
Okay.
48?
Yeah.
Okay. Let it be known. Andy Costa said 48. Okay. Next.
I'll say 51.
51. Okay. This is like The Price is Right.
Yeah, it is.
Price is wrong, bitch.
The Price is wrong. Okay.
Now you're gonna get it, Bobby.
You spoke up. Yeah. Andrew. What's your number, Andrew?
I'll make it an even 50.
50. Okay. Tony?
I was actually gonna say the same thing, probably about like 50,000.
50. Okay. Was there anybody else here?
Just you.
Just me.
Yep.
Where do you learn to make ice cream?
Where do you learn to make ice cream? In the
I want to
freezer.
hear Benson's answer in the chat too.
Yeah, a lot of people say 50k actually. 50k or 54, 52. I don't know, I think 48. I think 48.
I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say $62,348.
If somehow that happens, I swear to God, I will never wear my sunglasses again.
Oh, if that happens,
62
Cody has to drink with me.
62,348. That's my prediction. 62,348.
Okay.
If I had to guess, I'd say like 50 to 55 is where I'd say. And the answer is at Sunday school.
So, when does it actually run out? Because I can't find because there's 8 days, but
like the time.
Yeah, I want the time. Like it's not actually that clear.
Right.
What time did we start?
I guess it must be in whatever time zone you registered in, I guess.
I never know if you're talking seriously, if you're being sarcastic.
You should probably just check your email for when you get the confirmation of it being live, and that's when.
Oh yeah, true.
Whoever has the email.
Somewhere.
I can't remember the number anymore that I said. It's like 60.
I put it in chat so that it's eternalized.
62,348, I think.
There you go. Yep.
I'm a lot better with numbers than names. Reginald.
Who's Reginald?
Reginald?
Actually, no,
Exactly.
yeah.
I'm a lot better with numbers than names.
Yeah,
That's
man.
kind of a dad joke.
Why did the Invisible Man turn down the job offer?
Invisible Man.
He couldn't see himself. He couldn't see himself there.
Nah, that's gotta be it.
That has
Yeah.
to be it.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
got one.
Okay. That's like
This is like dad training for Andy because he's gonna be a dad.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, if you don't get all of these right, we're gonna take the baby back.
I don't think that's how that works.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
The council of Kraslavsky has spoken.
Right. Have you talked about names?
Yeah, but we haven't really decided on any.
How long do you have to go?
January.
January.
Mm.
Okay, just call it January then. Could be a boy or a girl that way.
I think if I'd have said March, you would have said the same answer.
Yes.
Just call it the first thing you see when it's born.
But if you call it, the middle name must really play into it somehow. So, what would it be?
If it punches the belly, then it's got to be Chris, the middle name. That's what someone's suggesting. Maximilian.
And
Chris the belly punching baby.
If it kicks the belly, it's got to be
Right.
named Van Damme.
There you go.
Right. Just have your wife swallow some boulders and see what happens.
It's such an image.
If it punches the boulders as it's coming down the little feeding tube, then you know it's Chris.
All I'm thinking is Tom and Jerry, where like, you know, when like Jerry will throw an iron at Tom and he swallows it.
Oh my god!
It goes down like sideways.
That would be itchy tasty.
Itchy tasty. Fever gone.
Fever gone.
But
well, I better skedaddle because it is 4 o'clock in the morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Woohoo!
And
we gotta have an after party.
You need to go outside and see all the people that are doing the walk of shame home from
Yeah.
being out at the club.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
And like
About that time.
try and get their number. Get their number.
For the next time.
Oh my god. Yeah, no after party tonight, guys. But hopefully you've had fun with the stream. And again, thank you guys for helping us out with the Keeper's Diary, and just, not even just like donating, just like spreading the word. We greatly appreciate all the support from the communities all around the like Twitterverse of Resident Evil and everything, in the YouTubes as well.
Yeah, no,
No!
it's been a really good stream today, actually. Just over 10k view. Excuse me, just over 10k views. And we've got 25 new members in the chat, ton of super chats, and again, a bunch of more donations on Keeper's Diary. So we really appreciate your support, guys. Obviously, if you're not following the Residents of Evil, please consider following the Residents of Evil. And yeah, watch your space with the Keeper's Diary. Make sure you're following. It's literally at the Keeper's Diary, absolutely everywhere. Big things are coming, and we will indulge you in due course with all of the necessary information as it reveals itself. But yeah, thank you, everyone. You look after yourselves. Take it easy, and hopefully we'll see you all in our next stream.
See ya.
Woohoo!
Oh,
Okay, bye.
Serge coming in with the super chat right at the end.
No.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
no, don't go.